International 10, day 4 of the group stages. You know what that means. I know what that means. And there's two teams that are going to know very well what that means by the end of the day. Actually, one already knows. It is culling day. We had 18 teams coming to Bucharest, Romania. Great, lovely, happy to have them. But let's be real, we only care about the one in 7 days that wins the whole thing, that is our next TI10 champion. And 2 of those 18 teams will not even make it to the main stage. They got eliminated in the groups, and one of those we are already familiar with. We're going to run you through everything. You're watching the multicast. There's, once again, we're starting the day off with 5 streams, including this one, 4 series running at the same time. We'll keep you informed of everything that's happening throughout the day. And first, we're going to keep you informed of everything that has happened over the past 3 days, because let's be real, who is able to watch all 4 games all the time? Well, I will tell you who is. My panel is. They are that talented. Avo, we got Jenkins, we got BSJ for the first time. Good morning, all of you. Avo, I mean, this energy, this excitement, I know you share it.
Yeah, I share it.
Yeah.
Culling day is a bittersweet day, right? We all love it, but someone has to go, unfortunately, and that story has to be told.
That story has to be told. There can be only one, Jenkins.
Yeah, there's a potential. So it's either Quincy, SG, or Fnatic. But it's probably Quincy or SG with how the groups are shaping up. They're both 2 and 10. I don't know how you guys feel, but Quincy, they 1-1 Fnatic. SG 2-0'd Fnatic. And then Quincy also beat Beast Coast, who's like beating everybody else. But then you could argue that, you know, they understand Beast Coast a lot better than other teams because they're from like NASA. So it's a bit of a weird situation. I'm kind of favoring SG in that, just given how their losses have looked. It's been kind of close, and their Fnatic series was intense.
Because let's talk about these past 3 days, because we have gotten a grasp of the skill level of the teams and their ups and their downs, Brian. I know you've been on the other side. You've been casting a lot of these games. What stood out to you most during these last 3 days?
I think of all the teams you just talked about, Quincy Crew has been an absolute disappointment. Okay. Like, it's not just that they're not like picking good heroes or anything like that. They've had games where they're up by 5K, 20 minutes in complete control. Any of the top tier teams, you know they're going to win that game. And then they just look shaky. They mess up. They do weird, uncharacteristic plays. I think Quinn, for me, has been the biggest. He doesn't. I feel bad for him almost.
He doesn't look the same as he did in NADPC, for sure. Like, it's not in his character to have, what do they call it in chess? Blunders. When you blunder, like he does, that's not in his character.
He's a very methodical.
Yeah, there are some players like, you know, Chris Luck, for example. It's like he blunders all the time in DPC, but also he is like playing on the edge and also owns in the exact same way. It's like he's hit or miss. He's a risky player.
High reward.
High risk, high reward. Right. Quinn is not that. He is like such a stable mid, and I think taking that out of Quincy Crew because of nerves or whatever it is, it's rough for them. They can't close out games.
Yeah, and on the opposite side of that, I got to cast a lot of T1 games, and they started 2 and 6, and now they're 8 and 6, likely to go 10 and 6.
Yeah.
So you see both sides of the coin. They've looked really promising. Not only are they winning, but they just look in control.
Yeah.
They look like they are dictating the pace of every single game they're in.
And in a group stage like this, you play so many games. Stability is important, but also the ability to improve and to learn from the, like 6 losses, they learned a lot from that in T1, and they were able to make a comeback and basically get stronger from it. They are able to adapt and evolve, and now they're looking super hot. They are, I believe they are facing SG today. No, that's not true. But they are facing a team that they're facing Thunder Predator. I was having it in my head already as a win, because Thunder Predator, we haven't actually mentioned the team name yet, but that is the team in Group A that is guaranteed eliminated. They have not gotten a win to their name yet, and they only have 1 series left, so there is no way for them to claw themselves back into the game. I know all of you at home have opinions, too, about which teams are doing very well, which teams are not doing very well. Make sure that if you use social media, you tag #TI10 on all the platforms, because we love to read and see what you are thinking and doing with all the Dota being played today. There is a lot of Dota to digest. It is a lot. I think I want to touch on this real quick. I think coaches are very important when you have to digest this much data. And one thing that coaches do, we're gonna coach you guys at home a little bit, is look at all the metadata. They look at like, okay, you know what? Let's strip away the teams. It's not that important who is playing what. Let's see what's evolving, what's happening in the meta. Avo, how have you been experiencing this Dota meta so far? Because it changes every time.
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning we saw no meta at all. People were everyone came in with their own ideas and they tried to decide what was going on. But I think a couple of picks really stood out, particularly. Yesterday we were talking a bit about the Tiny, but I think there's one other pick that also really stood out these group stages, I believe being the Monkey King.
Ooh, yes. I mean, the Monkey King and the Tiny, I believe people already were talking about them before going in. So maybe it's not surprised that they are the most banned heroes, but it is very crazy. 90 bans on the Monkey King Jenkins? That's crazy.
Yeah, it's the most banned hero in the tournament, and I think like what I didn't expect was that it would be 4th position in every single game, because it has been a top tier carry, if not the top tier carry in the past like 2 months. So and it's like the build is not. It's like people are just ATOSing from the trees, and I think, Brian, you had a good theory on that. Maybe you can elaborate.
Yeah, they don't even buy boots. They spend 95% of their time in the trees, and it's just a vision game. It's like the best D-warder, it's the best scouter.
Yeah, people are
the
going
best
to
gank
they're going to
setup.
vision talent now instead of the stun talent, which is kind of crazy because any stun talent is a good talent in Dota. Stuns are just good. They
That's
win
why
games.
we see Shaker doing so well as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
And Elder Titan, you saw him too as the most picked, and he's mostly picked. He's one of the most picked that is the least flexible, it feels like, but he is still very stable in his role. Overall, the top heroes by position. The fact that Tiny is still there, despite also being one of the most banned, is pretty crazy. I was mostly surprised, though, seeing 35 games of Snapfire, because that's like the hero that's flying under the radar, right, Brian?
I think she's the only one with a sub 50% win rate. It's like 48%, so it's not even bad. But all these other heroes, like Tiny and Monkey King, have 60% win rates, I think, and they're first picked, first banned every game. And then Elder Titan, always a TI hero, very high win rate. Lena, 60% win rate as well. All these heroes are highly prioritized, and they're winning. So that's very terrifying.
Very terrifying.
I feel like with Lena, what people didn't realize for a long time, and I think LGD actually kind of pioneered this at the Animajor, is the fact that she's like the highest DPS carry in the game, legit, other than like maybe PA or something, just the built-in Fiery Soul. If you go for, like, if there's a build that's viable on her that gives her damage and survivability, which the Satanic, Silver Edge, or like Daedalus as well, people like Blink Daedalus, like if there are builds like that that are actually viable on her, she's just a carry. She'll kill your carry from full to 0 easily, as long as she doesn't die. So that's why she needs the survivability.
But she has really good laning stage as well. She acts as a mid as well. She's a space creator in many cases.
2 for 1, yeah.
Exactly. So like if you usually think of win conditions from the mid lane, like for example a TA, sometimes you need to give those guys or those heroes a bit of space, a bit of time to farm, get their items. Not the case with Lena.
You don't
she
have
will
to
do
stack
it herself.
for her. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, she'll stack herself.
The same thing with Tiny, though, as a carry.
That's true.
He wins his lane.
That's true.
He hard carries, and he wins his lane. That's okay, I guess. Balanced.
It is balanced in its own way, because obviously that's why we see it a lot on the ban side, and we do see it let go through a couple times too, because people have plans against it, and that's so beautiful about the game. We constantly see everything evolve, and people will find answers to the Lena as well as to the Tiny, just like they found answers to the Tidehunter, which is Lena. And it will continue. It will continue like that. There is also a couple of top players of the tournament so far. Not all of them are good to be at the top, because FNG with 17 deaths versus T1 is painful.
That's the stare of somebody with 17 deaths.
It really is. I know
Jenkins
that
stares
all
like
too
that
well.
on his one and
Absolutely. You're about 15 pubs in at that point. Was he Spearbreaker? What hero? There's heroes that like to die.
Spearbreaker's unpicked.
He's totally unpicked.
Yeah, that's what it said on the Dota buff.
Oh boy, T-Gov's not gonna be too happy
But
with that.
Tomato, with the only win against IG out of any team in the tournament, I believe this was a Spectre performance.
Incredible.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
That,
41.
part of 41 kills and 0 deaths against IG, nonetheless.
That's probably his best hero from at least from what we saw with Undying in DPC. Like there was a period where they were playing where they were putting Brile on every single like hard carry-esque hero on the mid lane, and then Tomato was just playing like Juggernaut or Monkey King. He'd go Echo Saber, he would fight. And so he was never really the carry for this team. And so it made me really hopeful for them in DPC Season 2, seeing that they actually adapted and they were giving Bryle some space creators and then picking Tomato hard carries and trusting him to carry the game. And we asked him about it in an interview, and he said, yeah, they're trusting me now. Like, we're working on this as a team. And here he is, 41 KD on Spectre, and it's his signature hero.
It's incredible, and that team on itself has also gone through quite the evolvement. They've also stepped it up. They've improved. We can take a look at all the standings. There's been a lot of teams that have improved. We mentioned T1 also as one of those teams. There's also teams that started rough, had then a great day. Because, for example, yesterday, T1 went 6-0. They had 6 games to play. They won them all. On the flip side of that was Alliance in their group as well that also had 6 games, but they had a rough day. They couldn't claw back. They didn't get a single win out of that Avo.
Yeah, Alliance has been struggling a bit. They've been up and down, as opposed to T1, which seems like streaks. Right?
Yeah.
Alliance has been trying to find their identity. I gotta say though, we've seen a lot of experimentation from them, both in drafts and in playstyles. But sometimes we see a couple of mistakes that should be uncharacteristic from a team that's in TI.
Yeah. I also want to address this course. Because people are wondering at home, potential for tiebreakers, Group A, Jenkins, talk to me. Because we know who's out already. Thunder Predator is already out. But there are 3 teams with an 8 and 6. VP and OG are looking very good to make it.
This is true.
Upper, but what are the scenarios? You don't have to do all the math, but what is the craziest scenario you can think of?
I'm pretty sure there could be like a 4-way tie. It could be like let's see, who has to play who?
T1 would have to drop a game to Thunder Predator. If you get to 10 and 6, you're definitely going to get in.
Yeah.
It is theoretically possible for OG, VP to both lose their 2 games, and then EG Undying to 1-1 each other because they're playing.
Yeah,
that
they're
would
playing
result
each
in
other.
4 teams at 9-7.
I think what makes it a lot more simple is that Thunder Predator is already out, and I know they tweeted like, "Oh, we're gonna give it our all." It's really hard to do that.
You're demoralized.
And then you have T1, who's on this massive upswing, and like that is not a team that you want to give any sort of momentum to, emotionally speaking, because those guys will just destroy you. So I think that's what simplifies it a little bit, is that that's very likely going to be a 2-0.
And then let's talk about Group B, because tiebreakers potential there for sure as well. People are able to see that bottom trio, if you will. Fnatic, Quincy Crew, SG, with Quincy Crew and SG both only having 2 wins to their names. We already mentioned they have to face each other today, but they also still have to face Elephant and Spirit, respectively. And Brian, it's looking like there could also be a tiebreaker still for the side of the upper bracket for this group, right?
Yeah, it's hard to keep track of who's playing who, but
I will tell you that Beast Ghost still needs to play Spirit and PSG LGD.
Okay, so I'm gonna guess for them that they're gonna win 2 games out of
Out of 4.
Yeah, I would get maybe one. Maybe one. Spirit's the type of team that could beat almost any team given a good day.
Yeah.
They could take one off LGD. If there's
Beast Ghost,
what
you know
I'm
what? Actually,
saying
if
is
there's
I
one
think
team,
if there's one team that can do it, they can lose to anyone, they can win to anyone, and also LG's already qualified. Or sorry, already in the upper bracket.
Already upper bracket.
Yeah.
But people also need to be aware, if you're upper bracket, that's great. If you're first in your group, even greater, because you get to choose your opponent. Basically, the number 1 in the group can choose between the number 3 and 4 of the opposite group. Now, I know OG last year is like, we don't care. So
they did the coin flip, right?
Yeah, they did the coin flip. Because, if you're superstitious, you hold your faith in your hands, and what if you choose wrong? There's a lot of pressure on that. And what if one person chooses, and what if me and Avo are in a team, and Avo says, well, I really want to face IG, and I'm like, no, don't want to. They can't choose IG. IG probably in the top, but, and then we don't agree, but I choose at the end, and then we lose, and you're going to hate me forever.
That's true. Disband for sure.
Yeah. There's no...
The Shiver team wouldn't work anymore.
It wouldn't work. And that would be a darn shame.
It makes a lot of sense because TI is all about chaos.
Yes.
It's all about like thriving in chaos, creating chaos maybe for these teams that are, more comfortable in structure. So just flip a coin. That's chaos incarnate.
I think that's the best method as well, because out of the 4 teams that are really, I guess some teams really match your playstyle sometimes, but sometimes you'll rack your head so much about who's the best team to go up against.
Overthink it, yeah.
Exactly. And I agree with the superstition. I know a lot of teams are superstitious, like ridiculously so.
Yeah, about the weirdest things as well. Well, yeah, we all know about Matu's Lucky Pants. Lanham used to have a sweater that he was wearing all the time.
Yep.
Though, yeah, there are some superstitious things, and I think TI definitely, if you're going to be superstitious for any event, TI is the one. I mean, there's $18 million for the winning team, which is mad. Absolutely mad. And you hear Jenkins talk about chaos. There's a little bit of order in the chaos, as we have another whole bunch of games coming your way here today. We don't know exactly how many due to tiebreakers, but we can at least show you the plan for now. This is the schedule for Stream A. We're going to kick things off with LGD versus Elephant.
Dude.
This is, I mean,
That's a great stream.
It's blockbusters all the way through.
Yeah, these games are insane. I mean, LGD Elephant could genuinely go either way, just because I feel like that's the type of team that Elephant is. But then again, I feel like if you're ever betting against LGD, you're probably doing it wrong. IG, OG, those are the two top of the group. OG can beat anyone. Secret, Vici. I feel like Secret's the same.
The thing about these games is all the best teams in the tournament.
Yes.
You know, none of these teams are going home.
All right, so
These
you're
aren't the
gonna
games
see
that I
that's
want.
true.
I want
That's
to watch
true.
the games.
Okay,
Like,
that's fair.
I
What's
mean,
happening on
OG's got really
Stream
important
B?
games because they might get knocked down to lower bracket, but aside from an Elephant as well. But you know, the Quincy Crew SG game.
Oh, don't
Shopping
worry.
block.
If
That's,
somebody 2-0s,
that's the one.
the other team's gone.
Yeah, they're done pretty much.
Oh,
So the first game is so important in this
Yes.
matchup. The first game is what determines the tempo, what sets up the everything.
How did they get teams in this group? I mean, it's not the third series, but the first two series, they're tied in record. Quincy Crew and
Also,
SG are
it's-
deciding each other's fate, and EG on
Well, that was
same
the
thing.
script set, obviously.
It's like
Yeah, of
four
course.
teams that know each other in and out
Yes.
as well. Like these guys are scrimming every day for years.
but isn't it mad that someone was like, okay, this schedule, let's put these on the final day because they will be the deciding. I mean, it's great scheduling.
There's
Love it.
somebody
do it.
orchestrating
There's
this.
somebody with the
Illuminati
brain
of
out
some
there for
sort.
sure. Let's take a
Yeah.
look at Stream C as well. More games, and we can make a case for every game to be indeed the blockbuster. It's madness. VP also still very important for them to win their games to continue staying in the upper bracket. You got Quincy Crew and Elephant. We just mentioned already how important that first series is, but also that last series of the day for them. Depending on how the first series goes, Avo, this one could be do or die as well.
Yeah, and also the Elephant Quincy or Elephant against any NA team is a little bit of the ROTK beef with the NA teams, which is always spicy. Well, and with the panel whenever Kyle's casting. So
Yeah, that game is exciting in the sense that both teams are fighting for something, but one's fighting for upper bracket, the other one's fighting to stay in. So
Yeah,
they're kind of like
exactly,
looking to
exactly.
screw each other over for their own gain.
Yeah.
And depending on how the first series go, Fnatic in the first series of the day, because they at the moment they're fine, they've got 4 wins, but they still have the potential of being dragged back down
They
into
could be pulled
tiebreakers.
out, yeah,
So
they-
if they can just at least win one of them,
Yeah.
one of these games, because this is their final series. They only have one series today, I believe.
And you know what? Fnatic is the team to take one game off of anyone. They have 4 1-1s so far. I think it's the most in the entire tournament.
but Secret is hard game to take
Oh,
a game off.
yes,
just,
yes.
just take a game off
Yeah,
Secret.
yeah.
They
take a
looked
game
way
of
better
Secret.
towards the end of the group stage. I
They
think, for
did.
Secret
They're
as well.
looking on point.
Their
which is
pace
scary.
yesterday, was it against Quincy Crew?
Yeah.
It was against Quincy Crew that we were casting. Yeah, they were just running at you nonstop because they had the Monkey King plus like hunters on their team, and
Yeah,
they beat
they-
bottom, and then 2 seconds later they're top.
No openings whatsoever. And like any time there was like a 30-second window where they had cooldowns and then the enemy team didn't have cooldowns, they would already be smoked on a high ground waiting for you to walk up. It's like they were 100% on point. They looked like peak Secret, which is scary.
It is time. This is the multicast. We've caught you up with the standings, what is happening in Dota right now as well. We've caught you up on everything. You should be totally ready and prepared to watch some top tier Dota today. And we are going to watch the stream eventually that has the elimination match going on because, well, okay, it's not an elimination match, but potential. Because Quincy Crew and SG, I did not expect for them to be in the bottom of the group. We talked about it a little bit earlier. You opened the show with it, Jenkins. What are you guys doing here? You good?
He started it.
Okay. I'm glad. I don't think that was calling cameras. It's,
children in a
not
classroom.
sanitizing. No.
I
But
have
you
no
look
idea
at
what
them.
you're
They're
referring to.
preparing. This stress is palpable.
It is.
I wanted to talk about coaches because Quincy Crew is, of course, one of the teams that got a coach fairly short before TI, just like Thunder Predator. And it didn't work out for Thunder Predator. I personally think that if you're going to have a coach, you should have him grow with you throughout an entire DPC season if you have the chance, right?
I'm with
and
you.
speak your language ideally.
Yeah.
Yes.
In the case of Thunder Predator.
Yes, that would be ideal.
That's ideal.
Absolutely, communication key. But I also I think it's a risky business adding a coach right before TI, and I'm hoping that they are able to still find their balance here in the potential final games, right? Because this if you haven't learned in these last 4 days, what's the next step? You don't know. It didn't work. Is it the pressure? Is the what's the problem?
That's rough.
It's different if you're having strategical issues.
Yeah.
But for Quincy Crew, for instance, I think they're just playing pretty sloppy.
Nerves.
Yeah.
I think
They
they
are
could use.
choking.
I think they could use a Dr. K.
They
Yeah.
really could.
They really could. Healthygamer.gg. And but I don't know if Kezu is that guy. I feel like he's a very strategic sort of player.
But I was gonna say he's not hired to be that guy, right?
No, he's not. No, it's not his job exactly.
I
But
do think coaches kind of do that though, because they're like the third.
They do, but it
neutral third party that didn't
Yeah.
emotionally
Depends on the
experience.
coach.
the
it
loss.
depends on the personality type and if the players are even open to that. If that's what they want. Maybe they just want somebody that's doing analytics. That's perfectly valid. But it looks like Quincy needs that. It looks like they need somebody to be like, look guys, just play like it's a pub. Because Quinn, the amount of times that he jumped in on Void Spirit and didn't have a way to get out, it's like he had one astral step. And that is the polar opposite of how he plays. If you see him in DPC, he's always the best at kind of dangling, making you jump in on him, and then he has a way to get out. And it's like, oh, Quinn is so high skill, but not.
He's been winning his lane every
Oh
game.
yeah.
And
I
yet
feel like 'cause that's his comfort zone.
I feel zero impact from him. I don't understand. I actually don't understand. It's really sad. It's just we play with this guy and we get ran over by him in pubs every day.
You fall behind in you have a few deaths after the laning stage, and the whole lane is gone. It's the problem is you have to carry the momentum forward. So all it takes is 5 minutes of not doing the right thing and making mistakes, and you're done for the rest of the game. And to me, it just shows how much pressure there is on TI mid laners.
Yep.
Is that all of the mid laners that are not getting crushed under the pressure, I just think they're really high skill. And also they have crazy mental fortitude.
So let's talk about the other side, because SG, obviously, I've got to panelists I'm very passionate about Quincy Crew because they have high expectations from Quincy Crew. But SG, they also, Avo, they were supposed to be doing a little bit better than what they're doing right now, right?
To me, SG was a question mark because
Okay.
it's a project that you were seeing a building being built, and
Yes.
you don't know where it's going to finish. You don't know when the banging in the morning is going to stop, and I can finally sleep. And in the case of SG, they have a coach that is a mental coach, or
Yeah.
that's his job. Mangusu, I believe, and I think he's Romanian actually, which is
He is,
interesting. Yeah, he's
yeah.
in home ground here, and he is a coach that has been with them through thick and thin. They are a team that knew that their biggest issues were entirely mental, and they've worked really hard on this aspect. That's why I think that's why I'm a bit worried for Quincy Crew, because even if you look at Quincy Crew, their storyline is also one that you can imagine being a high-pressure storyline. You say no to sponsors, you come to TI on your own dime, you go
Yeah,
and say,
that's true.
we can do this ourselves, and all of a sudden you're facing elimination in group stages.
Yeah.
Imagine how you feel then. And SG is the opposite. SG is a team that did not do well in TPC. A team of good players that got pummeled and destroyed all year, that probably lost all confidence. I can't imagine they have any of that
They have
left.
nothing to lose now.
They have nothing
yeah.
to lose.
And I think that's reflected in how they play too. That's why going into this, it's if you asked me, prior to TI, SG versus Quincy, it's well, I see these teams play together all the time. I would say Quincy for
Yeah,
sure.
exactly, I agree.
They're number one at NASA, maybe Beast Coast depending on the day. But SG, I would vote for them right now. I would bet on SG because Timber carry. They ended up losing, but they are playing loose. They are having.
They're fearless.
They're having fun. They're fearless. They're willing to try these kind of crazy strategies. I feel like looking at that says to me that their mental game is going splendidly. They're doing great.
Wouldn't you say, Brian, for Quincy Crew, facing SG today, that there is a little bit of that they can draw confidence from the fact that they have beaten SG in the past online?
I don't think there's any confidence in that. I feel like they're in their own TI zone, and it's not a good zone. I'm watching a Quincy Crew make uncharacteristic mistakes in their games, and I don't think maybe they had some pep talk from Jack that was yeah, we can beat these guys. We've beaten them so many times before. But then at the same time, I think in this high pressure situation, that might just favor SG.
Yeah.
We've lost to these guys every time, but if we beat them this one time, it's all for naught. So I've just been looking at SG's drafts, and they're prioritizing heroes that are really not highly picked in the first part of the draft. There's
Hell
only been,
yeah. My boy.
There's only been 5 Batrider picks the entire tournament, and 2 of them are by SG in the first round of the draft. So it's just interesting. They're also Night Stalker Tinker they've done twice. They did beat Fnatic with it once, but Tinker also only picked about 5 times. So, and that was first round Tinker, by the way. So just very untraditional, which I respect. It's their own flair, but clearly it's not working for either of the 2 teams here. So.
I think flair's an important word, or like flavor. Like a lot of the TI is all about that, right? It's all about that like special thing that makes you different from the other teams. And I feel like looking at SG, they clearly have that, and that's like what Quincy Crew lacks to me. Is that they at least for TI, it's like they are during DPC. Their flair was that they were like aggressive and oppressive. They would play the line, but they would always know when to stop, you know? And that's kind. I suppose that's kind of happening, but like when Quinn dies and he falls behind, they can't do that.
Yeah, we really want to watch this Quincy Crew versus SG game. They're actually the last draft to still start. We can start with the multicast though. I mean, we're multicasting everything, so there are 4 streams going on at the same time. Don't worry, if you want to watch the full screen of any of the others or of the Quincy Crew SG, of course you can find that. There's loads of streams out there. It's all Dota, TI, and then it's 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yeah, and there's some drafts on our screen. So I'm gonna do the very great host like Brian. What do you think of the drafts?
Yeah, I was looking at the LGD draft just because
Yes.
when you watch a team that's winning, you'd love to see what exactly they're pulling out of their hat here. And they've got the last pick CK. I think that hero's only been picked once or twice the entire group
Wait,
stage.
LGD last pick CK?
Yeah, last pick CK offlane. Faith Beyond CK.
We have 2 CKs.
We have 2 CKs. That's
Hell
actually,
yeah.
I thought you were confused with the
That's
Beast
cool.
Coast CK
Yeah,
right
no,
there.
that's the hero I'm highlighting. Thank
Yeah,
you, Jay.
fair.
Yeah, that's
Good for you, BS.
Yeah. But the CK offlane, I in the pubs, it owns. I just will say these Chinese teams I've never seen it before, and then they just all pick it, and they go. I'm looking for this Etherlens build. They go like armlet, BKB Etherlens, and then they eventually get the shard.
the shard, and you're just stunning from
Reality Rift plus
2,000
Chaos
range away.
Bolt is pretty insane.
Yeah, there's
with
good
the cast
offlane.
range.
There's good offlane talents for CK now, like cooldown reduction on the stun and on the.
Ooh, let's zoom into A. There's a fight going on. Minute 0.
Ready.
That's always great. Good way to start the day. Welcome to the match. You're dead. Well, in this case, Maybe is dead on the side of Elephant. Somnus M is dead on the Storm Spirit. Oh, that's a painful one.
That's a
actually.
rough one.
Yeah.
He wants to get his bottle quickly. The question is, like, who did anybody see who got the
The
kill?
Morphling got it.
Oh.
Ame got it.
Uh-oh.
That's like a
tough.
full wand or a
Yeah.
Wraith Band going into the laning stage.
Yeah, that's rough. Some first bloods are a lot worse than others. Like a hero that's about to like pick up boots where it matters a lot, or you know, if somebody gets like a Basilius, it's like whatever.
Is
But-
it Morphling Magnus that they picked up?
Yep.
Yes. Nothing to say, Magnus.
Okay. That is a classic. They used to do this a lot in the TPC, and then we saw it less because they didn't play with nothing to say for like 2 months.
Morph Willow. Don't forget that.
Yeah, the Morph Willow is a great combination. I feel like it's a good combo against the traditional Morphling counter Aversa as well.
How would you prioritize the Ags though if you do Morph Willow? Like, are you still trying to get it second or something?
Probably need Manta first.
Yeah, Manta Ags.
Probably Morbid Manta Ags.
Okay.
Because you need Manta because of the storm and silencer for sure. Decent against Mars as well.
And tempo-wise, it's better because you want the experience to be able to get the high-level morph before you actually morph.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, like you want to get the Ags for like when you have level 18 because then
Exactly.
you have the perma morph.
Yeah.
Or almost perma now.
And of
Yeah,
course,
5 seconds off.
we're talking about Morph Willow because Morphling can then turn into Willow, use her Shadow Realm with Ags, and basically pummel anybody down with
Wow.
a long distance
While being
rocket
immune.
cannon. Yeah, while
Totally
being immune.
invulnerable.
Which is
Yeah.
why Ursa starts to struggle against that,
It's
even
so
though he's
annoying.
a traditional Morphling.
Yeah,
counter.
like you think of that combo and you're like, it doesn't do that much damage. We'll just focus more. Well, you can't. He's
can, yeah.
invulnerable.
And it does do a lot of damage.
Yeah, it does. But the thing is, like, so does Shaker morph, but you just disable him. You can't when he's invulnerable.
Also, most of the other Morphling combos, like Earth Spirit Morph or Sanking Morph, you actually can't beat him with a bit of star resistance or BKBs because the stun's a big part of him being able to deal damage and get away.
Yep,
Not the case with Willow.
Yeah, for sure.
You can spare him at least. Mars is a little bit of an answer to that combination.
Yeah.
This game in particular, of course, we know that these two teams are very familiar with each other. PSG LTD is on top of the group, and they already secured upper bracket. Elephant, how do we estimate their chances here? Do you think their draft also gives them a good shot? We talked earlier that they are very familiar with PSG LTD and that they do have decent results up against them as well in their own region.
CK is one of Ursa's worst matchups. It's a horrible matchup. Not like as a carry to carry, it used to be really bad, but CK's kind of fallen out of favor there. I personally think he's going to struggle on Eurus to really stick on anybody. You've got tons of stuns. You've got ET that's going to move really fast. Willow and Morph who are going to have the Shadow Realm, and then nothing to say can lock him down. So I'm favoring LGD pretty heavily. But that's kind of like the most basic prediction history of Dota.
Yeah. I'm honestly not. I'm not. I think Elephant can definitely win. Like they have timings. Like Morph plus any combo is like a late timing now, like later than a lot of teams are playing for. And we've seen quite a few times like it fail because of the timing being so late, where you pick up that Ags and get the combo. Magnus also is like the type of hero that you know, you just sit there and farm with Empower. He can farm like aggressively because he's really tanky. And then CK as well, to me, is the type of hero that, like, if you fall behind from the offlane perspective, like, you could be kind of useless, and it takes a little while to come online. So I do see, like, Elephant can do stuff early with potentially Storm Spirit and, like, the Global Silence before any sort of way of taking the silence comes out. But with that being said, like, this is classic LGD, where if you don't end the game, they're going to beat you. Like, they give you such a small window to win the game. And it's a good window, but LGD is really good at, like, avoiding that window.
Gentlemen, I have a suggestion. We obviously all want to watch SG and Quincy Crew, right? They're in the draft. And in the meantime, all the other streams have begun and they're out of draft and they're in the game. This is stream A. How about we check in with the rest and then circle back after the draft is done for the Quincy SG?
Okay.
Yeah, I got nods all around.
I'll give you a thumbs up.
All right, I'm curious. Team Spirit and Beast Coast. We mentioned that for both of these teams, this game is very important as well. So there's another game with the CK, and they just began. And like their latest stage, the first wave is coming. So let's narrow it down on stream C, and C. Sorry, that was not funny. And see where they're at. And
My sister.
How many times has she made that joke in the...
no, this is the first time.
This is the first time.
Okay, I believe you guys.
But it's
I
bad.
believe you.
I know. I apologize.
Yeah, she's been really wanting to say that one for days.
She was saving it for
Don't
me.
say it
I saw her
today.
writing that.
Don't say it today.
Okay, so this one is not a CK off lane, by the way. This is a CK safe lane.
That is the special.
Is it Schofield?
It's K1.
Tiny?
Is it?
Oh no, it's Chris Luck Tiny.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because you
They
see the
do it
ancient
with AA
apparition.
pretty much. Yeah, it's always
Well,
with AA.
you know, it's Chris Luck just doesn't play that much Tiny from what I've seen. Oh wait a minute.
No, wait.
Chris
No,
Luck
it's-
ancient apparition.
It's Ancient Apparition mid.
I told you,
I knew it.
You're right,
This
you're right.
team, the Chris Luck does not play Tiny, bro.
No, they play. This is the team I think that flexes ancient apparition the most because Whisper also
They're
plays an
psychopaths.
offlane.
They're psychopaths,
crazy.
dude. They're completely crazy.
All right, well, analyze that then, because do we favor the AA mid? Do we like that? Is that a strong thing coming out from them?
It's a strong laner, and obviously, so this is the Beast Coast mentality. And actually, this came from a game in the Animajor. If you recall, one of the very first games that they lost, they last picked an Ancient Apparition. It was against a Morphling, right? And it was the last pick 5. And from that game, they learned never to do that again because they realized that
good.
if you have a good Ancient Apparition counter, it's just best to put him as a core and get that really fast level 6, start being super oppressive overall.
Yeah.
And I think that's the mentality here. I don't know when he got picked, but I'm assuming it was later in the draft.
Because if like Morph starts getting levels and items, then it's like it doesn't matter that you counter him with A, because you're never gonna hit him with an Ice Blast because
Exactly.
he's one-shotting you.
Exactly.
So yeah, it's rough. So
And-
yeah, I agree with that.
And the laning is good. If you kind of slot Ancient Apparition into drafts just as a counter, it doesn't have the synergy with your draft. So here's with the CK, so theoretically it'd be a good draft, but I guess they decided against that.
Tiny as well, Disruptor. Like they do have good combos with AA.
Tiny AA though as supports I don't like very much because Toss will dispel Cold Feet, and that.
Does it still do that?
Yeah, it's been doing that for
Oh.
ages. So that it's very.
Really, when it goes up into
The
the, air, even if you
Z-axis.
do
It
it,
Yeah,
goes up
it's
so far up, the
classic.
Cold Feet won't get dispelled. So as a if one of them is core and one of them is support, it's fine because you've used the Ice Blast. But if they're both supports, then you want to trigger the Cold Feet ideally.
so in this case you're fine because
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
a support and a core.
The Tiny deals the damage, you Ice Blast on top of that, you're good.
Yeah. Okay.
This is
Have you guys been seeing a lot of support Tinies? I saw my
No.
first
Beast,
one
Beast
yesterday.
Coast is doing this. This is the
Okay,
only
because
team
I
that
saw
I've seen.
T1 did it yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I see that.
they flexed the Tiny and it actually won them the game, I think. So.
Schofield loves Tiny.
He does.
That's like one of his top heroes.
It's Tiny, Nyx, and Earth Spirit.
Yeah, because those are
Oh,
hero-
Tusk. Yeah.
those are heroes that he can just be like right in front of the enemy base, like sniping couriers with like one shot. Like Puppy's just walking at 20% HP. Nobody's here. Schofield's there. One shots him.
The joke is that Schofield has trouble with his vision, so if he's too far away with a ranged hero, he can't hit people.
I
He misses
see,
his
that's
spells.
fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That actually makes a lot of sense after playing with a lot of games with him.
He has this very small screen.
Yes. Oh, a lot of aggression.
A lot of aggression because we're talking a lot about Beast Coast's draft because Team Spirit's draft is just a little bit more conventional as to what we've been seeing over these last few days. How do we feel about their lineup and their chances up against Beast Coast in this game?
There's not much to enable the morph. Like, he could go like Ags to be Weaver, but I imagine this would be a pretty easy game to set up the Ice Blasts with Glimpse plus stuns. That he needs a lot of items. I think Beast Coast is going to be... What am I listening to?
That's
I'm like, I hear it, but what am I hearing?
Yeah.
I feel like the Doom's got a lot of weight on his shoulders this game. Because if he's not up in their face forcing the Ice Blasts and Avalanche combos on him, it's going to be happening on the morph.
That's a Doom mid, right?
Yes.
That's a Eastern
Carl
Europe
special.
Yeah.
Oh, Carl special.
Yeah,
as well.
Carl special.
That's true. But
I've seen them do that like 4 times.
in Eastern Europe, Iceberg was playing this forever. Like even when it fell out of favor, like they really still liked the Doom mid. They saw it as another Tiny, like just a beefy core that ignores the lane, goes through, and then comes and gets ganks.
Get
Ungankable.
loads of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, always nice. Do we like the Doom as the mid laner here? Because it does put a little, with a Morphling and a Tide on the other side, it does put a little bit more pressure on Toronto Tokyo being the one to make plays, right? And Doom is not your traditional playmaker. Are you okay with that? Like, you're happy with this draft then? With the Doom mid?
I personally think they have a lot of do-nothing cores. I'm agreeing with you there.
But I also think they have a way to accelerate farm with, like Tide can farm Ancients, Morphling can, maybe not against Ancient Apparition, but Morphling like generally can take pretty aggressive farm. But then Doom just like, he just creates gold from nothing. So I feel like going late, they're fine with it. Like Tide double Ravage, double Doom. I think if Spirit can just chill and farm their own side of the map, which is their playstyle, like they're super defensive in the way that it's like I know they run at lanes and stuff, but it's usually as a distraction to like secure their own side and get Yatoro farm. So
That's a good point. They actually start really committing to fights when they can bunch up as 5 and then actually take these engagements.
yeah. But it's like 15-minute timing rather. Like some teams like do it 5 minutes.
That first AA ulti already netted a kill for bottom.
Yeah.
That's a lane that should never get a kill. Like a CK versus a Tide, but that AA mid
Oh,
already
look at this
paying massive
rotation
dividends.
though.
Oh, run, Chris.
That
There's a
Sentry
haste rune.
actually still giving the vision there as well. Yeah, well, he still might get his haste rune because Toronto Tokyo is a little late to the party, and well, that means
That's actually a really
back to
good
the
play.
lane, please. All right, that's unfortunate for Team Spirit because the moment that you mentioned, like, they just want to sit back and chill against Beast Coast, they're not going to allow for that. That's going to be a tough one. So we're going to let this one simmer for a little bit because if Team Spirit won't reach their timing for minute 15, then, the Beast Coast will probably get a little bit of a lead. The question is how much. If you want to know exactly how much, you, of course, can go to Stream C on Dota TI4. Make sure to check that out. But I kind of wanna check in with the other stream going on right now. That is not the game that we most want to watch because the draft is still going on there on Stream B. But Stream D has got Team Secret and Fnatic, and this game is especially important for Fnatic. This is Fnatic's last series, as mentioned during the pre-show. Fnatic is at a point where they're okay for lower bracket, but there is still a chance they're going to get pulled down into a tiebreaker for elimination. If they can at least win one game of this series, they will be mostly safe. And it's going to be a tough ask because on paper it should be Team Secret coming out ahead. I believe that I, at this point, have talked long enough for my analysts to have looked at the draft and have gained a little bit of an
Joke's
idea.
on you, Sheever.
I want to ask, who's
Yes.
on the Bane? Is that DJ?
Bane is DJ.
So
yes.
I think the old Fnatic, back when ICE was on it, was actually one of the best Bane teams in the world because I've seen this team do this a lot.
Yeah.
They're the most patient team.
Ooh, that was dope.
There we go, proving my point.
Speaking of patience,
Yeah, I was really scared there.
The anti-caster curse,
Right.
very nice.
I think Fnatic, at least before, the support duel was still there. So
Yeah.
their plays with Bane are so incredibly patient. This is a hero that obviously, when you're not actually going for kills, you don't do much as support because you can't really push out lanes. There's no shoving or really farming that you can do. So I've seen them. I think I've seen Jabs on Bane wait for a solid 2 minutes just to cancel a TP with Nightmare or Fiend Script. They know how to play the map really well with this hero, and they sometimes really send him far away. He's not as much of a ganker as other teams use him as. It's very interesting. So I'm really happy to see Bane on Fnatic. It's a learning experience.
Yeah, Fnatic has, speaking of learning experience, has had a great learning experience this group stages. This is a team that is one of the freshest because they only changed rosters right before the qualifiers, as the last roster swap, and that means you have a lot of things to learn and to get adjusted to with your teammates in a fairly short period of time compared to your opponents. And the best way to do that is by playing a lot of games. And obviously there was a bit of a lull in terms of competitive Dota, so they haven't been able to until the group stages, but they are adapting so fast, Jenkins.
it would be the most depressing thing if they got knocked out just because they've won so many teams.
Yes.
That it's like, if we do get to see them, hopefully in the playoffs, they could go a very long distance.
Because they learned in every series, right? So the best of three is where they're going to shine best.
It's like, what would happen if they had gotten a game 3 and all of those 1-1s?
Yes.
Would they just be like, 4 or 5 wins instead of 5 ties at this point?
They're dominating the early game. They've got 3 of the top 4 CSers, and offlane Io I think starts off a bit slow, but I like the Nisha rotation to top. It's just a very free tower that Fnatic has no desire to contest, and I like this Terrorblade game. I think he's going to have I think he's going to be the strongest hero like 40 minutes in. Sven's going to fall off pretty hard if he doesn't get off to that snowball, but that's secret for you. They're going to run at you with a non-ulted Sven. That's what I'm kind of predicting, which you wouldn't expect, but they don't stop.
Also important to note, we were talking about how important this win could be for Team Fnatic, but for Secret, they are actually, at the moment in their group, PSG LGD is already guaranteed upper. VG Gaming is most likely going to get upper, not mathematically yet, but they'll probably get there. Team Secret, together with Bisco, Spirit, and Elephant, they have potential of having these 4 teams fighting over the 2 slots of upper bracket remaining. So if Team Secret can get a win here, they got 2 series left today. They will be facing Vici Gaming later today, which is arguably, well, not arguably, is the tougher opponent compared to Fnatic. Secret needs these wins too, and it's looking pretty rough. And you're saying this Terrorblade is going to be scary minute 40. Maybe minute 14 is also it's a bit earlier, but this is minute 10. They're going for it. All 5 mid lane.
Yeah, we've seen Terrorblade struggle early. I think he's going to get off to the start he needs. That's the thing. Is like I think he's scary then because he is set up to be strong now.
When the hell do you see this? They're 5-manning mid. I feel like I can't ignore this.
Why are you surprised at a 5-man mid against Secret?
I'm sorry,
That's the only way
Jabs
to beat
is
Secret.
farming. They're creating space for their position for Nature's Prophet.
He's going to have a Spirit Vessel at like 11 minutes in.
Yeah, and he's even in the dead lane.
IODK.
So
They
he's creating
just
space.
showed up with their carry Terrorblade and tied mid, and their Prophet was farming. That is so cool.
It's working out. They are able, like, Team Secret, like, you're saying, okay, they're going to run at them with Sven, ulti or no ulti. That's great, but Team Secret needs a little bit more time normally
You
to...
got to get in the space right there.
That's
though.
a solo kill, though. That's pretty rough.
Yeah, Matu needed that as well. He's going to have a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Okay,
We
Team
got to stop
Secret is...
praising Fnatic here, guys.
Yes,
No,
we're
the
constantly
twins
cursing. Okay, Team Secret is answering fire with fire at this point. Unfortunately, we did indeed cast a curse. Chuen, a little bit.
You wish he got that regenerate.
His Storm performance, though, in this Storm has been like stellar. I think he's in my top Storm. Like, he's gotten a fair amount of those Ags, like black holes onto 4 people in 1 game. I think one of the games they won, particularly, was off that. One of the Chinese teams.
I don't remember which game it was.
All right.
I know the 4-man jump that you're talking about.
You can see it in your head,
Yeah,
right?
I can see it in my head.
Who needs Enigma anyway?
Honestly, yeah, he's been the Storm Enigma, and he's been styling. I think this is. I also really like Fnatic's vision control of the MP. I haven't seen many MP supports this tournament. And if you
Oh,
get
G's
the
one of the few teams, I guess, that's been doing it.
if you get the early towers, then you stop the IO relocate from being so powerful. You can have the trains to scout the whole map. That's what NP support does anyway. He has the best warding of any support with Monkey King maybe.
4 position is odd though. It's really odd.
You rather have him 5?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's just weird. Like it seems like the 4 position now is becoming like
I just don't think
very strange utility heroes. Like Nature's Prophet, what's his utility? Like stacking camps, blocking camps, scouting.
That 20 talent.
Monkey King, yeah, of course.
The Sprout, 75%.
Monkey King, what's his utility? Like standing on trees, like A-toasting people, scouting ahead. It's like the what they provide to the game is so strange, but it's very impactful, obviously.
I don't think Fnatic is a traditional 4-5 though, because I think Jabs and DJ are both 4 players.
They're both 4s, yeah.
Yeah, so they both
exactly.
adapt. And I do feel like the MP is perfect for Jabs because he was a Tinker Spammer back when he was playing mid. So
Yeah.
I mean, wasn't he top 3 in the SCA leaderboard, something like that, as a support player?
Jabs is.
Yeah, Jabs.
Yeah.
He's crazy.
Yeah,
good
Jabs
mechanically.
is like rank 6 in
rank
like
6.
in EU right now.
Yeah, and which is the world,
Which is the
basically.
world, which is
Yeah.
all of the good players. So
Yeah.
it's like he's one of the only position 4s that I've seen.
That is actually
ranked
crazy
that
because
highly.
mostly it has been cores and mids specifically.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So it says a lot about like Jabs is a beast.
Yeah.
He's a beast.
Right.
You could argue he's like the best player in SCA right now.
We're gonna watch this smoke gank,
I could see.
and hopefully it will deliver. That we wait for this because it might just be very anticlimactic. That's fine too. But do want to point out for people at home as well, if you want to switch early and not wait for us, that's fine as well. Stream B does now have the Quincy Crew SG game,
All
and
right.
this smoke gank indeed it did not deliver. Team Secret only just took over the jungle a little bit with it. That's fine too. A little bit of control. This game that we were watching, Team Secret and Fnatic, is on Stream D, which is Dota TI5. Make sure to check that out if you want to continue watching that. But let's be real. It's today, and yesterday we eliminated one team. Today we're going to eliminate another team, and we don't know yet who that is, and we want to watch every second of the potential deciding series, which is Stream B, Quincy Crew versus SG. So let us move on to Quincy Crew SG as they just kicked off here. And we got the Storm versus Ember. You got the Spirit matchup in the mid lane. We talked about this mid matchup being fairly important with the with Quinn maybe not having the most stable performance so far, right, Jenkins?
What is he up against? Storm versus Ember.
Ember.
Oh, Storm versus
Ember.
Ember. Oh, I hear that's like very Storm favored.
I think so,
That's
too.
what I've heard.
The lane is Storm.
The lane is Storm favored, yeah. Well, you know, the game is. I've seen Storms like zip and kill Embers and Void Spirits more often than the other way
I'm just
around.
saying, if you have chains plus like follow up, it can be pretty terrifying. And
Yeah,
they've got like
sure,
AA,
sure.
Monkey King, Centaur.
Right.
So the chains will make it very reliable for these unreliable stuns from the Centaur to land.
1,000,000%. I just think it's difficult for Ember to like, you know, just beeline it down lanes with a Storm. It's like, where the hell is he? Where is he going to zip on me and like set
So
up
you
on me?
already feel like Quinn's set up for failure a little bit because Quinn's the Ember.
Yeah, I think so, but you know what? Maybe that's what he needs. Maybe he needs to not have the pressure on him to be the one that's like, you have to carry this game.
Okay. So who's the
good point.
pressure on? Like who can take it?
Yaller.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think this is
The
low.
Spectre.
What? Is
I
that
think it's
on the
Leslau.
center?
Or I think it's Leslau. If he has a really good game, like he's going to be the one that can take this over. Because if he gets like an Ags and I'd even just say like a Heart, just some tanky item, I think he's going to be the X factor because he enables, I think, both the Ember to be a threat because he's the follow-up, and also the Spectre Haunt, the illusions will stampede through you. So.
That's a very good point, actually.
Gyro IO, though, is a very difficult lane to go up against a Centaur. It's just, I mean, maybe Costabile will go for...
What are you doing this?
Maybe,
Costabile.
maybe Costabile will go for the flak builds.
Don't worry, I've heard him call him in the past Costa Billy. So.
I've heard him called Costa Bile.
Yeah, that's what I keep hearing from him.
He doesn't like being called Bile. He is leveling Q.
I have to ask regarding the IO gyro combo. I've heard people say that they are not really. Obviously, it's a traditional combo, right? Used to be, right? But I heard people say that they're not really a big fan of the IO gyro combo now. They prefer IO with basically anybody else.
I don't love it because I find that the strength of IO Gyro was the whole farming. That's the best thing. You probably the fastest farming combo. I think the other combos are a bit better at the fighting aspect. The relocate ganks are good for this combo, but I do like the Sven or the Ursa more because of the timings that we're playing at right now. That said, if there's someone that likes to farm the whole map and not do anything for the first 20-25 minutes, that's Costabile.
I will say Gyro's win rate's 23%.
It's bad.
It's
yeah,
looking
it's
bad.
rough.
It's very
pretty
low
rough.
across, I believe, 18, 17 games.
Is
for the
it
group stage.
possible? I might be stretching the capabilities of what website you're using at the moment. How many of those were with an IO? Or were they all with an IO?
Oh, I can look that up.
But it's
Well,
most, to be honest.
IO's,
I bet
IO's win rate's not so good either. It's like 43%.
Oh, really?
Because 39% actually.
Because Gyro's
Maybe, yeah. But no, I do think with Gyro, it's like sometimes there are cases where there's complicated reasons, like the meta has shifted, et cetera, why a hero is bad. I straight up think Gyro's just been over-nerfed. I think it's just, he's nerfed so much that the hero sucks. Like, playing it feels extremely bad. You can barely hit 2 camps with the flat cannon now. It's like, it's really rough. His damage is low. Like, you need to go for a Crystallis now to just do the same damage that you used to do. Dragonlance got nerfed. The Dragonlance disassemble build was the build that people would go 4 Dragonlances within the whole build. So I think he's just fallen off. The hero's just kind of bad.
I do think that a lot of the core-to-core matchups that he has now are bad as well. And when you play that as your sole win condition with an IO, it leads to that being a reality.
Yeah.
With the nerfs, and also because Gyro is not the best anti-carry. Like, compare him to TB, for example.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I do like this, though. I like that Costabile is going for the Q and that he's... I think it's very likely, even though he is the hard farming type of carry player,
Like,
I
he'll
think
fight.
he's probably going to fight because against Spectre, you kind of have to, because if you let Spectre get to... I really like Blade Mail on Spectre versus a Gyrocopter. I don't know if he's going to get it. It's kind of not the build, but I remember 2 months ago, Spectre was actually a really good matchup versus the BSJ Gyro build, which is just to flack out the lane. It's like you would play for Spectre's timing, and then she'd have a Blade Mail when you want to fight her, and she would kill you. She would just sit on you and kill you.
In the last 10 games that's been played, IO Gyro is actually in the last 12. It is 2-10.
Yeah, so it's Gyro that's tanking IO's win rate.
Yeah, but
You're right. I think,
Yeah.
that's 100%.
It's like
one of
it's
those
friends
wins
from
was
high school.
IG.
If you eliminate all
That's
the
like-
Gyro games, Iowa would have a 60% win rate.
True.
Oh, that's quick maths.
He didn't actually calculate that. He just threw out a random.
No, I do the math. 62.69.
Repeating.
Yes.
Sure. Yes. Indeed. Everybody is
So
going to be
coincidental
very
that all
believing
your
on that.
percentages always have 0.69 in them. That's just crazy.
But if we're talking back to the game, one thing that
Thank
I think SG did that is also pretty decent with the IO Gyro, if we consider Gyro might not be the best carry, is Storm can be a nice secondary win condition as well.
Yeah.
It can cover that carry deficit in the late game. And Mars can too. They've done this a couple of times. They'll give Costabile something that can't really carry the game entirely, and they'll just put Tabo and ADR and something else that can also carry
Right.
the game.
And I think I said this yesterday when we were watching SG. Like,
With Tabo.
I like Tavo on these heroes. I mean, I feel like every other team other than this iteration of SG that he's been on, he's always like the hard carry. And you know, if he's getting killed like this, maybe it's not so hot for him, but he's fine. He's fine. But he can do like the Deso build, and he's perfectly okay having a ton of pressure on him in the game.
How often on these panels have you guys been giving like updates, like small ones about the other games?
We do them when they finish.
Yeah, updates when they finish. If I see a good fight, I'll ask to swap. But are you curious?
I was just saying that I was wondering because all 3 of the other games are actually
Yes.
pretty stompy, one way or the other.
Really?
Yeah, like Fnatic's up by 6K at 20 minutes against
They kind of seem
Secret, and then
Okay.
Wow.
Team Spirit's up by 7K at 20 minutes against Beast Coast.
The boys
And
on
then
Fnatic.
Elephant-
Wait. So Fnatic is in the process of beating Secret.
Yes.
Spirit is in the process of beating Beast Coast.
Yes.
That would be, by the way, my opposite prediction for both of those
both of those,
series.
yeah, same here.
How about Elephant PSGLG?
The Elephant PSGLGD is exactly what we were saying, where we thought the Ursa lineup would get off to a good start, but then the Morphling lineups, they've made a comeback. So
And
LGD is
Morphling lineup
probably
is the
looking good move.
PSGLG.
Yes.
So
they're looking to
that's
come back
the
well.
expected results. But the other two, I'm
That's the
surprised.
LGD classic.
Yeah, I just figured that all those games are very decisive so far at 20 minutes in.
I am very surprised by that. Well, the Beast Coast versus Team Spirit, does the Doom have anything to do with that? With the net worth differential? Because a lot of net worth on Doom is not that valuable.
Do you want to quickly check? I
you
mean,
talking-
we have the luxury, we have the
Are
technology.
you talking about the Secret game?
He has a
No, the
BKB,
Beast
I
Coast.
can tell
Oh,
you
Let's
that.
Beast
check
Coast.
Stream C for
Yeah.
a little bit. We're jumping right into a team fight, I believe, as well, by the looks of things. because they are they're fighting.
Hector is the most farmed. Very good. Who would have predicted that? Somehow on Chaos Knight. Yeah. Oh, he's got a Midas? Yeah, that's about right.
How is he higher net worth than a Doom?
How is he highest net worth when they're down by 5K?
We don't even question it at this point.
I'm gonna make a video on this one, man. Like what? How?
Brian, this is every Hector game. I don't know what you're giving.
But
me-
he's CK.
Have you watched Beast Coast? You
I'm
asked me the
saying
same
he's
thing about-
usually like Spin or something.
No, he does this
No.
on CK consistently.
He did it on the
CK,
first
Madden,
tournament.
he does this
I'll
on-
tell you.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
But he's played a bad in this tournament.
No, but he would do that before.
And then you'd be like, how does he
I've seen
farm
him do
that?
that.
Yeah. I can tell you how he does it on CK. Every time his ult is off cooldown,
He pushes his ult.
presses it.
Okay.
It's like a battle fury to him. Like it's on cooldown. See, it's always on cooldown. God, Hector's such a.
You know, if you ask him, he would tell you that the Phantasm is to farm.
I know
Like,
he
he's like,
would.
it's a farming ultimate.
I
of
know
course.
he would. God.
Wow, I said they
I
were
don't think
losing.
this game
but
is like honestly that.
No.
Yeah, it's pretty even now again. Like after that team fight, and now with the ages especially, I feel like Beast Coast is in. They still have their tier 1 mid as well.
Yeah, this is just one of those
pretty decent.
scenarios where Chris Luck is on like a support mid. It went really horribly, and he's just a support now. Like, he's just a support. Look at his
It's
network.
fine.
Yeah. But it's like Hector having the entire like the pressure of the game on him. He's fine. This is how they play.
Nice static storm.
okay. I was just baiting you guys into going to that game.
No, but it's fine because it's an interesting moment to tune into this game because I feel like it's a little bit of a crossroads, right, for this game.
Yeah, somehow the team that's down by 5K feels like they're in control of the map.
Yep.
Yeah.
And,
I guess that's just Hector Dota, because even though you're down by 5K, he's at the top.
Do you want to check the same thing for Stream B? I know we're making the switches overtime perhaps at the moment, but I'm seeing in the corner of my eye that on the Secret versus Team Fnatic stream. Sorry, yes. I mean, there's a 5-man smoke going on the other one. This one's still fairly even. They're 10 minutes into the game with Quincy Crew and SG.
You were right about the Centaur, huh, BSJ?
Is he owning?
It's taking over for
He is taking over. He is top net worth.
I wonder if he went for. He goes. Oh yeah, he goes Vanguard Hood and just runs at people. Okay, and he did.
That's
and
the
he
only
did-
way Centaur scales.
Yeah, I don't-
The minute you buy a blink, you're done hitting.
Right,
creeps
but
for the rest of
there
the
are
game.
other offlaners other than like Lelis that will like even in a good game be like I'm gonna give this back to my team, whereas Lelis is like yeah I'm
gonna take a
Maybe
I'm
they
gonna
had
be
to
a
talk
tanky
about
boy.
this. Maybe like because Laylis is, I think, is the highest MMR other than Quinn, right? He's like ranked.
What do you
5
think
in-
that they decide these things based on MR?
No, I'm saying that he's like a hero. He's a player that plays offlane in pubs to carry the game.
Yeah, sure. I feel like Lelis has been doing this build for. We saw him do it in DPC quite.
Saying, like his
quite a
hero
bit.
pool's like nature's prophets that go like satanic and a BKB.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the kind of offlaner that he is.
He's been more sacrificial in the DPC. Like we've watched him kind of adapt to that role. Although he adapted very quickly. I feel like Lelis is just a really adaptable player in general.
But I'm saying for today, what if they said, Laylis, you're gonna pick Centaur, you're gonna carry.
Take the pressure off of Quinn.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's fair. Thank you, PPD. That was PPD. Yeah.
Okay. That we brought him here.
There's a low-hanging fruit joke that you could have made there at Alliance, but glad you didn't take it. It's low-hanging.
Go into depth about that one, will you? What do you mean?
Can you explain it to me, please? I haven't watched the UDPC.
Don't make him explain.
I'm fine. I'm good. Okay, back to the game.
Back into the game because after the laning stage, it looked like SG had a good start, but it seems very even now. This game is undecided.
I don't think the gyro being up in net worth is as powerful as CK being
Yeah.
up in net worth. I think this is what you'd expect.
It's
from the
expected,
gyrocopter.
yeah, I
And
agree.
I do find that the gyrocopter versus Spectre matchup is really bad. I was thinking about Leshrac as the other one that like Spectre loves playing against.
Yeah, any like
Uncontrollable
damage, Spectre just loves it.
Also, they have AA, so he's never gonna get the point where he has Satanic and he's unkillable on Gyro. He's never like 6-slotted,
Yeah.
just
point.
sitting there stunned,
True.
killing you.
Yep.
And the Centaur is also another one that's good against this kind of uncontrollable damage as well. He tanks it really nicely. It's not the best gyro game, but I haven't seen any game that I was like, oh, what a great gyro game.
That's because it has a.
Maybe
23%
this will be the first one at the end. On hindsight, it will be actually Gyro was the hero that made it all work.
I mean, Costabile is a brute force kind of carry, right? Like he's used to, he'll pick a hero that he likes just because he likes it, and then he'll he'll just play it
It's
and
true.
pump so much.
He makes it work.
Yeah.
He'll go his own builds and make it work.
I don't even think it's the best hero sometimes. He just thinks, oh, this is the hero I can farm the most with.
I remember Juggernaut was the one for me. I'd always get him on my pubs, and he'd go Jug Battle Fury when nobody was picking Jug and nobody was going Battle Fury, and he would carry.
He would carry.
Oh,
Oh, the save. But
he's fine. He's still he's still kind of shattered.
He's
I think
dead.
I think he's still dead.
not fine.
He did that.
yeah.
Oh, I forgot I'm on a 2-second delay.
Oh, he's doing the same thing I was doing. He's doing the same thing.
told me about
You
this.
for this.
I had one job.
That's pretty funny.
What an
good.
oracle BSJ is, huh?
Thank God. Thank God he's on here, making me look smart.
ATR though is pulling out all the stops of the storm. I feel like he's doing a lot. Him and Davo are making a fair amount of space and making up for what Gyro might be lacking here.
Yeah.
It's
They-
going to come
they
down to
need do
40R
that.
finding or ADR finding the AA in the back. That's why they picked the Storm in the draft, right? Because there was almost certainly the IO pick first, into the Ancient Apparition, into the Storm. And so if he can bring down the AA, then suddenly the Gyro feels much more comfortable not happening what just happened.
Quinn face checked the rune, and it was the one he needed the most, a regen, I see.
That's how you become #1 MMR.
Yes, it is.
Done.
Thank you, Gaben.
Easy.
Some teams use more favored.
Quinn
numbers.
buys a lot of compendium points. For sure.
He loves Gaben, and the best meme is Quinn seeing Gaben appear on stage. I've never seen someone more excited for anything.
Yeah.
He was very excited.
It was a great picture.
It's good stuff. It's good stuff. But, I mean, this game is still very even. So very very young.
You know who's
I
not
know
young?
this is an elimination series, but I do feel like this one is has slowed down to a little bit. Am I the only one?
We're chilling a
feeling
bit.
like that?
We're chilling. We got an NA versus SA classic
Yeah,
Farm.
going on. Oh, yeah. We're hitting creeps
we're hitting
up in
creep.
this game.
I love
Elephant
it.
seems to be running away
What?
with their game. They just took a lane of racks,
Yeah.
up
Oh,
by
we can check that.
double-digit net worth.
We can
Maybe
do.
tuning that.
Really?
How about we do a quick rotation
Okay.
of all the other streams just to make sure that you're up to date with everything, because we look at the draft, we expect the game to play out in a certain way, and sometimes that's completely wrong. Oftentimes that's completely wrong, which is fine. But we
Yeah.
do need to, just update our opinions on how things are going. So let's start with Stream A. Just do it simple like that. Stream A has got PSG LTD versus Elephant, and
Wow.
Elephant is doing it.
We have 3 upsets, it looks like.
Really doing it.
They seem like they're doing it.
They're
So
doing
we
it.
thought, okay, Ursa does good early, but then eventually the Morph Willow will be.
Okay, that was ridiculous. Where's that reality?
That
rift?
was the Morph Willow, proving a point.
You know what? Actually, I still agree with the sentiment of earlier that even down a racks, you can't count LGD out with Morph Willow.
Yeah, the problem is they're probably going to get every Roche on Elephant. That's like the uphill battle that
That
they're
is
going to
the
be
uphill
dealing
battle,
with. 'Cause
yeah.
they have the RP, they have like a pretty hard wombo combo, but
They need to win a Roche fight.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
Which
they
is not
don't
that
get out.
easy. Which is not that easy with the deficit and also down to racks.
And down an outpost.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
he has the
that's-
quickening charm on CK. That's value.
He went for the Etherlens
Farm it.
build you were talking
Yeah.
about. It's interesting. The reality rift is ridiculous with that Etherlens.
Yeah, the thing is that you want to go it later though. You want like Armlet BKB Blink or
Is he-
something
is he
like
going-
that.
is he
but
going Ags?
He
Is-
just went
is my
Armlet
question.
Etherlens, and that's
And
because
Shard.
they're losing pretty bad.
Yep.
So he doesn't feel like he can enter the fight with his
Did the
hero.
The Ag CK just like doubles your team's damage. It's really cool. Especially with a Morphling, you just get another Morph.
How did you calculate that exactly?
It creates an illusion of every hero on your
Right.
team.
That hits for 100%
Yes,
damage.
it literally
Well done.
doubles. Yeah.
All right, let's see.
Quite
This
good.
is a 5-man on 5, well, 4-man smoke. Sorry, they forgot to put the Mars in there. It's all good. Yang does no
Or
no
Yang.
smoke.
It's also good save, by the way, that CK Ags. You can use it when you got cut
Yeah,
the spell.
sure,
You
for
gave
sure.
you the invulnerability of Phantasm
Yeah.
for a second.
That's the least fun part of it, though. It's fun to just blow up the enemy Ancient Apparition or Silencer.
I mean, some
in
teams are
one
doing
shot.
that with, like, actually against Silencer, for example. They buy some sort of spell in CK and then
And then
go
they
Ags.
dispel their team.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
exactly.
fair. God, you know what's funny?
This is funny because they're both doing the same thing and they're not getting anything.
That was like a ring around the rosy.
It was like, I was like, oh my god, we got 5v5 smoke, 5v4 smoke. And then you're just going the opposite way.
They just swapped the sides of the map.
Yes.
We're gonna invade you.
Yes.
I remember what I was going to say, which is funny,
Oh.
Brian. If you could micro, if somebody had the ability to micro the CK Ags illusions perfectly, it could be the best theoretical hero in the game. Because have you guys like just ever seen an enemy like Crystal Maiden hitting mid and it turns out to be a CK illusion? But it's like it's only because that's the CK sent all the illusions down mid,
Yeah,
but the CM's just the first one that got there. But then people go on it because it's like, oh, there she is. She doesn't have illusions. There's, if you could micro them to make them look like heroes, it would be very confusing. In fact, I remember an Arkosh gaming game.
Hey, there's a
I'm
very
just wondering when I'm supposed to laugh
there
at
is
this.
a very
It's not that
easy
funny.
solution for that. Shared hero control. You tell your team, guys, every time I'm a press ult and you get your illusions,
That's
please
on
use
you.
them. Yes.
Actually, I learned something from watching Team Arkosh Gaming of NA Division 1 DPC.
What team is that again?
Team Arkosh Gaming.
I've never heard of it.
In which
And what
division do
I
they play?
learned is that when you're playing against Chaos Knight, you should turn the player names on. Because if you have hero names, it will show the names of the heroes that the illusions are made of. If you have player names on, you see the name of the CK. So you can tell the difference between illusions.
You're normally playing with hero names on rather than player names?
I do because if you play against
He
people-
forgets what the heroes are in the game.
No, because if you
He doesn't
play
wanna
against
talk
You
about
need
it.
some reminder.
if you
I
play
get
against
it.
Miracle or somebody, you're like, oh God, that's Miracle. Oh no, I need to doom him, and then you remember that you're Pudge and not Doom.
Why?
But that's because you have the pudge above your head. So you know you're
No, Brian, I don't forget heroes.
You literally said you play with the hero names.
This game is very exciting, I must say. That LGD is putting up a great high ground defense.
Jenkins
but
is not making it sound like
and
it
was
is.
able to do the Roshan. You said that their trouble was going to come from them not being able to take Rosh.
Suddenly this
Take a
game's a bit
road.
upside down
Yeah.
because Ursa's forced to buy back. If he doesn't get this Aegis after buying back,
Actually, it's
the
gonna be too late,
Bloodthorns
surely.
from Nag, nothing to say.
Are they going to jump in time? No.
What a
Yeah,
play,
no.
Val.
Oh, they're going in after.
Yeah, they're going in after. They might be able to burn the Aegis straight away, but they're. I mean, he's already morphing it. No, they're
he's
morphing
fine.
it straight.
He's got a
Yeah.
backpacked Ags. Who's he giving it to?
Use it
CK?
to sell the Ags.
DK
Nah,
Ags?
dude,
Did he get
sell
it? Did
the
he get it?
Ags.
Sell your own Ags.
Easy
yes.
20,
Did he actually do that?
100 gold.
Yeah.
No, he gave it.
No.
Wait,
Did he?
Did he actually
Wait.
sell the eggs?
No. He doesn't have
You
it.
probably give it to ET.
he
honestly.
put it in the base, I
You'd
think.
probably give it to ET.
I think ET's
It's
gonna
in the
go
base. It's in
snag
the
it.
base.
There it
Someone's
is.
gonna pick it up.
Race to it.
Willow.
Oh, Willow.
Oh, that.
Okay.
Oh, he's
he's
got a
got
Mask of
a
Madness.
Mask of
I love it. I love it. That is
Okay.
Chad. That is Chad.
That is a great move.
Yeah. Okay, so now.
Who needs illusions when you have 2 Willow battery assaults?
Seriously, yeah, that's the one thing you don't get from the illusions. So
And he's level 16. Just give him a couple of tomes to lay the game long enough.
yeah, dope.
Wow.
Get him some extra farm.
Well, Willow's actually better than Morphling.
Because the
too.
Shadow Realm duration.
Yeah,
talent.
because of the
Yeah.
talents.
I
Also-
died in
also
that
you-
one game because I didn't realize how long it lasted. I'm like, why is this lasting so
Yeah,
long?
it's forever, bro.
Yeah.
I don't think you can jump the Willow with as much confidence. You can, like, if the carry's dead, the carry's dead. You're done. But if you have to do that for a 4,
Yeah, you got two problems
Yeah,
now. Honestly, that's
exactly.
the issue.
and then CK is also putting you out of position constantly with the Rally Rift.
And then there's a second Willow and a second Morph for the CK eggs. Yeah, this is gonna be a very confusing game soon.
Ursa's gonna have to buy Battle Fury.
He really
eventually.
is. Get some 3 Battle Furies.
Well, if it's a very confusing game, then it might be better for people that want to continue watching it to watch it on the stream too, which
was
is
smart.
OD Pixel and Fogged. They'll be able to make
great
sense
casting
of it all. A great casting duo right there. I'm just checking to see. I think Elephant is not going to fight them until the Aegis is gone. So let's check in with another game right now because I'm gonna skip stream B and C because I want to go to D because it looks like Fnatic is crushing Team Secret right now. They were able to take a lane of Rax, and they already took mid lane of Rax. If I can see that properly, they already took Megas. It's done.
All right,
About done.
I'm
This
like-
game did not play out the way we expected it to.
Well, we did praise the TB.
Yes. Oh, we said it
I
could
think
be
in terms
good.
of drafts, I feel like Fnatic was looking really strong.
Yeah.
I mean, Fnatic has to take 1 game off each team. It's in their contract. I feel at this point.
They really
Oh,
do.
yeah.
They really do.
That's true.
I would hate to. I'm so glad that they're winning this. I know we're supposed to be unbiased. I'm so glad that they're winning this just because like
The storyline is the best.
the
possible.
storyline's awesome. They're just one-wanting everybody, including like Team Secrets.
This was also a very important game.
Hey, there's
to
still a
get
game
one
after this. They might be 2-0. They might
They
have
might be
upgraded.
2-0,
The
yeah,
doesn't
but-
actually matter though. for
But
them.
Gaben knows it's gonna be a 1-1 though.
hope
'cause
it
it's
is.
Fnatic.
The puns make them. As the only team with a tie player, the only team that's creating ties. I think it's.
That is good. You're right.
Wow.
I mean, this
feel like
is
I learned
this is
something
very
like that.
impressive, and I want to reiterate how important this win is for Fnatic. They want to avoid elimination, and they are not really in contention, but could be in a tiebreakers depending on the results of today for other games. Team Secret, though, they really also need at least one win, and hope. Well, they don't think they're gonna get two at this point, but very important for them as well. They have 2 series today, and they are. Not yet secured in for upper bracket, and it is looking like there will be 4 teams fighting for that upper bracket slot, and every win is a much needed win. Yeah. And this one looks. I mean, they're holding on. They're trying. What's the comeback potential? Like we got a Sven, of course. You can get some nice, juicy cleaves with your Silver Edge.
I mean, this is a pretty good anti-Maya Creeps lineup because you have a fair amount of splash, tango, right? It's possible. You just wait for like a good team fight when the enemy team overextends. Ideally, you get the initiation of your life.
It's going to come down to Nisha being like a second hard right clicker.
Yeah, I
Sven
agree.
scales very poorly,
Okay,
terribly.
we're sorry. We're too late to skip to stream C, but Beast Coast did end up taking. Team Spirit did end up taking down Beast Coast. Nice. Yes, and that's only game 1 of
That
2
puts
game
them both at
series.
7-6, correct? Let me pull up my group
Yes,
stage.
yes, it does. They're 7-6. Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
so they're both 7-6. Secret is
Elephant's
now
winning,
going to be
so there's
8
gonna
and
be-
5. And then if they lose, and then Elephant will be 7-6 if they
If
win.
they win,
Yes.
if they win.
It
Yeah.
is basically Vici Gaming, Team Secret, Beast Coast, Spirit, and Elephant are fighting for 3 slots in the upper bracket. Vici Gaming only needs like
Very
1
simple
game, and then they're good.
They're fighting for 2 slots.
No, only.
Oh,
if you
Vici
count- if
Gaming. Okay, sorry, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
including Vici Gaming because Team Secret still has to face Vici Gaming. So, Group B. I mean, there are so many possibilities in Group B that every game very, very much matters. A question: do you guys want to check in with Quincy SG, or you want to see the end of Secret Fnatic? Like, what's the odds of Secret Fnatic making that comeback, or we don't believe in it?
They're getting Roche, and they're going to have Refresher Shard on Raven. I'm pretty sure
okay.
we can call that one.
Let's go Quincy SG. If something changes, we'll of course keep you up to date and we'll let you know. If you want to check in with the stream yourself, you can do that on Dota TI5, where the game is live together with Trent and Lyrical. But SG, Quincy crew, very important. It is very likely that one of these 2 teams will not see the main stage from a player perspective. And this series means everything. And we looked at this game 10 minutes ago. We said it's gonna be a little bit of a farm on both sides. They just want to get their items. It still looks like it's very even. What's the biggest development you feel like we've seen here since we last checked in, Avo?
I don't see any development.
I was gonna say, I see nothing. It looks
I
the
was
same.
wondering if you were going to come up with
It
something.
looks
I'm
the
like,
same.
I haven't paneled with this guy yet.
I was like, thank goodness she didn't ask me.
I love it. Isn't that? But that's very characteristic for these 2 teams, right? You guys all said like they know each other, they played each other. Okay, it's NASA. Yes, we do have time to check out the other games going on because it's not gonna get decided. This Roshan though, that might be the deciding factor for swinging one way or the other.
I feel like this is looking very good for Quincy though. To be honest. Maybe it's because again my distrust of Gyro as a person. But,
Yeah, horrible guy.
Yeah.
He's flying around when like he's definitely using a lot of fuel.
Rude. As
Yeah.
well.
Very
Rude man.
anti-ecological.
Sedentary lifestyle. He can't be healthy.
Yeah.
No, but the gyrocopter, what is he gonna do against this Spectre Centaur? I just don't feel like he's gonna. Can he really solo carry the game? I thought ADR.
They're gonna jump in for this. It just goes the way of Quincy crew, and Radiant got the Roshan as well. So let's see if Quincy can actually make this into a big lead for them.
Blast missed.
Did ADR get away? Yes, he did.
He's dead now. I think.
Oh.
He has no satanic. Problem is you don't want to build one because you're against the AA, but I think he kind of just
Yeah.
has to and hope he misses.
Hope for the best.
What if you build Satanic on Gyro, then everyone else builds Force Staff so they can try to bait the Ice Blast out?
I don't know if you're joking. That actually
That's
sounds
usually
pretty
one of the best
goddamn
ways
good.
to deal with it.
That
It's
sounds
dope,
really
yeah.
good. Okay. Because that sounds really good.
I think he was serious.
Yeah, I was serious.
Yeah,
It wasn't
yeah.
like,
It's hard to tell with Avo.
How
It's
many
actually,
fluffy hats do you normally want to get on your mid AA, by the way?
You really want protective headgear, at least 2.
Zero.
There are 2. Okay, good.
He has
I actually
two.
didn't see that,
Maybe
but I
he's using
figured he
them
had
as
more than one.
gloves.
Oh, yes.
I like it.
Classic
He's
Chris
got
Luck.
cold. Oh no, he's got cold feet. They should send maybe use
Look,
it.
wait, Chris Luck is bottom net worth.
Shira, I hope you've been saving these for me.
Oh, wait a minute.
'Cause this is a
I'm gonna
pleasure
do.
to
Wait
be
a
a part
minute.
of.
Mid AA.
no, this
This is not a mid AA. That was Beast Coast.
Yeah.
I'm so out of it. Okay. Why are you talking about mid AA?
Because I'm
We're
confused.
swapping between
you-
games, man.
That confused the hell out of me. I thought we were watching Beast Coast together.
I just heard her made she needs to
Just
she asked for
instantly
her feet 'cause she
agreeing
has
with me
All right.
as well. So it's
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
Very
confused.
confused. This makes sense that he's bottom of net worth.
And this makes sense
Okay.
that he has 2 fluffy hats.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's not bottom of the net worth. He's
Bottom
he's
of
Bottom
his
of his
team.
team.
Okay.
Bottom of his,
No, the
of his
bottom
team.
net worth is Io because he keeps having to do this because his whole team is hell bent on going in and down.
Yeah.
He saved ADR 2 times already like that. And that is slowly creeping ADR's form back up. And I want him to do well, not SG, but just him, because he's the oldest mid laner in TI.
How old is that?
28.
Grandpa.
Yeah,
Wow.
exactly.
That's
and,
just so old.
right.
But
And Dota
he,
players
has
are.
he has a big history in the qualifier.
does.
Like this TI is huge for him, right?
Yeah, it's like for ADR, it's the second. He tried 3 times in a row. 2 times he was like 1 game away in the finals. And now finally he's here. And if he wins, I feel like you can finally tell all the age. Every team in Dota is super ageist about mid laners. Like, oh, if you're above 24, you're done.
Yeah.
ADR is what's gonna prove them all wrong.
I got a question for you, Brian. Who's the
Yeah,
most dodgeable player in this 10-man roster?
Define
Quincy versus
dodgeable.
What is
SG.
dodgeable?
Like avoiding list.
Like
or-
a void list, they are going to grief your pub, whether it's intentional or unintentional. Let's spill the beans here.
I'm curious.
Oh man, I need to. Are you really putting me on the spot now?
I'll tell you mine.
Who is it?
You first.
It's probably ADR.
Really?
Yeah, for me.
I have a good time with ADR. I would say Yawar. I like Yawar.
Yawar.
He likes me. But here's the thing. He binge queues until 5 a.m. And so if you dodge him, you get him on the enemy team. He's tilted. Not having a good time.
From playing with you all day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't like having Pudge on his team.
So you're fine when he's like on the start of the day.
Yes,
you're
yes,
fine
you
with him
wanna-
in your team, but at
Yeah.
5 a.m. you're like, hey.
You want to get Yawar on a downswing and then unavoid him on the upswings. That's what you want to do because he is up and down like crazy.
You
Why
guys
ADR?
are seeing OD Pixel and Fogged in your top left. That is because PSG LGD was able to take the victory in the end
Wait,
over
what?
Elephant.
Yeah.
I don't even know how. We
They
missed
got the
it.
one Roche and
But
turned it into a
we
win.
did say that their comeback potential and the Roshan that they got would set them up for the comeback. In the meantime, also Fnatic was able to close out the game as we expected. Team Secret not able to come back from Mega Creeps. First game taken there by Fnatic. And we're also, of course, waiting for game 2 to start on the C stream with Team Spirit versus Beast Coast that we saw Team Spirit taking game 1 up. Let's jump back into stream B. Big fight going on at the moment. And Quincy Crew still with that Aegis. They haven't needed to use it yet. Maybe this will be the fight.
There goes Chris Luck on the ancient apparition. He's going down.
What are you talking about?
Rough.
He's just talking fucking crap.
Okay,
He's just trying to confuse you further from what Shiva did earlier.
I'm just imitating DSJ's YouTube channel.
Here's a question for the rest of the panel. Do you think the gyrocopter is doing anything?
He has no capability of doing anything.
Right? I'm not as this to Costabile. I just feel like the hero feels
The
so
hero
weak.
No, his
It's-
counters needed to be dealt with, which means his teammates needed to have more net worth.
Yes.
And so you're not going to solo carry the game. And then if you look at the net worth, that's not available to you guys right now. But it is overwhelmingly the
there it is.
gyrocopter at the top. No, like I'm saying individual.
Oh,
hero
individual.
net
I see,
worth.
yeah.
You think that was a mistake? You think there was like Gyro should have played a more aggressive game, less farmy, and then gave it to his teammates?
Yeah, we weren't watching the entire game, but I definitely think he he shouldn't have been content being the only farmer on his team.
Right.
I would have been willing to be a bit more sacrificial to give ADR a better game.
I feel like Gyro was in a place where he won every carry matchup because he was just so good and his timings were just so good. Like the satanic Aghanims, like those timings were so good that even his like quote unquote counters didn't counter him. And then with the nerfs, now they just do, and so he's bad now. That's kind of how I feel, because I was spamming that hero whenever I was forced to play the carry position. And if I'm able, I out-carried Kuman as Gyrocopter. And if I'm able to do, if Jenkins Dota is able to do that.
How many games against Kuman did you have?
He
I feel
played-
like,
he
Maybe
plays
the
a lot.
one game that he brings up time and time
plays a
again.
lot.
I feel like I've heard this before.
His win rate was probably 1 in 17, but that one time he played Gyro.
It's
against
true.
Kuman.
Kuman
It's
is
true.
a very high-rated
He
Eastern
is.
European Dota 2 player, by the way, which is why Jenkins is very impressed with
Himself, yeah.
that he was able to beat
No,
him that
I'm
one
saying
time.
if I can do it, you can too.
That's the spirit.
Kuman,
Kuman. Yeah,
out there.
the thing, I think this patch is actually a lot about equally distributed networks. I think there's very few games that you want just one guy at the top. We've seen multiple losing teams, even in this first volley of games, where it was one guy at the top, like Hector, and also, in this case, the Kostabi play, that just lose, because you'd rather have your farm equally distributed. Like, we saw Team Spirit, they had a really passive lineup, but all three of their cores had a lot of fun. At the end of the game, it was Morphling, Tide, and Doom. And they just eventually run you over because you don't have enough resources to dedicate to 3 tanky dudes with farm.
Okay, we just saw Quincy Crew take a good fight, but they're not able to take a lot of extra buildings off the back of it. But they are in the process of taking. I feel like they're definitely in the lead. It's up to them to lose the game, if you will. And when you're talking about you need to divide your net worth more, I think SG can take a page out of that book, because everything is in that Gyrocopter that we say is just as a hero.
Not winning.
Exceptionally not great at the moment.
Stop picking out Gyro.
Yeah.
It's rapier time for him, but also if you're building a rapier against Ancient Apparition Spectre and a bunch of jump, you're probably just gonna lose it. But I don't see what else he can do to win the game.
Did Yawer go Blade Mill?
No.
He didn't even need to.
No. Yeah, like I feel like the Manta Scotty build
You
is,
can't delay it unless
is
it's like the Ags, maybe.
it's enough to. I mean, I feel like it's just enough to chew through a Gyrocopter pretty easily, even without the Blade Mail. It's just that the Blade Mail is an option. Like if your game isn't going so well and the Gyro's game is going well, you just get a Blade Mail and you kill him in the next fight. But you don't have to do it.
I do think this game is very Quincy favorite. I don't think SG can really come back from this on it.
Orchid on Monkey King. I like that a lot.
I've seen this before.
That plays into your theory, Brian, of just things that you can press from the trees and set up on side lanes. Like this hero is.
Does he have boots, by the way? No.
Nope.
No,
None of the
no.
Monkey Kings buy boots, pretty much. There's very few. They'll buy it for the lane.
Shouldn't you get it
Maybe.
eventually?
It kind
No,
of.
you're on the trees all the time.
Well, it makes sense because before with the 0.2 extra seconds between the jumps, boots would actually move you from point A to point B faster, but now it's just not faster. Like you don't need boots because you get there slower if you're walking there. It's only about like like when the small moments where you jump off of trees where you would use the boots.
But you can also jump from tree to tree while taking damage.
Yes,
but if
you
you're on
can.
the ground, you cannot jump off.
Yeah,
so
exactly,
You'd rather just
exactly.
not be on the ground.
SG going for a Hail Mary.
Oh, here they go. And there's nobody on the high ground, so this is a good start for them.
Yeah, because Monkey King normally is the one that will thwart smoke like this, right?
Yep.
Oh, hello. That's
Well, there's the Hail Mary.
that's it. Oh, actually, Queen going in. This BKB already used. There's a chance. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it's just a little bit of an uphill battle for SG.
The
here.
relo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but they
nice
just left
save.
Al behind.
Yeah,
He's fine.
he's in.
He's
oh,
fine.
he is maybe actually fine.
Nobody died.
What?
Okay.
Yet.
Spear? Dust?
The relocate back in.
Okay.
All right, they get.
Oh, what's
Hello.
going on over there?
ADR. Making space.
Oh,
Okay, that's why they were losing the other fight, because ADR was distracting them.
yeah, of course, naturally.
No, I mean, I'm genuinely.
Okay, well, I feel like it's probably not worth dying.
I feel like he's making good points, and Jenkins is just so confused that they're good points that he doesn't think you're serious, Avo.
They're making this fight
You
work.
have a very
though.
deadpan way of joking.
They're making
never
this
made a
fight
joke on
work.
this.
He has not made a joke yet.
That's a joke.
That was actually a joke.
Thank you, Brian.
BSJ can read me like a book.
I've got
Can.
you, man.
He really can. I mean, that's how he has to read all humans like a book because he can't feel emotions.
Only feels positive emotions, much like his voice line. Keep it PMA.
Yes,
Keep
Keep
exactly.
it
it
BSJ
BSJ.
on the Steam store for $1.
I should have hired you to do my voice line. That's what I should have done.
You know, we all should have hired the same person to do the voice. Just have like all of them from the same person. This was a great fight for SG, by the way. It might not have been 100% what they were aiming for, but they are able to delay the game longer and actually make an even trade despite being 14k gold down,
Yeah,
which
these
is
were-
a win on itself.
These are much needed clutch plays from Tavo and KJ. I think it's KJ playing the Wisp.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bringing
Oh,
They
Did I
get
just-
this
Obby
rush.
layout.
they
Spectre's
just
dead
came
for
out.
40. Wait, when did Spectre die?
He died at the end of that fight.
Oh,
He can buy back though, but he
I was so
doesn't have Haunt.
distracted by all those points.
I know. You guys are missing the tail end of that fight.
Oh, he has the Ags, even though he didn't have Haunt to get back in. So Gyro drops before Aegis is on deck.
That's unfortunate.
And
But you know,
Theodore got the Aegis,
I was gonna
though.
say if your support Snapfire, nothing more
Is
you
he out?
want. Yeah, he's
Oh,
dead.
he's dead.
Well, at least he didn't let it go to the enemy team. Could have been worse.
I think Gyro needs the Aegis a lot more than anyone else on Quincy Crew. So if nobody gets
The
Aegis,
Oligar. Oh my God! If he survives, I mean, there's good space.
There's no way he survives. It's space. The rest of his team is back farming in the triangle.
Does this not feel like every SG game when they're losing, where you're like, you count them out and then they make like two really good plays?
Yeah, exactly.
And then they lose anyway.
It's a roller coaster.
I
to
think
watch
their
this
mental
team.
fortitude is pretty insane.
It's good,
pretty
yeah, it's
wild.
I think they just it looks to me like they just have fun playing together.
I mean, me too. I think they like each other a lot.
They look a lot like T1, honestly.
They do actually, they do, but like not there yet, right? I feel like
Not
T1.
quite there, yeah.
T1 is the ultimate form of SG. It's what they aspire to be to.
They are. Yeah, they are.
Well, this high ground defense, it's gonna be difficult. Very difficult.
Yeah, they're looking to basically just save that bot racks and go for a Hail Mary. I think there's no really other hope. Although Costabile is respawning, so maybe Quincy.
Yeah, they got everything up. They're a little low on the buybacks. Only IO and Mars have it at the moment, so a bit unfortunate.
It's a very confusing net worth setting.
Yes, but this is done in preparation for the big fight that will happen soon with the buyback status. Which, by the way, because there's a lot of people wondering, so at the moment on the net worth status, you see who actually has currently got buyback with the golden lines next to the portraits. But sometimes during fights, you'll still see our observers switch to the actual buyback status, because not only do you see who has buyback, but you also see how close someone is to having buyback, be that via the timer, the cooldown timer that people have if they bought back earlier in the game, or perhaps they are close to having the amount of gold needed to be able to buy back into the game. So it's a little bit more detailed.
Yeah, whys are important in Dota. You know, why do or they don't have buyback.
Yeah?
And also, when someone dies, a little tidbit, and they're around their death portrait, there will also be a golden line,
Yeah.
and that will indicate if they have
If
buyback.
they have it as well.
So stop asking me if I have buyback in my games, please.
That
You can
sounded,
see it
that,
on
that
your
sounded like
allies.
deep-rooted
That was-
frustration.
Yes.
Passive
But
aggressive.
you can only see it on allies. You cannot see that on your enemies, by
True.
the way. Just let it
If
point
you
it out.
have a certain setting on your Dota, you might be able to see it on your
Map hack?
Yes.
But we would
So
never.
that's
condone
what I was
such
getting
Let's
at.
not do that. Let's not do that.
Brian.
Oh dear. Is he out? He's out. Oof.
That was close.
That was
Maybe
very
if
close.
Yawar had waited till he went back to base,
First.
Oh, I see. To haunt
it
it.
haunted into the fountain. Yeah.
Hunt into the fountain, let it hit you,
Well,
so you get that
also, he's-
reflected damage.
He's building
Genuinely
Basher.
good point.
It actually would have killed him. I
It
think.
would have killed him, and he could hunt back.
I think Jenkins thought I was joking again, but I,
I
was
did not
pulling
think
an
you were
Avo
joking.
and
Now you
giving
can't
a
tell.
relevant point that was serious.
Can we ever?
I guess.
You're the only one that's being confused on this panel. I didn't get him entirely.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're,
yeah,
we're
of
mind
course you would,
melded.
you big
Cheever's a
narcissist.
professional, and then there's Jenkins.
I love that Slacks called you a narcissist. I'm just gonna keep doing that.
I was the only one that wasn't called an narcissist.
Oh,
It was
okay.
mostly lizard.
Well, everybody got lumped in at the end.
Actually, sorry, Insania with 2 1s. and my
Let's
bad.
be honest question. If you're Lizard and you get caught looking at yourself, would that be considered like narcissism? When you're
I
a
would
Lizard?
look at myself. I was.
I would too. Okay, just we're on the same. Me and you get it.
I can't look myself in the mirror.
I mean, that's understandable.
That's why we're saying if you were Lizard.
I still couldn't. The depression.
Wow. Okay, that
I
turned real
think
dark.
that's a different couch you should take that talk to.
I'll see if Dr. K is available.
TwitchTV.healthygamer.gg.
Underscore, I believe in there.
That smoke gank you guys were talking about just happened. They couldn't find anybody. The Hail Mary for SG.
There is a
the
Dota
one
game
thing.
actually going on right
There is a Dota game going on, and there is so
Welcome
much
to the
pressure
couch.
on SG right now. Because even though this is a 2-game series, and obviously you'd like to win both, but you gotta win a game, at least one, because the loser of this series could just be facing elimination before the day is done.
I understand why Quincy is trying to be so safe then.
Yes, they're being very safe, right? Because they could have already taken high ground or maybe a couple more buildings, but they are not pushing it.
I feel like SG is a good lineup as well to delay, with like a Storm, you have the Relocate. I mean, nobody thinks of this as the best use of Relocate, but you can't just use it to cut lanes, and it's a pretty effective tool. I even seen IO sometimes do it, well, they'll like hide in the trees a bit as the timer's going away. And
then they go blow up the wave with spirits.
Exactly, and then they go back.
Yeah. Solo, literally alone.
Yeah, it's literally alone,
Yeah,
yeah.
no friends. It's important.
You just had to mention the no friends part of it.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
That was just such an unnecessary insertion.
please don't point that out, Brian. I'd like to forget that.
You understand, guys, that he says like an entire statement, and like the no friends part is the part that he really wants you to hear. It's okay, buddy.
He really does read you like a book. It's impressive.
He does this. He studied.
Yeah. As a Dota game,
Yeah,
Basher done on Spectre.
These teams have also studied each
That's a
other.
third smoke now.
Yeah, I think it's on cooldown for a while after this one.
At what point does it stop being a Hail Mary smoke?
I mean, it's still a Hail Mary smoke.
Every smoke is a Hail Mary smoke.
I think for SG, they have to win 2 Hail Mary fights in order to have a good comeback in this game.
I think you're right.
Because
Yeah.
they can't just win one game. It's like, oh, relief. No, it's win one game. Win one fight.
Oh, that's
and then,
a good start. Getting an arcane rune.
Yeah.
They're
or
baiting it.
using
They're
it as
baiting
bait. Who did they find? They found a Monkey King.
Beyond
a
this
good-
proc,
He's got Aeon and
BKB.
BKB though, so he's gonna buy a lot of time for the rest of his team to get there.
The Axe Stampede letting the MSS reset. That was pretty powerful, as they didn't even finish him. As the target they found as support Monkey King.
Yep. Two places the fight's going on right now. Can this Gyrocopter do enough damage to even get 1 kill is the question mark.
The Snapfire.
That's
Wink. Oh, he threw him back in.
Yeah, that was hype. He used that as a stun. That killed him.
I think
Last
he's just
game.
throwing him away, right?
GG.
I kind of feel like, yeah, that's the last fight. They kind of
Right,
knew.
right.
With everybody not having buyback.
You said they had fun, so that looked more fun than Thor.
That did look more fun, yeah.
That did look fun to just chuck him super far. Yeah. That is always fun.
The game itself definitely more fun for Quincy Crew. They end up with the victory there. Again, 2-game series. We'll see if SG can tie the series up, which would be super important for them because otherwise they will be the one out. And well, it depends on how Fnatic is doing. Actually, already Fnatic with the 1 win. Okay, so follow me here.
Okay.
Fnatic with the 1 win.
Yep.
Already now have 5 wins total, meaning that now with the 1 loss on SG, the max amount of wins
They can get his 5.
Yep.
SG can still get 5 wins.
is still 5. Oy.
So
Okay.
Fnatic has to win again.
So they could.
That was a
tie.
really good
Is that a
point. So
rat
they
on
have
a
to win
cannon?
out, and Fnatic has to lose.
Yes. If Fnatic lose, then the loser of this next game, or sorry, then if SG lose, they're out.
Yes. Who's SG's last?
SG's last opponent is Spirit. Yeah.
Well, what happens is if SG goes down 2-0 here, Quincy Crew would have to 0-2 their next series, and SG would have to 2-0 their next series for them to then be tied again to
Yeah,
go
they-
into a tiebreaker.
They need to win, but I would say that this probably is the best case scenario for spectators. I feel like if the first game went to SG, the pressure would be pretty insurmountable for Quincy. Whereas I feel like SG doesn't feel that as big a pressure.
Or
due
at
to the
least they
circumstances.
don't crumble as much under pressure from what we have seen compared to. For instance.
I honestly think Quincy's pressure is bigger. I can't imagine a bigger pressure than Quincy's. Maybe I'm dying if they were doing badly, but I feel like Quincy has a lot of pressure. I don't think it's fair to.
Okay.
And it mounts tournament to tournament. Like every time they come to a tournament, they're expected to do like a little bit better, I think,
Yeah.
than they do, or a lot better. And then constantly they get knocked out, and it's like they say that they had higher expectations, so they're going to this one. It's like, God, I don't want to have this happen again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was extra in during the Singapore Major. They actually did do well, but they were playing with the stand-ins, so it's like, we can do even better if we do have MSS with us.
Yeah.
And then the major after that, they
Animajor, they did well. Animajor was the one where...
they did okay, but you could put an asterisk to that because from what we saw, they were the only team that, well, one of the only teams that, they won their region, right? They won on the main stage only against someone else that didn't do groups.
They 2-1 no pain.
Because that was the major where everybody coming in from the group stage was just looking better than everybody that didn't play that group stage.
true.
Because the meta evolved to such a level that everybody was evolving. The standings here on your screen, by the way, as well. This is all updated. IG and PSG LGD still on top of their groups and already guaranteed upper. And Thunder Predator still eliminated. If you were not able to tune into yesterday's games, that unfortunately means that they are guaranteed out. No wins to their name. They do have one more series today against T1. But the rest is like so many possibilities still here for tiebreakers. Of course, we are mostly narrowing in today, this morning, on Quincy Crew versus SG. As you can see, those are fighting at the bottom of Group B. And they are waiting for Game 2 to start. In the meantime, on all the other streams, the games are almost concluding on the drafting side of things for their second game. The results were, I guess in the end, there was only one game that we thought was an upset, right, Avo? It was Fnatic upsetting against Secret. Because the rest, it was PSG LGD winning and Beast Coast winning, and we kind of thought...
Spirit won.
Spirit won. That was also an upset.
I think that that can go
It was
either
even.
way.
It's even.
Yeah, it's like an upset with regards to the results we've seen in this tournament so far, but
Yeah.
I think given the past, people would be like, yeah, that's about even.
I
Yeah.
think Beast Coast and Spirit are both the teams are like, I don't know.
You have, yeah, it's really hard
they
to
go
say.
into a game and...
With either of those teams, they could win out anything.
Yeah. I do feel like the Fnatic one was an upset,
Yeah.
but I think their draft was really good, honestly. I thought their draft gave them a lot of advantages.
It did indeed. Okay, how do you guys want to do this? Of course, we've got 4 games very soon as well. You want to start with the laning phase of Beast Coast
Yeah,
Spirit?
I'm
and then
actually really
just,
excited for that
shoot them
draft.
around?
Yeah?
Oh,
I think that's a really cool draft. We got Slark. Not very
Ooh.
many of those throughout the course of the entire tournament. Beast
Alright.
Coast, that's a K1 Hector special as well. And then also the highlighted hero for me is the Necrophos last pick.
Okay.
Necrophos has a really high win rate. I believe he's 4-1. Only 5 games, obviously, but when
on
he's
point.
picked, it's good. As opposed to the Gyro, who's picked a lot, and it's not good,
Yeah.
ever.
Less Gyro, more Necrophos.
I'm with you. I mean, I feel like there's just a lot of really tanky heroes that are unkillable if you don't have percentage HP, and Necro is just like the best percentage HP guy in the game.
That's true.
Like Tidehunter does extremely well against Kunkka. That hero just like builds to take long fights and be tanky. Even Terrorblade builds a ton of stat items, and you dumpster him in lane as Necro because you do magic damage and TB has high armor. It's a really great Necro game.
Kunkka does have
is 4-1. Yeah, he is 4-1 across 5 games.
That's not bad.
Kunkka has the damage mitigation though, which sometimes sucks as Necro. Like when because you do the calculation, you try to do the exactly precise.
Actually, damage or what is it called?
No,
What's
I'm
Necro's
talking-
not
I'm
Heartstopper?
talking
I know
about
you're
Reaper
talking about the alt. I know you're talking about the alt. But Heartstopper aura goes entirely through damage reduction.
That's true.
So it's actually good against Kunkka in that respect.
I think the Axe Necro build was the one that was really
HP
good.
removal, that's what it's called. I
HP
forgot what it's called for it. But that goes entirely through any form of damage reduction. But magic resist does work against it, funny enough.
Necro also owns Kunkka in lane traditionally.
Yes,
So
yeah.
Any strength hero melee.
And you
You're
just
gonna take
out-heal
death
the
pulse.
harass that
Yeah.
Kunkka does.
And you don't die to him at 6 either. So there's really like no point where it gets better for Kunkka. Usually you end up getting pressured under your tower, so we're going to look for the rotations from Schofield to potentially set up that level 6 Reapers. I don't think Necro will ever solo kill Kunkka, but with like even just a level 1.
With the +1
yeah.
of any hero, it's a kill. Yeah.
Once again, though, we do get the very traditional draft for Spirit. I mean, this is what they've been doing. You know, hard carry offlane that creates space and is a teamfight offlaner, and the mid laner that can go a bit ham. Tokyo likes to be the one leading the fights as opposed to Collapse most of the time. They actually use Collapse sometimes as a secondary initiation. And on that note, I think Collapse's best hero is Tidehunter. He's a ridiculous Tidehunter. He makes Tidehunter look like he is such a complex, diverse hero, even though we all know he's not.
Have you seen Collapse Mars?
Collapse Mars is really good
That's
too.
his best
I
hero.
feel like
I don't think so. I think Tide is better.
Really?
I think so.
I like both of those heroes for him just because I feel like the Collapse he builds this like Blink Octarine refresher stuff, and he's really good with this like utility scaling where you're just like stunning as many people as possible for as long as possible with these big items. So I feel like both of those heroes work for him. Same with Sand King. Like, he just plays these utility carries really well.
Actually, on that note, he has. I think he's one of the most patient offlaners that I've seen, which is why I think his Mars also very good on that note. Because I've seen him wait on Ravages more than usually people would, or even get arenas once everyone has BKBs and still be impactful, because he knows, like, instinctively the right time to use this big ultimate and never waste it.
Which is why I think, like, the Octarine Blink, Arcane Blink or whatever, like, these builds on him where he's actually getting a lot of net worth, he can use it effectively. Like, other people, maybe they're just going in and dying, and then obviously, like, having Refresher and Octarine and these items won't matter. But it matters on Collapse.
It's a very even mid lane at the moment. Both are 11 blast hits and 1 or 2.
I don't think it's super Necro favored until like level 3, level 4.
Okay, you think it gets worse?
It gets worse. It gets worse, absolutely. And you never kill Necro. He gets a raindrop and your combo will never kill him.
Yeah, that's true.
Even with help, like you're not gonna die.
So Slurk is good against Tide, right? Master Slurk TSJ.
Not really.
Really?
It's good in
He
game.
used to be.
It's good in game, and it used to be good in lane. But now the way Tides play, I don't know. Slark just got nerfed so many times in lane. You have to.
What is it that makes him?
It's just the fact that you're a really low armor hero.
That's
that gush.
probably
Gush
against
plus
Silencer.
anchor smash makes you take a lot of damage.
Yep. Oh,
And
yep.
since Silencer's getting bullied by Weaver, Slark has to like threaten to kill you. You don't win the trades. That's the thing. Slark doesn't win the trades.
I played this exact Weaver versus Silencer matchup like 20 times in the last week, just because like Silencer's like
I don't
one of the
believe you played it that
leading-
many times.
I have. Well, maybe not the last week. It's been TI, so.
I was gonna say, how
The
did
week
you get
before
time
TI.
to play 20 games?
The week before TI, because Silencer's like one of the top 5s, Weaver's like one of the top 4s, and you'd think it would be like Silencer favored to a large degree because of
Oh, you told me this. Yeah.
because of Silencer like pressing his Q and then making it so that Weaver can't Sakuchi, and you take like a ton of damage because Weaver's just these low cooldown spells. But Silencer gets a single bug on him and he just dies. He folds. He's just too squishy. Weaver is so good at running him down.
Weren't you? We're actually discussing this, us three, ironically, that sometimes Weavers will go for 1 extra point in Swarm if you're up against Silencer.
Yes, I
And then
like
you
that
just
a
can
lot.
Destroy him.
Yeah, I think you go like 1-1-1 or like 2-1.
And Slark can't dispel that bug. He has to hit it. So another-
He's 1-1-2 at the moment.
1-1-2?
That's the wrong
I see,
hero.
I see.
They just switched it.
Well, you know, 1-1-2 is not actually bad on Weaver either, because the second points in Geminate is
It
like
was
huge.
1-1-2
It's like
on the
It's
Terrorblade,
really bad. Don't do that.
What? It's the 10 to 30.
it's
damage.
not bad. It's not. He's crazy. It's not bad.
Well, no, we're gonna click him in a second. Actually, no.
Against Silencer specifically.
You can check it out,
Okay.
right? You've got the technology.
I can. Yes. What are you asking me to check out?
Weaver build.
Oh, I was just watching the other stream.
Oh.
I wasn't inclined because this laptop doesn't have Dota on it.
Okay.
I was.
What are you talking about?
Download it.
You need to go to Steam and. Yeah, of course, there's Dota on it.
Steam.com.
Do you think they would give us laptops on the Dota?
/Dota.
There's Dota on it.
Okay, I'm gonna try again. I'll trust you. I feel like you might be the type to bait me right now, but it's fine.
I would never say a laptop that they gave us here doesn't have Dota on the international broadcast.
It has it. Sometimes it just takes really long to load.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay, maybe I misread it. Maybe it was like updating. I thought it was like a 10 gigabyte update or something. So I thought it was just downloading the game.
A lot of hats.
A lot of hats, yeah. A lot of
Understandable.
voice lines.
Oh yeah, true. Keep it PMA. Keep it BSJ.
$1 at the Steam store. What a bargain.
So which team are we favoring right now? Now that we're seeing the laning stage develop a little bit, is there any particular team that you feel like has got a big edge going into the remainder of the game, or is it too early to tell? I know I'm asking 5 minutes into the game. It's like, hey, how is it gonna go?
I think draft-wise is kind of even. I
Yeah.
think both teams have their strengths. I mean, well, now this Necrophos is very important though. Okay.
Spirit has a faster lineup at this current moment. Oh, that's a nice little toss back there.
I think their mid-game power spike is going to be a bit stronger with Konka Tide.
I think so too. Yeah, I feel like Kunkka is the only hero that really runs around and does stuff. Mars kind of needs a blink, and his ulti is like a really long cooldown now to do things with, whereas Kunkka just runs around with the boat and does things like this.
This is the most Schofield play.
It is so. This is very, very Schofield.
No, he's gonna cleave up the creeps.
He's trying to avoid it.
That was impressive.
In the meantime, on this top lane, Slark just died after getting chased down by Collapse and Mira, and then
He's
he killed
1-1-1.
the Silencer as well.
Which is definitely the right build. 1-1-1.
Yeah, not
Yeah.
1-1-2.
Yeah.
There we go. Yep.
Well,
But he's almost level 4. What's he gonna get next?
Yeah,
but
yeah.
the Team Spirit is doing really well this game so far. Feels.
Yeah.
It's frustrating for Beast Coast because they're used to, or they try to always win their safe lane. Actually, this combo tends to pick safe lane winning combos so Hector can farm. And when you don't, they have to start creating space like crazy by sacrificing stuff.
Schofield and Chris Luck start getting into action.
Yeah,
That's when-
exactly.
Do you guys see Whisper's build here?
What is his build?
He's going for the straight meteor hammer.
Oh, he's done this before. He's done this before.
Not this tournament.
Yeah, this tournament.
Is this the first? This is the second meteor hammer that's being built.
On
up?
Mars specifically.
Okay.
He did this before on Mars, and we were all like, what? And then he pushed tier 2 with Meteor Hammer alone. Like, oh, okay, he's just playing Broodmother on Mars. Okay, that's nice.
Because like one of the items had not been built at TI yet until
Jenkins
yesterday or something.
it has a really great theory of Meteor Hammer. We should explain on panel.
Listen, Insania corroborated. All right,
Insignia corrected is the word he was trying to use.
that's
Okay,
not the right
okay.
word.
But what is your theory of Meteor Hammer? Because I think it actually was interesting.
Okay, my theory on Meteor Hammer
Actually.
is that if you get this item early, and this is why people were going Meteor Hammer before Boots on OD, there's like this timing window where you can show up to towers where the enemy team isn't ready to like 4 or 5 man defend those towers.
Yeah.
They can't kill you while you're just like sitting there meteor hammering, but it's only like a 5-minute window. So for a lot of heroes, I think going for meteor hammer like later isn't as good. But on a hero like Mars, I mean, I feel like the reason that he's getting it is not so he can like epically push towers before the first 10 minutes. It's like,
Perseverance.
it's not perseverance. That is the most absurd claim that I've ever heard.
Only Insania is what he said, and I think for Mars it makes a lot of sense, to be honest.
They are losing their mid tower. When you
Yeah.
have a Necro versus Kunkka. That's not supposed to happen.
I do like the way that Team Spirit played this. They made it very clear, like, hey, come and fight us. You know, they placed an obs right
Whisper.
next to the tower. Why not?
Dude, this is
It's-
and then they
Fnatic.
still.
we just saw Fnatic
Yes,
do the
we saw
exact same
Fnatic do the
thing.
exact same thing.
TB and Tidehunter.
Yep.
Same two
Yes.
heroes.
And also around minute 5, this is minute 7. Go mid, take that tower. Which, by the way, brings
That's
me
dope.
to wanting to check out the other streams because, of course, Team Spirit and Beast Coast are playing at the moment on Stream C. But the other games, they've kicked off as well. And let's go to Stream D. Let's check out Fnatic. They've won game 1 versus Team Spirit. And I'm really curious to see what they got in game number 2. If they can do it again. Because for them, beating Team Spirit twice, or Team Secret, sorry, twice in a row, this is gonna get real confusing, would be their crowning achievement on the group stage. It would then be so clear that they have just gotten better and better, and it
Yeah.
would be very scary going into the main event.
Is that Ricky Carey?
That is a Ricky. That is a Ricky on
the
the
first
safe
Ricky?
lane. Yeah, laning together with an ogre. Ricky Carey. Your
First Ricky of the
first
tournament,
Ricky.
I think.
I think so too.
Against PL, quite strong because you can't doppelganger off the cloud. You know, it's one of those silences that you can't do anything about. As PL, you can't manta it, anything like that.
It's not the kind of hero you think about when you talk about Raven, right? Like the consistent carry, the farming, like
True.
He's not the go in out like the Ricky style carry. He usually plays much safer,
He's a Spectre, though. Like, Spectre's kind of similar.
but she has a lot of HP, right?
True.
So I do find him as a very safe person you can play around. Ricky, one misstep and you die.
But do you like the? Well, what do you think about Ricky Ogre lane? It feels kind of rough when you're up against a Rubik's support.
You know,
Plus
I mean
one.
that's
It's
true.
actually kind of good because
But it's a good lane.
they both have like I think they would have the 2 highest base regen in the game if I'm not mistaken.
And the Ricky's base armor is
And
also
high armor,
insane.
yeah, both of them. Like I think normally 2 melee would be like, oh, that's garbage. But with those 2 in particular,
Then it works.
it's
Nah.
just because of the high regen and armor.
Shiver, I'm gonna validate you here. Like,
Okay.
if I'm an off laner and I'm against Ogre Ricky, I'm like, I'm just gonna hit creeps and not hit these guys with really high armor and regen, and I'm gonna free farm, and that's exactly what we're
Is that what we're
seeing
seeing?
yeah, but-
from Zai.
Yeah, but
Zai's
so are
having a
they.
good time.
Sure, that's
yeah,
fair.
Zai is having a great
Like,
time.
you're not gonna shut the opponent down, but as an off laner, would you rather lane against that or something like a Weaver or a Tiny that's gonna hit you for?
Jenkins, when we were
Ton of
talking
damage.
first panel of the entire group stage, we were talking about positions and how position 5 at the moment feels very good because you have, you've got more gold and you feel like you can shut down the enemy's off laner a lot more than what you're used to.
Yeah.
So the way, if indeed just Zai is able to farm quite freely, the way that Brian is describing it, isn't that then a really bad thing? Because that is basically a one lane that, at the moment, on average, if you take all the games of Dota being played across the entire globe, it's a thing that now more so than anything, doesn't really happen anymore.
It's true. It changes up like the formula for like how people are currently playing
Yeah.
Dota, which is like fives are usually completely dumpstering and like decimating lanes. Like being an offlaner right now is
hard.
currently hard.
Yeah.
And we just saw Quincy completely snowball with like the Centaur from the offlane having a really solid game, and it's just not something you see very often. Like when I saw the Centaur top net worth, like I had a double take and I was like, oh, he went for like the Hood Vanguard build. I'm so used to seeing Blink because like the offlane is back to the position where like you're kind of a third support. So yeah, it does change a lot of things, but also on the flip side, Ricky's not really a hero that you see very often, and
That's
so
fair.
that also changes the formula because I remember this hero with the Octarine build and Aghanims and Battle Fury and Daedalus, and he's just one-shotting you but invulnerable all the time. Like, who knows how this hero fares against like a PL in the late game? We just don't know the matchup.
I gotta interrupt you for a second and say that I just watched the most Chris Luck play of all time. He was stacking Ancients with his courier delivering items, and the Ancients for some reason stopped to hit his courier. So they killed his courier and then didn't stack.
I see. Yeah, that would be Chris Luck for you. That would be him. What a legend.
That was so funny. I was like, I was listening to your spiel, but like, holy moly, I couldn't stop laughing at that.
I wanted to add to your Ricky point because I feel like one thing that does destabilize us a bit is Ricky's kill potential once he hits level 6 is insane. Like he deals so much, particularly against Mars, who's a relatively low armor hero.
The reverse bristle was well.
Yes.
He
By the way,
damaged
think
from the
about that for a second. Ricky is a small satyr who's pretty much naked, and he has 6 base
nude.
armor.
Yeah.
And Mars is
high.
a legionary and has 2 armor.
Doesn't make
If
any
you were
sense.
getting stabbed and you turned around, would you prefer it to be a guy with a shield and a spear, or a naked guy that's like really low?
I'd rather
Shield
get-
and spear, 100%.
I would. Yeah, I would actually. Yeah, I agree with you.
But
That's
he's
what
got
I'm getting
very
at.
thick hide. He's good. It's
I
like
guess
elephant
it's the
skin.
horns, right?
Well, you know, they say that you shouldn't shave a dog in the summer because actually the fur, as the seasons progress, it's better for heat or for cold or whatever.
Yeah,
And so
insulation.
it's kind of naturally, yeah. You have to let
Who
nature.
shaves dogs? Who shaves dogs?
Some people do. They do save cats.
Well,
some
I
people
will-
shave
That actually does
cats as
happen,
well.
though.
It's the
Feral
same
dogs
story.
on the street, I'll just give them a quick shave and just,
To practice your shaving.
just to practice
because you
the
can't
shaving.
do it on your face.
Exactly. Thank you, Shiver. That is not something a sister
He's
should
preparing
say
for when he hits puberty.
to her sister.
Sorry.
Very
I'm
rude.
sorry.
Anyway, on the Ricky, I think that once you hit that 6, you can maybe start winning the lane and farming a fair amount.
Of course.
And you actually have the Weaver as well to rotate. So unless Secret is willing to commit a fair amount to push the Ricky out of the lane, I think you can stay there a fair amount of time. He is not a hero that's easy to push out, and Mars is not the best hero doing that.
Yeah, for sure. I think Ricky's like one of the few. It's actually really hard to hit that hero with an arena combo.
I know.
I know you don't necessarily want to just like sit there and lane against a Mars, but I kind of feel like because it's such a long cooldown at level 1 now, or I think all levels now actually, and Ricky can like dodge out of it so easily. Maybe you do just stay and just risk it for the brisket, as they say.
Biscuit.
Avo.
Yeah, it's definitely a biscuit.
Woo.
I see.
Looks like looks like Puppy just evaded death from that tide.
It was a short window they managed to
Short
evade it
window.
from.
A short window of opportunity, and it was too short for the tide of death.
I'm
And then
personally
Death
rooting for
Tide,
Beast Coast
yes.
on the other stream just because this might be the weirdest game of Dota I've seen in a while, but Team Spirit's currently running them over, so it's not exactly interesting.
Okay. So does that mean that you are glued to that screen, that you're not thinking this game is gonna evolve at any point soon? You
This
think you
game,
need
the
some
one
time?
we're currently watching?
Yeah, the
no, I
Secret
think
Fanatic
this
one.
game is like kind of in a. It's in a narrative that's going to be consistent. Like we're going to see the PL farming, the Ricky's going to get a defusal, and then that's when the game's going to change. 'Cause
Okay.
Both carries are going to get a defusal,
Okay.
and then the pace is going to ramp up. quickly.
Well, then I will suggest, because we've obviously we checked out Stream C, we now checked out Stream D. We want to check out B eventually, because Quincy Crew and SG are playing a very, very important series for their careers. But we also want to just quickly see PSG LTD versus Elephant. PSG LTD won game 1 of this Stream A series. And Elephant, I mean, it's an important series for Elephant too. They still have a very good upper bracket shot. And this might be a series that, you know, PSGLGD is doing very well, but Elephant know PSGLGD very well as well, and they've got a good shot, I think, here to do it. But let's see Stream A, see what draft they're going to try to do it with. Because that's where it all begins. They went for the Night Stalker. I like it. We've seen a lot of Night Stalker on the off lane, and we heard you guys talk earlier, Vision Game. That's why we like Monkey King position 4 so much. Well, if you're talking about Vision Game, the best Vision Game possible is the Night Stalker at the moment.
I like Night Stalker a lot with Storm because you, even if you don't get a blink on Night Stalker, it lets you jump backliners like Sky or like Elder Titan, Magnus, depending like what build he's going for. You can pick your targets, and Storm is like obviously a hero that wants to pick targets. Even like Sven Io, if you have Night Stalker ult, you can like see that somebody is isolated and know that it's a good relocate. Heroes that like abuse the information are very strong.
This lineup by Elephants actually. They have the double heal as well with the Warlock IO, which is something OG's been running with Legion Commander. It is really good. The Night Stalker IO combination is also insane. I think that early you can just pair with Night Stalker and do a lot. Not now, clearly, but usually.
This is apparently the new meta build on PA. Ame's gone for the Falcon Blade Maelstrom. That's the replacement
Really?
for
I have seen that.
for the Battle Fury.
How
Yeah, 'cause you get a
many
little
times
mana
does PA
regen, you
pick?
don't have the health
I don't
regen.
mind that actually because you need mana regen to spam your W. And if you're spamming your W, you're getting attack speed. And you're using the Maelstrom.
Yeah,
That
it's
makes
a
sense.
smoother build-up because before you get Battle Fury, when you're going Battle Fury, you're pretty much just a farming creep.
Yeah,
Like, you just don't do any damage.
you're totally useless.
But if you are contributing, like say you were farming bottom, and somebody comes and interferes with you, right? If you call for one of your supports to come over and you've got a Maelstrom, you might actually kill that
Yeah.
guy.
Oh yeah.
And
Gives
that's
you
going to come
options, too.
online
Yeah,
a bit
that's
earlier
true.
too.
But we've rarely seen PA this group stage so far. We've seen a couple of times here and there.
It is very good against Sven in like a vacuum, like if you ignore the other 8 heroes in the game. But that's generally speaking tough because PA has a really bad laning phase.
Yeah.
And Sven has a strong laning phase. But with the nerfs to Sven, PA got a few buffs to her base HP regen and base stats, evasion level 1. Maybe, I mean, the thing about the Elephant lineup, you guys were talking about all the heals and stuff, they have a lot of slow cores. So it seems like he had all the time in the world on Ame to, I mean, look at the net worth, that's just terrifying. 11k PA, next is 8k.
That was an ambitious jump from Nothing to Say, by the way, but he's got his team to back him up, maybe. And I don't know.
Ame's just doing whatever he
Don't
wants.
mean the player. Yeah, that was that is just confidence. Nothing to say. Jumped in.
What? GG?
What? 17 minutes.
They did
What?
surpass the
Fastest game of
420.
the
Disconnect by Somnus.
Done.
Instant. Oh my goodness.
Okay, well, I'm glad we caught that. Actually, I was not expecting the game to be that short. Well,
They
you
look
can see I was
confused.
surprised if I was
Full
like,
context though, they were winning by
Whoa.
15k game 1 Elephant, and then they lost.
yeah, that
might
might
be
be
in a
never.
bad-
So that
lost.
could be I think that's a bleed over from game 1.
Oof.
Better
That's
to
a
GG
oof.
out early though. I mean, ROTK is their coach, and I think he's one of the most veterans at experiencing mental defeat. So I think he's a very good coach at knowing when to just call quits.
But he's not in the room with them when they're playing. He's not saying, guys, it's over.
GG out.
I don't know. You're playing against Mag PA and you're losing at 17 minutes. Like Mag
Oh
PA
my
is meant to
goodness.
be like the Morphling Willow, where you have to come back
Yeah.
after narrowly
Your
making it
early
through the
game's
laning
terrible.
stage.
Yeah, you just want to survive barely.
So if you're losing to that, I'm down for them to GG out.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, that was
Reset.
It is
painful.
TI though.
It's
Yeah.
LGD though as well. It's like okay,
They're
winning
not
by
gonna throw
15.
this.
Yeah,
We're
maybe
not
they'll
gonna-
make a mistake. No, not LGD.
Yeah.
By the way, for people that are curious what's coming next on Stream A, that's IG versus OG, so make sure to check that out later on. But of course, we have 3 other games going on at the same time. We'll jump into Quincy Crew versus SG in a second. You want to catch up on Beast Coast Team Spirit? It's been a while since we checked
still
in.
the
so-
same dominance
Stream C?
being exerted
Yeah.
by Team Spirit, but it's definitely worth watching.
Yeah, it looks looking like a fairly well. I'm saying back and forth. It looks like back and forth on our screens right now, but it's 19-4 on the kills. So it's
No, it's
Team
not a good
Spirit
arena.
definitely having a good time.
I don't think I've ever
Looks like
seen
they did.
Slark have an Ags without maxed pounce.
That is a bit weird.
He has 3 points pounce right now.
I don't know what they've been doing until now, but these kind of team fights,
They're not good for Beast Ghost.
like
Wait.
you're forcing into, I would say, Team Spirit's power spike. Like you're trying to go 5-on-5 when we were explaining that they have Tyon and a Kunkka. You're not gonna win these. Yeah, I'm surprised by that. I think they should be opening up the map and trying to get pickoffs, honestly, more than trying to go for these 5-on-5 engagements near choke points like the mid lane.
Also, they were out. They were out. Why did they go back in after they have already used Shadow Dance? Like literally, Slark going in right now. He's just used everything under the sun.
They even use Reaper Scythe just for a Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, it's just like that's not worth.
That block on the Weaver, though, was very impressive. The blocking of the pounce.
The pounce block, yeah.
Yeah, it was very good.
How does it work if you, so it doesn't it set pounce to be a certain cooldown? Like, couldn't you technically, wouldn't it be better if it's level 3? Am I crazy here?
I think it sets it to 10 seconds.
I think it sets it to 10 seconds,
I
so
think you're right.
he might have intentionally
That's
left it.
genius.
That's
Wow.
kind of cool.
Wait, explain that to me.
It's saying that usually they nerfed Slark's Ags by setting the cooldown to 10 seconds. And
Yes.
It used to be 8. It just used to match your pounce, but pounce level 3 is 12 seconds. So he's saying by leaving pounce at level 3, you're actually getting like a free point.
Go stats, yeah.
Stats.
Yeah, just go stats.
Why would you go for the 3rd point if you're going to get an egg? Or the 4th point?
That is the most Hector thing I can imagine as well.
Seriously.
I can take stats now. It's like a free
Yeah.
item.
I'd love to see if he has stats.
That might be the smartest thing I've heard you say.
Okay, all right.
You should have heard him yesterday on panel.
I
He was
have
on
been
fire.
advertising your voice line all week.
That was actually the smartest.
I see. You're a seller.
I know.
It's unfortunate because that's smart, but I think the engagements they're taking are not that clever. And that's unusual for Beast Coast. We're actually really good at opening up the map usually.
The thing is, they have a Necro mid, so Chris Luck's not much of a playmaker. He also died once or twice early, so he lost his ability to stand in lanes that we were talking about not dying to boat. So he was dying to boat afterwards. And then Whisper went for this no boots Meteor Hammer, and then TP'd mid to show up to a fight, and then just couldn't position himself because he has no boots, and got ravaged and died. So they had like this like lane momentum playstyle being constructed.
Yeah.
And then they died on like the 2 heroes that are supposed to do it.
Yeah.
And if you have like the heroes intended to sit in the lanes and they're behind, that's just not gonna
Yeah,
work.
Slark and Silencer are not going to do that for you.
Yeah. So now like now we've seen what that happened. That was at 8 minutes into the game. We're now seeing like 15 minutes of just slowly bleeding.
Yeah.
And that's what Team Spirit's been punishing. I really like the Nullifier from Toronto, Tokyo. If you guys don't know much about Spirit, a lot of these guys are relatively unheard names in terms of the TI scene. Toronto, Tokyo has been a great up-and-coming mid laner in the Eastern European region. I've been a big fan. We casted him all throughout the year, and he's got some flair. He does some
Yeah.
cool things. Really fun player to watch.
It's
a Volker.
definitely one of the most improved teams as well as a whole over the season. It's really fun to watch.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Team Spirit making a run. I liked this Beast Coast Spirit game because I was happy if either team went 2-0
Yeah,
because they're
same
likely
here.
going high upper bracket.
High ground. Sure, we'll go.
I was
with
thinking
that.
high ground, but I was thinking upper bracket,
Yeah.
high bracket.
I
Both,
want
it
to just
seems.
inform people like what is indeed at stake here. Now that we know that Elephant lost 0-2, they are now 6 and 8, which means they are most likely not making it upper bracket. They still have Quincy Crew to face later today. There's still a chance there. But for Team Spirit, with Secret also losing their first game against Fnatic, Team Spirit, if they win this, which is looking pretty likely at the moment, they will end up at an 8 and 6, which will put them even with Team Secret. If Secret lose against Fnatic, we'll check in with that in a second. But okay, so far PSLZD already in upper bracket. Vici Gaming most likely going to upper bracket, depending on what happens later today. They already have 10 victories. And Team Spirit, if they win this, they do have SG to face later today, but on paper they should be able to take that. They are steamrolling through to upper bracket at this point, if from the looks of this. This is super exciting for them, the way that they're playing. Beast goes very scary situation though. It's a good voice line.
It's a great voice line.
Beast Coast is sitting at a 7-6 right now. For people at home wondering, if this is a loss for them, it could put them at a 7-7, which you hear it right, puts them in the middle, which is well, you don't really want to be in the middle because you want to be in upper.
Yeah, 4 out of 9 make it to upper.
4 out of 9 make
Slightly
it to
above
upper, so
average.
you have to be slightly above average. Beast Coast still have PSG LGD to face later today, which let's be real.
They're not
PSG
winning that
look on
game.
fire.
Yep.
It's hard.
But depending on the Vici Gaming results, PSG LGD might not care so much about all games, and that might be better off for Beast Coast.
That's true.
We could get some pudge action going on.
Oh, that's true.
That is
Carry
Pudge
Pudge.
Sniper.
Maybe some carry pudge sniper. They did run it.
They
I
did
think they
run
copied
it.
Arkosh Gaming, who ran that first
Yes.
Division 1 DPC.
more about
Absolutely.
this.
Jenkins, that was your so many Arkosh mention on the panel today.
Okay.
And he only has got a certain amount to go through every day, and he's out of it right now. So out of fear for him mentioning
didn't realize I
a
was at the
certain
cap.
team again. You were at the cap. I think you're at the cap.
I'm really glad you're holding him accountable, Shiva. You're
Yeah, I mean
professional.
someone has to.
It's true. It's not Ava.
Do you want to do one last shout out for PSG before you go?
Keep it being BSJ. Keep it PMA in the Steam Voice Store. €9.99 buy today.
$9.99.
It's way less than that.
Inflation.
Steam Voice Store.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Jenkins. We are gonna get.
Nobody's here to reflect.
He's right there!
You're just making me leave and do a 3-person round. Oh, okay. I see.
We're definitely improving.
I
the panel.
see. This is vengeance.
Hey, Brian.
Wait, am I getting
just
taken out? Or I was like, well, damn, I just burned myself.
I was
on
like, oh
accident.
no, I
Thank
must
you.
have missed
Well, there's not a
her.
better person to be replaced by. I'll tell you that much.
Thank you very much, Jenkins. You're having a tail. Thank you.
That's all right. Good to see you,
Good to see you too.
young
Insania.
gentleman. Yeah, Insania
Thank you,
Prime.
Jenkins.
See you guys.
Hey, Insania, how you doing?
Oh, I'm good. How are you guys?
Pretty good. Are you looking forward to some bloodshed today?
Oh, I think it's so exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking to Yawor last night and like trying to get him amped up for the series against SG. Obviously, a lot on the line. And I know what it's like. We've had many group stages where it comes down to the end, and you gotta clutch out some wins.
Yeah, you like tiebreakers.
I mean, I
So
don't
you
like
think-
them. I just happen to play them quite often.
Yeah, that pressure. I mean, there's a chance that these two teams, or those two teams, will play tiebreakers too. These two teams have a chance for tiebreakers as well. At the moment, though, Team Spirit, they're just, as I said, they're just doing really well, and Beast Coast is left searching. So we can actually switch our game for a little bit. The draft has ended in the meantime on Stream B, so let's see what they've got. It's Quincy Crew and SG. It is the series to watch. It is potential elimination on the line, and the first game taken by Quincy Crew, meaning SG is, I mean, they need to tie this series. Otherwise, their fate's no longer in their own hands. What do they got? They got a Tinker on Quincy.
Oof, I've never seen Quinn play Tinker. Is that bronze tier Dota plus?
That is Bronze Tier Dota Plus.
Yeah,
Correct.
Wow. It's such an important game.
Is who's gonna check their pro checker? I'm gonna check it. I'll keep you guys up to date. But yeah, as we said, Team Spirit able to beat Beast Coast 2-0. Great result for Team Spirit. They are looking hot, and they still have one series left to go today against SG. And if they win that one, they are almost certainly going to the upper bracket. Still a little bit of results. Again, Group B is a spicy one. Fnatic and Secret still going on Stream D, but let's take a look at Stream B, where it is such an important series. And I'm gonna see what the last time was that Quinn practiced his Tinker.
It doesn't really feel like a traditional Quincy Crew draft. I would agree with what Brian had to say there. Like, they have this tiny Tinker Timbersaw as their tricore, and I feel like when I think of Quincy Crew, I think like heavy laning, right? They want to do well in lanes, and then they want to snowball that. But usually Quinn is like the tempo player on their team. His timings are usually the ones they fight around. And I think Tinker right now, while it can be played that way, I'm not sure they're like the kind of team that would snowball the Tinker, right? They wouldn't necessarily probably use it to play ultra aggressively. And I think the games that we have seen Tinker be really successful, it's been with some sort of vision tool.
I was
It's
going to
been-
say a vision hero.
Yeah, Night Stalker,
Bounty
Weaver, either some invis hero that can run in, and you have like the bugs from Weaver and the Sakuchi that allows him to position himself aggressively, and they don't really have any of that. So it's an interesting Tinker pick. I'm curious why they think it's good.
Well, he's not played in the last 8 days.
I think they exclusively picked it against TB. Like, they
Yep.
said, I see TB, I pick Tinker.
Which makes sense, but there's also a Pango in the game, which is usually pretty decent against Tinker. The Void Spirit's not bad either. Weaver even gives you somewhat vision, especially as a support.
I'm just surprised because even if it's a good Tinker game, I think you have to be
that is a hero that you have to play a lot of games. And if it says he's bronze tier Dota Plus, I don't think Quinn smurfs.
No,
I
just
think he
checked.
only plays main
ha-
account.
he I believe he has one, but he doesn't play on it. So it's
Oh yeah, I don't think
any pro player has or plays on Smurfs ever. It's
No.
unethical, and you don't.
nobody would ever.
And
do
I
that.
mean, it's pointless as well. At the moment, like everybody knows where to find you. Like you're a certain MMR, might as well play.
And if
in
you're
the
a viewer
way
that's
you should
tuning
be.
in for TI, Tinker is a different hero.
Yes.
You should probably read his spells. He doesn't need boots of travel anymore.
Which you can, if you go actually, you can obviously hear BSJ say it in a second, but if you go to the actual stream, the Twitch extension is working, so you can hover over and basically read at your leisure. But what is the main points that you feel like that people should know that have watched Tinker 2 years ago and watch Tinker now?
So they gave him a spell that is the boots of travel. That at level 1 he can go to towers. Level 2 it's creeps, and then 3 heroes. So he's eventually the same hero, but people are just going like no boots blink dagger into Shivas and strength blink, and you don't have march anymore. So instead of using march to farm, you use laser to farm, and you use this like
Just
Shiva's-
laser area now.
Yeah. He actually got like, if you read the patch notes that they changed him, it was like a 4-paragraph patch note on Tinker. So he has laser as his farming tool. He doesn't need boots of travel. He buys Shivas and he just spams abilities and never gets march.
I think he's
Unless he
less
buys Shard.
obnoxious.
But nobody does.
Nobody does.
Yeah, he's less obnoxious to play against, right? He's better at being this like kill threat, and he deals a lot of damage, and he spams the rockets. But it's no longer this. He's gonna hold high ground for 35 minutes when the game is
Exactly.
over,
I
and
agree.
you can't end.
So for Quinn, in terms of his professional matches on Tinker, he's played 9 over his career. Win rate of 56%. Yes, it's not bad. He won 5
That's more
out
than
of
50,
9. Last game, January 2018. And in his professional matches, so that doesn't say anything about his practice.
I might have played Tinker more recently than he has, and I don't play Tinker.
But he seems to be doing quite well. I mean, both him and Yao are at the top of the net worth, and I think Tinker is the kind of hero where if you hit your blink early enough into the game, you're almost always guaranteed going to have impact. And the way the hero kind of wants to play out now is, together with Ogre and Mirana, basically anything that gets stunned by Ogre is going to get Tinker rocketed and lasered with an arrow on top. So
Oh, Tinker in his pubs. Sorry, I got that too. It's 123 games total.
That's actually way more
on
than
his
I thought.
pubs.
Okay, that's a decent amount.
45% win rate. Last played December 2018.
Oh wow!
That's a long time ago.
Wait, what?
Like,
They have to be like scrimming with it or something.
okay, scrims are not recorded in the stats that we
Yeah.
have. They are
Yeah.
hidden data, so they might have been scrimming with it, but he has not been practicing it outside of scrims if he has.
Wow.
If he hasn't practiced it, I gotta commend his courage. This is not the picture of Quincy crew we were painting of this team that's like starting to crumble under the pressure.
Yeah.
This is a Quincy crew that's bringing out anything that works.
Yes.
This is good mentality-wise.
You think it's courage? I think that's like,
desperation?
what would you call it,
courage.
Aiden? You call
Yeah.
it courage?
I think so. I think you like. In some, like, it depends, right? If they win, we're gonna say, yeah, that was a really like smart thing to do.
Sure.
And if they lose, we're gonna be like, wow, they really should have stuck
Like,
to their
why
guns.
would you do that?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think at the end of the day, as a player in that position, to be like, hey, I think Tinker's really good here, and I'll carry the game with it. And that takes courage to say.
Yeah, that
I
is
think
fair.
like from Quinn, that is like him being confident in himself and his ability to play the game.
Which says something very good about their state of mind right now.
Agreed.
I
Yeah.
think there's a very different way that drafting goes between like a tier 1 team like Aiden's played on for a while and like at the tier 4 teams I played on. Because like whenever somebody who didn't have a lot of games on a hero, in my experience, said, "Let me carry you guys," they didn't.
I mean, so that's the thing, right? We need to look at it regardless of result, because we're judging him based on like how confident is he.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if he's confident, I think that translates to your teammates. If you're like, hey, trust me, I'm gonna do this, it's gonna carry.
I'm gonna
over to your
ruin
teammates.
TB's game. That's pretty
Yeah,
much what he
exactly,
said, right?
exactly. Like it'll carry over to his teammates.
Okay.
And it'll be a positive influence, like I think for his teammates.
I like.
And then whether it plays out or not, that's a different story. But in terms of what it says about their mentality, I think it shows.
You know what? I'm hyped now.
Yeah, you're sold?
Okay.
You've sold me.
Nice.
I do have a question about this game because I'm wondering how much it is similar to a previous game. Remember, Avo, when we took a 10-minute break and it looked like nothing changed? Is the same thing going to be the case here? Do you feel?
I don't think so. I agree with Maiden's points. the Tinker is not played to just hold high ground, farm a bunch, right? And you even have Timber Saw as well, so I'm expecting some sort of mobility. I mean, Tiny, yeah, until minute 20, you're not going to do as much, but the rest of your team is usually going to create space for you. So I'm expecting them to try to at least put a bit of pressure so they can ensure Tiny's farm. My real question is actually how SG is going to prevent the Tiny's farm from happening. Because Tiny versus TB is not the greatest matchup for TB.
It gets better later, but
Yeah,
in the
like
mid
quite a
game,
while.
it's not good for a while.
So they need to. I think they need to do something now to make sure that Tiny doesn't pop off and destroy your tower super early. And I don't really see much kill threat for this team.
I think the story of this game is going to be. I think for Quincy Crew's side, what they have going for themselves is they have a lot of very good heroes against the Terrorblade and the Illusions. Like they have the Tinker, they have the Tiny, and they have Timbersaw. These are all three good heroes against Terrorblade for a very big portion of the game. But they don't really have an answer to Tidehunter. And I've talked about this multiple times on the panel, but this seems to be a really problematic hero in most of the games that I see. And if you can't answer Tidehunter, the games seem to be very, very difficult to execute. So when I look at Quincy Crew's heroes, I feel like if this game drags on to late game, the Tidehunter will be a big issue.
He will be able to push Ravage every single
Yeah,
fight.
there's no way to stop the Ravage. And you see some teams draft these like inbuilt BKB mechanic heroes or Magic Community heroes like Juggernaut, we saw some OG, I've seen a couple of Pangoliers.
There's the Ravage.
Yeah, there's none of that for Quincy.
Do you
They are
think the
relying on
Silver Edge,
Tinker just
though?
like destroying. Sorry?
Do you think the Silver Edge Tiny might change that, or is it still difficult?
I think that's true actually. That's a good point. I didn't think about that. It's a fair point. But I still think the Tidehunter might be problematic for them to play against.
Even then, you still have to get the Silver Edge hit off, right? To break him in the first place. But yeah, I totally agree with you that Tide makes any hero that you see that you can't kill is like obnoxious. As I think you're about to leave, Avo.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk all the way around. I wish I could. I'm gonna try and like.
Do you want my
take
seat,
Shiva.
Brian?
I gotta log myself out of Steam. I don't trust you guys.
Dude, you leave yourself logged in on everything. Like, in Sweden for DPC, he just left his Twitch open. The next season we came
Don't
back
tell
in.
people this.
I was like, wow, I could stream as Brian for a day. I should have done that. Should've
Thank you,
rated
Brian. Much appreciated. Hey T, how you doing?
Hello, I'm doing great.
Great. Good to hear. I am actually was about to propose a quick check-in
Ooh, check-in time.
because there's 2 games live at the moment. We're still waiting for the draft to start for the second series on Stream A and C. But Team Fnatic and Team Secret are fighting in the Stream D, and I really just want to check in to see how they're doing. After a quick check, we will go back to Quincy SG. That is the more impactful series of this day, I want to say, of the whole day. But Fnatic has been on fire in Game 1 and are looking to repeat their victory, which is incredibly impressive. And again, for them, this is their final series of the group stages. It would be the absolute cherry on top after just growing as a squad. Being able to take out Team Secret would be massive. Ava, what do you feel like this game? It's 27-7 in kills. It's looking pretty rough on the net worth as well. This is the Ricky carry that we talked about earlier. It's doing it.
I was a fan of the Ricky carry. I thought it was a solid pickup, and it was what BSJ was saying. Unfortunately, he's on the panel. That this just starts popping off once he gets Diffusal Blade, similar with the Phantom Lance, right? There's somewhat similar timings, except Ricky's is so much stronger, and we're seeing just Fnatic honestly kind of run at them now, force fights. You have a Tidehunter anyway. You have superior counter initiation, such high damage, and for the most part, Secret's heroes are kind of burstable with this combo of like Ricky Weaver. I haven't seen this combo. It's actually pretty smart. You swarm him, gives vision. Ricky can always blink strike as well. It's kind of hard to catch, and you deal a ridiculous amount of physical damage.
Yeah, and the question mark we had earlier, T, if you could shine some light on it, because we haven't really seen the matchup that often. Ricky versus PL late game. It's a tough one, right?
It sounds like PL should do pretty fine because he'll be able to be tanky enough not to initially die. And I think Ricky, realistically, it's like the early smoke cloud value and bit killing him. I guess, can you itemize to kill the PL?
We can Battle Fury,
Axe plus Battle Fury,
I
Daedalus.
actually think Ricky is actually quite good against PO.
It's a lot of items, right?
It's primarily the smoke cloud, and it's
Yeah,
not
exactly.
necessarily that the hero one-to-one matches extremely well, but if you think about PL and how it fights in late game, it's usually off of that talent that allows him to doffle around constantly. And Ricky's really good at stopping that. It's the big, you have like a smoke cloud AoE talent as well on Ricky now, which he might take, I'm not sure. but I think Ricky's like quite alright. And with the heroes that they have damage to kill the illusions. Like I think Honor and Ravage, they'll kill off most of the illusions, and then you will know which one is the real one. For Ember to chain up, and then like Ricky can really wail on it with just a
Oh,
crowd.
here we go. Let's see this Team Secret high ground defense. They are struggling. They're just dead. Did we just witness the end of this? Is this?
Yeah,
I
they
mean, this looks really rough.
Yeah, the nice thing here as well is like Ricky does really well against Mars in lane, and then like Aiden just mentioned, is the fact that the Ember, he's the one dealing with the PL realistically in the big fights because you can clear out the illusion as you jump in.
Exactly, right.
Like a classic counter, and then it's the added value of a smoke screen. Like you don't really itemize to deal with this. Like, do you really want to buy a BKB on PL? Like,
Oh, that's a GG.
Yep.
There's one good thing for Team Secret when they come out of this game. They can look at the scores of Beast Coast Team Spirit, and because Beast Coast lost 0-2 to Team Spirit, Team Secret is still ahead of Beast Coast in terms of score because Team Secret after this 0-2 loss, they are 8-6, with Beast Coast being 7-7. So they're still ahead of the average, which is good, but it is. I mean, it's Team Spirit edging ahead. An Elephant. Oh, Elephant lost 0-2 as well. So they're actually okay. Team Spirit is happy that Elephant lost and is happy that Beast Coast lost. But they have a series left today as well against Vici though. So.
final series is like the final set of games, right? Like potentially this could have been like us already locking in more teams, but now it's like, oh, that final set. It's like Secret, they need to get at least one win to try and out like a Beast Coast or an Elephant Resurgence, and it's exciting stuff.
If you are IG and you top your group, would you pick Secret or let's say Spirit?
Spirit.
There's still potentially a Beast Coast there as well. Like they're three in contention. But
Sure, but Beast Coast just lost 0-2. Who has Beast Coast last series? PSG LGD.
3-0 for Beast Coast. Yeah.
Easy.
LGD haven't looked strong this year.
No,
I don't think this is LGD's year.
ever since they replaced the mid-laner Wei,
Yeah.
this coach,
I
nothing
just
to
feel like
say.
they moved away from these
No,
classic.
that's their translator, nothing to say.
Yeah, the translator. Yeah,
I heard he was a mechanic in Malaysia. That's where they found him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's rough, but
Okay, we're back in stream B because again, this is the most impactful series, and it is SG Quincy Crew.
Okay.
A lot on the line.
One thing I will say for SG is Terrorblade is by far Costabile's favorite and best hero.
Okay.
For some reason, every Brazilian player has a contract where they have to learn to play TD.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I think it
RDO as
feels
well.
like, yeah.
I don't know why, but like he loves this hero. And Costabile has such a high understanding of TB that his way of playing is actually somewhat different to other TBs. Like he sees the hero. You know the play that we saw Fnatic make with TB where they were pushing like 5-manning mid, taking the tower super early, creating space with the hero. Costabile was doing this a year and a half ago. He thought this was like a really important part of TB, like the illusion spam, the pushing out the lanes, not so much the let me farm and carry the game for you hero. And I'm always afraid when I see Costabile TB is really his ace in the hole.
I think something important to note, so we haven't been in this entire game, so we don't know exactly what happened, but Quinn is very far down on the net worth graph.
That's true.
You do not want to see Tinker where he is right now. This to me means that Quincy Crew failed kind of their timing of the game where they're stronger and they needed the Ogre
yeah.
to kind of move.
Because it was a while ago since he played it, so I mean, how
It
big of a
seems
deal
worrying
is
now.
that?
Sorry?
Like, how big of a deal is that? Okay, so he obviously knows the concept of the hero. It is one thing to know everything about the hero, know how it's supposed to be played, and then coming into a game and playing it the way you want it. Like, how big is the practice that you need to have on a hero like that?
So I think for certain heroes that's huge, and I think Tinker is one of them. Like Tinker is the kind of hero where you expect, it's kind of like a specialist hero. Like you won't see somebody play Huskar or Lone Druid if they haven't played it a lot. And I think Tinker kind of, for me at least, falls into a similar category where certain players are Tinker players and others are not.
yeah, it's just maximizing the efficiencies, right? Like most players can farm the Ancients or the DB2 lane, but is it worth TPing to a side lane early on and actually spamming with missiles? Like it's like the smaller things on Tinker that can really push you into the game and find you that early net worth. Because I think Tinker nowadays, like you can go for a couple of these earlier kills, but again, like I think Quinn, he's currently 1-2-0, so I feel like he's probably been run at a little bit. He's been shut down, and that's where we're kind of seeing the repercussions here, where Tinker's kind of in recovery mode rather than being the aggressive with the Timbersaw.
Exactly. And I think that's like when I look at Quincy Crew's draft, I really see this Mirana, Ogre, Tinker that are going to be able to pressure one side of the map while Tiny farms the other and has the Tinker travel in to provide damage so that he can also kill anything that shows. but it doesn't really seem like the game is played out that way. And when I look at their draft, that's kind of like what I would expect. But he's closing in on Ags, and this is a huge timing for him. So maybe they're taking a little bit more of a slow approach throughout the early game.
It's also like, if you look at the minimap, right? Like this is a Timbersaw game where he's not really just barreled down towers, right? Like when you see TB, Tide, even is it a support weaver? Yeah, support weaver. Like you kind of expect Timber to be really hitting these earlier towers, right? To some degree. So the fact that SG's been able to defend these towers, assuming that they brought Voicebright and Pango to all of these earlier fights, it does put Quincy in this awkward position where like Timber's not had like the free Timber game that you somewhat expect, and Tinker's not having a great game. So I think most of them are actually kind of all on mode recovery right now, but it doesn't count them out though, because they will still hit this timing of, you know, the tiny carry doing pretty well, the Timbersaw being tanky, and Tinker doing obnoxious damage. So it's on SG to kind of fix some of the problems they've had so far in this group stage. Like the reason why they are 2-10, it's like they are able to find early leads. I'm sure, you know, Avo might agree with this, but it's like it's harnessing that lead and converting that into a win. And I think not just SG, but a lot of teams have struggled actually closing out games, breaking down that high ground, and, you know, winning the game. Because a lot of teams nowadays, like, they know all the mechanisms of prolonging and ensuring that they hit a timing, and also utilizing that timing well with that effective smoke or with that key pickoff to keep themselves in the game.
Actually, I put Quincy in a similar bag, at least in TI, not usually. They've actually had struggles utilizing the lead effectively, so these two teams are fairly similar in that regard. They're both being put to the test. I do feel like this is one of the easier games, quote unquote, to close out, because you have good counter initiation and protection for your carry, potential save on Weaver, and a carry that can go high ground relatively easily and push fast.
Yeah. I would agree with that. I think
They found the
TI.
Tinker.
Yeah, I mean it's a rough life, and that is the traditional Tinker. The tip, the Tinker ward. It is such a basic
Beautiful
ward.
It's called the Tinker ward.
It's called the Tinker ward for a reason.
It's
But
branded for him.
especially when you're in a situation like this, when you know that your outer towers, your tier 2 bottom and top are going to be the next target, you should be prepared for a ward on either high ground.
Luckily, Meta is wearing out here, but they still should be able to at least bully this.
There's an
focus
Aegis
down.
on the
Yeah.
TV for a little bit.
They're going to be. Yeah.
And you notice how Titan is positioned so aggressively? The reason he can do this is because there's no real answer to him. He doesn't need to be afraid of a clockwork hook into a hoodwink ult that just kills him from range.
Yeah.
If they want to try to kill him here, Tiny needs to commit in, and that allows the other 4 heroes to have a very free team fight.
Arrow.
How?
He baited it.
Very.
He
good.
wants it to go. I think so, yeah.
I mean, he's going to be
Because
fine.
they know they're
going to
fight
go
if
in.
the team
Right.
But they kind of creep forward, like guys with arrow.
He moved his illusion aside
Yeah.
to better.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering.
Yeah.
All right, at least they get. Well, surely they have to get back to defend their Terrorblade. Hello. Terrorblade just respawned in the middle of the enemy base. Oh, he just
He's got
TP'd out.
BKB
BKB TP out.
So
Okay.
he's probably
okay.
yelling there like, I have VKB, I'm gonna TP out. Don't.
Yeah, I was
activate."
like,
Yeah.
they're just ditching him. They're out, but yeah, with good reason. Nice, on the same page. The only one they lost is the Watermelon. They got the Rex to half. Quincy Crew with the backs against the wall here with this game 2. T, I'm sure you have for me what it means if they tie.
Basically, if they tie, then both teams will be 3 and 11, which means that the next series that they play, SG will be playing against Spirit, and Quincy will be playing against Elephant. If either team 2-0 and the other team doesn't get 2 wins, of course, then the other one will lose.
Yeah,
What does it
because
mean for the other
Fnatic
two?
winning means they're out. Sorry, no, out of contention for elimination, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What
So-
did you say? Sorry.
What does it mean for Elephant and Team Spirit?
So for Spirit right now, they've made a very good resurgence, and now 8 and 6. With Spirit, if they're 2-0, they'll be going 10 and 6, and they are very much like upper bracket. So it's kind of like the turnaround story where they lose to the top kind of 3 teams, but they beat everyone else, right? And it's right now, I think, as you look at the group stage there, right, it very much could be, it's still Quincy or SG. And the importance of this series was, if either team got a 2-0, they can just get one more win in the next series, and it's like the other team's out, right? But because it's a draw, it then goes into another important series where it's like you have to get the more wins than your opponent. So,
Yeah.
but it is between these 2 teams now for elimination, pretty much.
That is
It's rough.
added pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In games like these, when you're in a position where group stage you might be in that position, did you look at other games to know what their scores were if they were simultaneous games?
You always do. Like, I think as a
Yeah.
player, you try to not think about this stuff as much as possible, because the ideal mentality really is like, I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna play a game of Dota.
Yeah.
It's 0-0. It doesn't matter if I'm at TI or if I'm at home playing a pub. It should all still be the same, because literally what's required of me what I should be thinking about is still the game. Nothing changes. But
They got him.
when we talk
APR,
about pressure,
brother.
that's exactly what it is, right? You're going to know. You're going to keep track of the score. And even though you shouldn't, you just, I think naturally you do.
also player
So I
dependent,
think
right?
they're very aware of like all the scenarios of this is what we need, or this, if this happens, then that happens. And it would surprise me if they weren't aware of what the like situation is like for them.
You always have the one chatty guy in the room. Like, if no one talks about it, but one guy's loaded up Wikipedia and he's like, and he just says it and then he
But
spreads
you just
it.
know.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, you can feel it.
Yeah. It's in the air. No, what I was gonna say earlier is I think this TI more than any of the TIs that I've had the opportunity to watch, at least in this way, I noticed the importance of making sure that you utilize your timings.
Yeah.
And not so much your gold lead. It doesn't seem like the net worth really represents the strength of the heroes as accurately as it has in other patches. And it's very much knowing what are our timings in this game, when are we strong, and the teams that manage to utilize those timings and push the game forward are the ones that I feel like are doing the best.
Yeah.
And I think for both these teams, I'm noticing that neither of them are really like getting clean engagements when they're at their peak. I think Quincy Crew missed their timing to utilize Ogre Tinker, and for SG, I'm not really seeing that like barreling down lanes, having the Tide Hunter that's unkillable, and utilizing the fact that Tiny doesn't have a BKB. And now that Tiny has BKB, the game is like more even again, where both teams have options to fight. And I think Quincy Crew, in the games that I see them do well, is when they're at an even point in the game and they're allowed to use their mechanical skill to win these micro situation team fights where it's like, you don't really have to think so much about how am I placing myself on the map, but rather just how do I win this fight? Which buttons do I need to click? I think that's when they've actually looked quite good.
It's
throughout
actually
this tournament.
smoking up right now as well. Like, they're looking for the fight.
They want to. Roshan is up as well in a couple of seconds. Which,
Yeah.
I mean, that's why we see SG being so hesitant, right? They need that Roche in order to feel confident enough that they can barrel down lanes.
Right.
But this is the Roche fight.
I think like the bot Rax engagement where TB had to BKB TP out, like that was a realization they can't just walk up to a high ground and assume to take it, right? Like this Tinker will have added value playing inside his own base, and they are respecting that. And if they do get this Aegis, then they find the pick off kill the Tinker. Like that's where SG's looking good. But for sure, Quincy, they shouldn't be too concerned right now because like they are keeping themselves in the game with the fact that SG is playing like reserved. And they are at best maybe gonna kill an Ogre. They have to use.
But if they kill Ogre, they should still be able to take Roche.
This gives them a pretty big,
Yeah.
this is a pretty big pick-off approach sponsoring this time.
Oh, this would be an
Timber.
even bigger
What?
pickup. Yeah, that's one that you ravaged for right there. So,
How did Timber still get caught?
why was he still there? That was a mistake.
But I thought I saw him in like leaning in the top part, right?
He might have assumed that Roche is up, so SG gets the pick off, and they're immediately going to run to Roche.
Right.
And then you walk over to try to be in position in time, and then he gets caught off guard.
I see.
And also, it's like if your Ogre's dead for 6, buyback. If he doesn't die but prolongs it by 20 or 30, suddenly they're like, oh, he's got up in 10, they can TP. There's still outpost control, I believe, to Quincy, if I'm saying it correctly. So.
Yeah.
That
I
was
think
very big.
Gentlemen, it was an absolute pleasure. I was next on the elimination list. Nobody is safe. We're going to find out if Quincy Crew or SG is safe, hopefully very soon. But that's going to be the main question of the day. Enjoy the games. Frankie's going to take over things. You'll be in good hands. And enjoy.
Thank you.
I will say, when I entered the panel, Brian said that he wants to log out of Steam. He didn't log out of Twitch. He just never logs out of his account.
You want to stream on PS?
I mean, I could right now if I wanted to.
Say his
but-
line. Can you be him? He's like, keep it PMA, keep it PS2.
He just saw like 3
Quincy
more.
Crew just had an amazing team fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think this is like when their team shines. When they're allowed to take fights that they feel comfortable playing in, that's when they look good. Like they're like macro part of the game hasn't looked amazing, and I think there are a lot of teams that are doing well that are getting away with that. Like I think T1, for example, to me, and BP, they're a little bit of a similar story where they are just amazing team fighters. They know how to play these fights out. So the problem I think for Quincy Crew is just getting themselves to positions earlier into the game before they get rolled over, where they have the ability to fight back.
I also feel like these teams who are kind of the lower end of the group stage, they're a little bit more rigid with how they're playing. They're not looking for the 4-man play or 3-man play. They're waiting for like all 5 to be ready and want to move as like kind of this ball. And that doesn't always work out. And now we're seeing like kind of Quincy, because SG was hesitant with after that fight where they get the 2 pickoffs, like that slight hesitation, it does give the value ticket to come through. And the reason why Tiny is so strong is once you get to the base, of course, you're chunking through the towers.
And you can also get pick off like those because you have the out of position skill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty brutal. I mean, they went from an advantage for SG, or a decent advantage, to just now being Quincy's camp completely.
Yeah. And this is like when you're in an elimination game, the mental swing here is very tough to deal with. Like you were ahead, you're going into the enemy high ground, you have an Aegis, you know you're strong here, but you don't really manage to fully capitalize on it. Like you get the racks down to half HP, but you don't manage to finish it off. And it's a mental win, right? Whenever the racks goes down, you feel like you're ahead. You feel like you've accomplished something. But when you go there and it goes down to half HP and you have to back off, like mentally you feel like, oh, we failed, or we didn't manage to do what we set out to do. And I can see it in SG, and I'm sure like the players can feel it too right now, where
As a team fight again.
yeah,
It's actually Tiny gets to steal her as well.
So is there anything specifically that
And the
really
kill.
stands out in this fight?
I mean, it's simply it's the fact that Quincy. I mentioned earlier the idea that they're waiting for 5 heroes, right? But this is the perfect example of them fighting with 3, right? They know if they give this Aegis away, they will probably lose a Rax or 2 if they're not positioned correctly. So they're playing with 3 heroes, they're running into the entirety of SG, and they're hoping they get the snap, right? Like it's like a 50-50 play.
They were roshing with meta on, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
And so it
I think
ran
when
out-
he first, yeah, when
it
he
ran
first
out
came
by
through,
the
it was up. I think.
So the duration nerf on the meta actually might have mattered a lot in that team fight.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's the fact that you was able to, get the kill on the Aegis and get the Aegis itself, right? Like that, it's just like these small things. I think we saw it as well with Fnatic Secret today, right? Like Secret, it's like a 2-3k difference in the game. Suddenly Storm zips in, gets the kill and the Aegis, and then it's like Secret's not even in the game anymore, right? It's like that's the level of importance that Roshan has.
Yeah.
And Quincy has like a 7k lead, right? Just because of this one play from the lads,
There's a
from UR.
BKB on side. You can tell they're feeling the pressure of the game. He's buying a BKB for the Silver's Edge. But I believe if he gets Silver's Edge hit and you get Tiny comboed and then stunned, it's not really going to make a difference.
That's,
Please go ahead, Amo.
that's what BSJ was saying actually, specifically the Silver Edge combo. That's all I had to say.
Thank you.
The Ravage kind of whiffed. You have a Shiva off Ravage.
Yeah, she's not trying to take like this Hail Mary fight, right? And they're just trying to run in and hope to connect
Because
their
they're fighting
spells.
the Tinker though. This is crucial for their team
That's
fight.
good.
Yeah, now the BKB's out. He has freedom to fight because there's no rocket spam coming. There's no laser removing his health.
He has to stand Nick in 3, so if
Yeah.
they can lock someone down, they should die right now.
Who has the Lotus? Because the Lotus orbs have been clutch. Not only did they return the Fire Blast, but the toss actually put the Tiny in the right position, as opposed to being kicked out. Or sorry,
Fiona,
tied.
the Weaver has the.
What a Sunder.
Beautiful Thunder.
That's actually a really good team fight by SG. That was really
Really
well
Huge.
played.
So for SG, they managed to get on top of Tinker, and if Tinker
Yeah.
dies during the BKB duration of TV, he knows that he has a lot of freedom to fight. There are not going to be lasers stopping him from satanicking. He's not getting spammed down constantly. And I think for Quincy Crew, it's going to be important to try to cut out the BKB duration for the Tinker to start having impact on the fight.
I honestly didn't see Tinker. Like when they were going, I was like, I didn't even see the
jumped on
Tinker
it.
underneath. I was like, oh, they're going on like the Murano Ogre, right? But yeah, the fact they were able to get Tinker at the start of the fight, for sure, that makes it pretty good for them.
The Keen Focus are small people. Right? It's hard to tell.
I mean, when TV's a big boy, he can can hide the hero he's killing.
Hello, Frankie, by the way.
Hello, everyone. How
Hi.
are you?
Splendid, thank you. Yeah.
I mean, I've already asked you in
I
this
mean, that's
question,
what
you in this
yeah.
question, but I haven't seen you today, Ava. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Good.
Now that you're on the panel, it's even better.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Well, I mean, a professional Shiva, so I think you'll miss her very much. But I'm glad they let me come back today. Remind me where we are in the SG Quincy Crew series, because obviously this was one of the first series of the day and it's still running on. So who is one up currently?
It's kind of a roller coaster. It's really for anyone's game.
Yeah, it seems like it's coming down to really the details of the game, like the small positioning and who's able to find which important hero first, and it's swinging back and forth. Neither team is like having very clean performances.
Is
So
that BKB on top?
That's a BKB
It
side,
is.
right?
It's so nice though.
I like the idea.
Yeah.
For this game specifically.
It's just kind of the idea that where in these games where you're tanky already, it's like if you buy the BKB, it means you are the unkillable hero, right? So
It's also because Silver Edge is going to break you, so that they break you and they stun you with that, then you're done. But if you activate BKB, even if it doesn't dispel the break, you're actually capable of saving yourself from the Silver Edge combo.
and also Quincy did win game 1, Frankie. So if Quincy are to win this second game, then they're looking to be in a really good spot to put SG into elimination.
And if SG win it, then who
Then
knows?
it's next series is then deciding everything. So if SG win, we're prolonging the who goes out between these two teams. So again,
Oh, the Stinker Hex now.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
It is indeed.
I mean, for these two teams right now, this is
he
probably
did
going to
it
feel like
again.
they're already in the main event with the tension.
okay, he's dead. All right.
If
Is he?
CNC dies now, I don't know.
Oh my
Yeah, yeah.
Every time Tinker's nearly dying, you have this like back of your mind. He's gonna get the rearm. He's gonna get the blink off, but no, he does die there.
Can you see how long the death timer is?
It's 90 seconds.
90. It's a long time.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's enough to push high ground.
That's a banging tip though from KJ. Don't promote these tips, but competitively, it's. It's
Part
40
of the
mil on the
game.
line.
I think it's part of the game.
It is. No, don't
Tips
worry.
and
it is.
voice lines are the right kind of BM.
For competitive, sure. Yeah.
And question marks.
Okay, question marks. Any sort of punctuation. Is good.
At the right time. At the right time.
Yeah, it has
Yeah.
to be very tasteful. Yeah.
Hey, don't do it when you finish the game. You have to do it right before you're gonna reverse sweep someone.
Yeah, it's still very comical though that those did it before the series ended. I still can't get over that. But the fact that Quincy dies there, again, it's like every time Tinker dies, it's pretty much a Rax going to be pressured, right? Because SG's just gonna run on over.
It's very good positioning by the Chakras, by the way.
Panic use. That's a 25-second window. But it's really hard. Quincy Crew without the Tinker just don't have the damage to defend. They can't commit in. They need to spam from long range. And
least
they have
they have
decent
both,
heroes to
right?
do it, but it's... Oh, Yawar's committing. And the immediate counter initiation with the BKB stops any sort of follow-up. So it's a good decision by Talvo there to cover the backline.
And it's as if Tiny by himself, he's never gonna kill the Terrorblade by himself. And you're missing the kind of the Tinker. But if anything, what Quincy's just trying to do here, they're trying to force the fight where then SG can't go to the bottom, right? They can't at least try and take a little bit of range and pressure that. They have to take some type of engagement here.
I mean,
They
this
are
is
gonna
huge.
find Terrorblades,
For
yeah.
Quincy Crew, every time Ravage is used or meta is used, that is their timing to shine. If you think about it, like, basically you will have one team that's strong when their cooldowns are up, and once they use it, that's a 2-minute window for the other team to fire back.
Yep.
And now Quincy Crew has to try to make the most out of the situation. They gave away racks, but depending on what happens in the following 2 minutes, it might end up actually being fine for them or worth it for them even.
Because they're getting Aegis for one thing, and also I believe Quincy's like 250 away, right? Oh,
Sorry?
Quinn, sorry. I keep saying Quincy. Quinn, he's 250 gold away from buyback.
Yeah.
So he's gonna be playing on buyback, whilst maybe they. Do you think give him Aegis here?
Sorry?
Are they giving him the
I think
No, they give
generally
it Tiny,
speaking, what
okay.
you want to do is you want to give the hero that walks up the high ground and attacks the buildings the Aegis.
They gave it to Quinn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that to me signals that most likely they're not looking to go for a high ground push here. They're happy just like they
Play for the
feel like
fight,
they have
yeah.
another timing. They have something still coming up for them that's
Okay.
going to be in their favor. Had they put the Aegis on Tiny, that would be signaling that all right, we feel strong right now. We want to try to like take a significant advantage back or make some sort of push here.
What do you think this next timing they're thinking about is?
It might be some Tinker item. I personally would have preferred the Tiny Aegis because I think for them to win fights, this Tinker has to place. He can't get caught. If he gets caught once, I think he will die a second time again because the hero is so positioning based. Like you really want to be staying far back. So whereas you want the Tiny to be running in front.
It feels like Quincy, their timing right now isn't like an item or a level. It's mainly the idea of SG's way to win the game. They want TB to use meta to play a longer fight. As soon as it's down that window, then they'll go again and try and take the fight. Right?
I
Like,
see.
They want to keep playing for constant buybacks, right? Because right now, Tinker's about to have one. Tiny, like everyone's 1,000, 2,000 gold away. So if Quincy can kind of get farmed to the point of buybacks, then they can start playing for the 2-3 fights in a row, smaller skirmishes where maybe they poke down SG and just kind of whittle down like Terrorblade's impact. But again, this is I still don't think Quincy's too scared in this game because everything that's gone wrong is because of like picking off a Tinker, right? And I think as long as that gets readjusted, they're still going to be pretty confident in these fights. Just they need to make sure this Tinker isn't getting picked. But
But void spread, especially once you hit the level 25 spike,
it's very hard.
then
And
it
it's-
becomes
yeah.
really difficult to not. Because he has the shard now already, so extra mobility, and you just need to simulate stun, and then Tinker is going to be in a tough position.
Or the Pango roll, or the Tide Under Ravage, or
Yeah.
a random swarm to clip the Tinker to have the vision. Like, there's so many ways for SG to play this. Like, as much as Quinn's been picked off, like,
Is-
it's a combination of SG finding the pickoffs and Quinn
Yeah,
just
of
being
course.
in the area. Like, it's a
Of course.
Is
It's a
Tinker
nice marriage between
BKB
the two.
a crazy idea here?
Not
again?
at all. I think it's
BKB?
actually a very strong item
It is,
for
yeah.
the Tinker. It will allow him to have 9 seconds of spamming laser. And if you think about how laser works with Aghanim's, right, it reduces your max pool of health by a percentage that I should know because I am a pro player.
If the game was Phil, don't worry.
and yeah,
20%, I
so-
believe.
20%. There you go. So when you have the 3 seconds of constantly spamming that laser, you're reducing the health pools of all these heroes. And most likely, those 9 seconds of BKB are going to be enough to secure your team a team fight win. So I really like the idea. I think it's a smart choice. But I do think for now, the most important thing for Quincy Crew is try to find a fight in which they can have vision. Unfortunately, they don't have heroes that can provide that for them. So they're going to need to use either wards or take a fight in a position where the Tiny can play in front and give you vision of the backline so the Tinker can have the impact that he needs to have.
And that's kind of like why you see these Tinker lineups do so well when you have like these beefier boys that can walk up. Like if you don't have the Venom Monster, the Night Stalker, etc., the heroes that are naturally just survive long enough, it does unlock the Tinker's game.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey.
Avo fell short.
Bye, Avo.
Bye, Avo.
And the last part of the original panel.
Bye.
Bye, OG.
Oh, no,
Oh, you
that's
can't
not
call him
OG.
OG, can you?
No.
Because there's a
Can't.
team called OG spoiling our fun. OG panel is what I was referring to. We've now got Effie joining us, the new G. Hello.
It is me. Can someone catch me up really quickly on what's going on?
We're talking about Tinker.
TLDR, game pretty close. Tinker died once, lost racks. Tinker died twice, lost racks. Tinker now has Aegis. Very close game. Ooh. There you go.
It really is anyone's game.
It is, yeah.
I think it's going to come down to if either team is able to fight around the board, they're going to have a pretty big advantage. And initiation is going to be very important.
And how did game 1 go?
Quincy Crew won game 1. I think fairly convincingly, right?
Yeah, it looked like a pretty clean game. I'll quickly double check now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was the Spectre versus Io Gyro. Got to see a Quinn Ember. Pretty cool.
Given that the first game in this series sounds like it was quite convincing in Quincy Crew's favour, therefore, are you quite surprised at how SG have managed to bring this back?
Not at all. I think when you get to this point in any tournament, when you're kind of both battling for the same thing, no matter what the first game result is, I think both teams are going to come out swinging, right? And I think most people coming into this series would put these teams very even because they both had moments where they could have taken games, but they didn't. So I kind of expected this to be a draw to some degree. So yeah.
Experience level-wise as well, I mean, SG, most of these players have never been to a TI before. The fact that they're basically fighting for their tournament survival in this series, well, in this game alone, and performing so well.
Yeah,
That's pretty impressive.
It absolutely is. And I mean, I think Quincy Crew, like we're talking about them underperforming, but you have to be playing to a certain level to still be able to match them. And I think SGR, they're bringing the fight to Quincy Crew, and they've had their moments in this game. Like, when I look at a team, I try to look at, are they able to control the game pace? And when they're in that position, like, are they able to pull it off? And they absolutely were, right? They have 2 lanes of racks. They're in a pretty decent position in this game. They're just waiting out the Aegis, and now they successfully have. And I think now they're going to look to start making their own moves and try to set up their own vision to try to bait Quincy into a fight where they are favored.
As a pro player, when you are in a last chance situation like this, is there anything different that changes within the team and the way that you're communicating it and the things that you're trying to do?
I mean, I think it gets more tense. Like, every small thing matters a lot more, and I think you're more careful about committing in, and that usually is to your detriment. But it doesn't look like they're scared of committing right now.
Are they catching everyone now?
Yeah, Yawar died immediately,
Yeah.
and that removes the front line that Quincy Crew has,
And there's no Aegis.
and it exposes the Tinker straight away.
But yeah, that was just tiny, just walk up to the high ground with no BKB, but it gets really nicely chain stunned up, and then by the time he can BKB, it's just a little bit too late. So
It comes down to what I said, right, about vision and initiation. When
Yeah.
you walk up to the enemy team's high ground and you're hitting their racks, they all see you, because you're obviously hitting their buildings. And that allows SG to have the opportunity to get the first jump. And because there's so many stuns on both teams and there's no real save, he's never going to be able to get his BKB off if he gets caught first.
perfectly stunned up, and then yeah, the swarm goes through and clips the Tinker as well. It's like, oh, we found him. What a juicy little prize. But I guess luckily for Quincy here, they do have the double buyback. But it boils down to the point earlier, the idea that Quincy were playing so aggressive. I guess it's not surprising, but it was weird that they decided to hit the high ground when the Aegis was expiring, and like they could have just kept holding that area. They had like an 11k lead. Could have been like a slower, steady game. Try and take the fight in the open area and under the vision, like Aiden was mentioning. But the fact that they go straight for that tower, it does feel a little bit more kind of not rushed, but maybe they thought they were just stronger than they were, and SG just Pangolier, the MVP of the fight there, just surprising the Tiny with that perfect CC and then layered with the Ravage.
Yeah.
I feel like I came at the end of a movie, right? And they're just talking about the plot, and I'm trying to piece it together.
Don't worry, I came in halfway through as well.
I mean, this has really been a game of like, because it's so close, and both teams are somehow managing to like hold on. There's one Rax now away from Mega Creeps. I think in this game, Mega Creeps doesn't really matter too much because the Tinker has the Boots of Travel, so he can stay back, defends his base, and then he connects his team as soon as the fight starts.
And also, you like both teams. Let's say SG, they were about to get Mega Creeps. Both teams, if they actually get to the enemy base, they're going to be clearing out pretty quickly, right? Like Quincy's way to win this game, it isn't them going, let's go to top, let's go to bot. It's them winning a fight, going down mid, and Tiny just using that tree and just destroying the tower straight away, right? Like this is very much just win the fight, win the game. The structural advantage right now, it's not too important. Of course, it's getting Mega Creeps will help SG a lot.
Forgive me if I'm speaking out of turn here, but I didn't think that Tinker was that popular at the moment.
He's popular in certain games.
Right, okay, so he's very situational depending in terms of the draft.
Yeah.
He's a reaction pick, sorry. Team fight.
Exactly. And Quincy Crew this time gets the initiation.
Yeah,
But no, Tinker's been, I think it's a player-hero specialist combination. And I think in this game, we said Quinn is not really that type of player. He's not someone that's played a lot of Tinker. I think the last time he played it was in 2018, and the hero's been significantly changed since then. But they must have just felt like, you know, this is the game. This is a very good Tinker game.
So, sorry to interrupt, but this is the game deciding moment, right? They got the Terrorblade pick off and the Tide pick, and both of them bought back. So, I expect to see the game end within the next 5 minutes. Don't wanna call it out, but hopefully the team deciding fight happens so that I can actually follow the
Get
new
into the
story.
flow of the next game. Yeah.
And this is the beautiful part of the game, right? Because like if you see the buybacks right now, Tiny has a buyback, Mirana Ogre has a buyback, that's 3. For SG, they're only sporting Void Spirit and Pangolier. And 2 heroes are like, I think it's only one, Weaver doesn't have the gold for it, right? The other's on cooldown. So it very much is a fact of, if Quincy want to try and win this fight, they need to like sacrifice the Ogre. They have to sacrifice one of these heroes, have the outpost control to be able to TP back in. Like this very much is a game deciding moment, and it's how do you use buybacks. And this is a critical thing, as you are just kind of waddling around in front. This time it does get the BKB off.
So the meta was top tier by TV, and if Quincy are able to successfully run away, they're going to be very happy with the start of the fight.
That's big.
Yeah. So the Terrorblade really, he fights around this Metamorphosis spell. It's a pretty long cooldown, but it gives him a very strong power spike where he's able to output damage from range rather than melee.
Does Tide have a BKB?
Yeah.
Is that what I just said? I guess you do need one versus Tinker.
Two
It's
tosses.
impossible otherwise.
TB, there it is.
So you see the Tinker's caught in the back, but I think... Is he gonna
Maybe
die?
someone.
Quinn has no buyback, so if the Tinker goes down there, it's huge. But oh my god, he gets 3 kills before.
And don't forget, Tiny still has buyback in all of this, so even if he was to die, like, yeah, he's not dying at all. This is just,
Oh, there's no buybacks.
yeah, there's none.
All the heroes without buybacks have died.
And that's kind of the point where SG, in that moment, they saw you while walking on the low ground. They thought they could jump him, but he gets the BKB off. There isn't that perfect CC that we saw Pangolier do on the high ground. Of course, it's more open, so it's hard to chain that stun. And then they get the disengage. They get up to the high ground, they reset, and they choose when they want to take the fight. They get the reinitiation. And SG, they kind of felt under the pressure there because when in mentioning, of course, Terrorblade, you pop meta, you want to fight, right? You have that available, and they kind of just, they fall victim to the kind of the Quincy lineup there. Tiny up front, tossing non-stop. Tinker does get picked
I
off,
think
but
it's
Tiny does the
the
damage.
impatience of, you committed this big cooldown of the Metamorphosis.
Exactly, yeah.
That's what I wanted to say, because it didn't even look like Quincy Crew were prepared for that smoke, because the way that Tiny went to that lane, his team wasn't exactly behind him. He kind of got surprised. And then he just managed to Silver Edge walk uphill. They pop BKB on Tide, BKB on Terrorblade, and then they choose to just go back in.
And then after all of that, Quinn, with no usage of the tips, being tipped relentlessly, then tips his opponent to conclude his
Right.
point.
No, but like what I wanted to say was that SG chose to take that fight. They went back in even after using all of their BKBs. And I think could it have just been whatever, guys. At that point,
I think it's because they popped the meta. They felt forced. This is we have to fight here, or we give away Roshan.
yeah, there's no realistic way to fight into Tinker without BKBs, and I think maybe the best option there was to just go back and try to look for a better situation, but it's like you said, they used meta. They know that they're just going to run with them after meta's over, so maybe they thought they could catch them off guard with the Tidehunter Ravage anyway.
Yeah.
And you were
That's
absolutely
sunlight,
right.
man. What do you do?
You were absolutely right because you was literally took one look at the game and just went, "Oh, this is going to end in less than 5 minutes if this happens."
Yeah. I missed the storyline, but it seems intense. There were some tips and pauses. I completely don't know what that
There
was
were a lot
about.
of tipping going back and forth. I think.
SG was getting very vocal with like the tipping Quinn, like, haha, Tinker, we killed you, but it's the hidden storyline in all the games.
We would like to go to the A stream, I believe, guys. Is that where you'd like to go? I'm being
love to watch
asked.
that game.
That's a banging game.
Yeah, we want to go to IGOG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a series that could potentially be the grand finals of the entire event. These two
Is that what
teams
you're expecting?
I mean, I would say LGD is probably expected to be in the grand finals, but if
In one
both
time.
of these teams made it there, I wouldn't be surprised.
And here's the interesting thing, because tiebreaker-wise, this is a really important series for IG. IG, they've already secured their #1 seed no matter what happens in this series. But for OG, right now, OG, VP, EG, and Undying, they could all still make the top bracket.
Yeah.
It just really depends on so many different factors that I know you're dying
I mean,
to talk about, T-Gov. This is, the two of you have both been like gassing about this all morning, so I need to give you the opportunity to talk us through
I
it.
won't bore anyone too long, but it's like Group A doesn't have 2 sets of games today. This is literally the final set of games for the group. And to put it in the simplest of terms, if OG is able to 2-0 the series, they are upper bracket. So I think that let's keep it simple for that. And when we move to the next series, I'll then add an extra little layer of like, the details. So then we don't have to overwhelm, because I could go on for about 10 minutes, like if this, but right now, if you're an OG fan, simply winning one game is not good enough, because EG can get 10 wins, T1 can get 10 wins, Undying can get 10 wins. Like there's a lot of variations in which tiebreakers happen in 4 and 5. So if you're an OG fan, with this 11k lead, you want that to become a win, and then the second game become a win, and then you're looking good for upper bracket. But yeah, very much, OG has to beat the top lads of Group A.
Essentially, at the moment, VP and OG, they are in the running, and then behind them are EG and Undying. So EG and Undying, they both really need a 2-0 in the series that's happening on the B stream right now.
Yes, and then also T1 is playing Thunder Predator, where T1 has to respect them as a team, right? Even though the team's eliminated, an eliminated team is still gonna, make some waves and try and do some stuff. I believe that actually happened to us at ESL event when Chaos played Liquid. Liquid, these lads decided to start whipping out some Willow and being really annoying and pesky, and we didn't expect them to change new plans and like have fun.
Our own elimination.
Yeah, and then remove us. We're like, oh no. And then we had to go lower bracket, and then this point system. It was really annoying. But that single game and understanding that, now I'm like, you have to think of every game, no matter if they're eliminated or not.
Yeah.
But OG, if they do end up in the lower bracket, again, it's slightly less statistically likely to happen, really, when you consider the other teams and their matches too. They can survive, and they can thrive in a lower bracket situation.
I think they have a strong mentality, but historically, they have won both their TIs through the upper bracket, and they've just gone all the way through. And I think the only TI I remember, I don't think they've actually ever started lower bracket, have they? Out of
It's
group?
always been, I felt like it's upper bracket.
I feel like they always
Last
started
year
upper
was like,
bracket.
not last year, TI9 was kind of easy breezy, beautiful OG.
Right, and TI8, I think they barely squeezed into upper.
Yeah.
And then they picked up pace, right?
Yep. Triple checking it now for your chief. Yep, TI8, they beat VGJ Storm 2-0, then
Right.
EG.
They had the same run, actually. It's
Yeah.
one of the craziest things. They played the exact same teams,
And then TI9.
and then Liquid in the finals instead of LGD again.
Yeah, same thing, always been upper bracket. But like, the thing with lower bracket is, you always want to have that safety net, right, in any competition. In low brackets, sure, you're sitting in the competition, you have to play a best of 1 to start with, and that alone is a very scary place, because it removes the idea of what Dota is. It's like, what level of prep have you gone to mind game your enemy, so you can really just outsmart them in that one moment, right? So that's one scary thing. And also, like, you don't really want to have one off series and be out, right? Like, you want to have that one chance to recover and go next. So that's why upper bracket is
And you
it is
never
how
know
you
when
win
your
TIs,
captain
right?
might take Gyrocopter.
No, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
just might happen. And then then you're screwed.
wait, wasn't that Lotus' fault? Wasn't he the one clicking the button? Oh dear. But yeah, right now you see here OG with a pretty substantial lead, just moving around the map, kind of trying to punish IG a little bit here. But this is kind of what you expect from the OG style. But the games that they've lost, it's been their get up and go attitude has then been eventually shut down. And maybe you see that with IG, but they don't really have the heroes to be so shutting off, other than maybe like a shake, a slam as a retaliation potentially.
I guess this looks like one of those TA games where if she does die once, IG are just completely back in the game because they've got good heroes in dealing with the enemy heroes. I think Silencer is excellent versus Abaddon in particular because naturally as a 5 he doesn't have the goal to build like a Lotus Orb or a Dispel item, right? And then whoever, if they choose to go on TA, which is the primary target here, there's not really a way for him to have a counterplay there.
Yeah.
I think TA is so far ahead that it looks difficult, but they do have Slark and they do have Ember. Both of these heroes excel at killing TA.
And I think OG's struggle this event has been that they're not struggling at taking control and playing from ahead, or getting ahead, I mean, rather. But they have shown that they can throw games.
Yeah.
So they have shown that potential of like, we might be a little bit too over-aggressive. And like Effie said, this TA dies once, this game is going to look very different.
As you see here, Notel, he's got the mana boots and the perseverance, like he's about to complete a Lotus Orb. So in this like next 3-4 minutes, we are going to see Abaddon have his own way to deal with that silencer. But again, it's a long. I think it's only a product of being able to have these early towers. Like Effie was mentioning, this is a rare case where you actually get that gold. On 5, you often don't get these like bigger items to do things right. But because OG has played so aggressive, because they have been able to take these towers, we are now seeing silencer get put a little bit more into the back
also,
of the order.
Flyfi just got so many stacks off of that Abaddon, so he's like looking to fight here, even though he doesn't have his ulti. I think that was a bit of a
Over-aggression.
unfortunate, but that's just so tempting as a Slark when you just hit this Abaddon a billion times.
Yeah. Because you build up the ultimate, right? The ultimate procs from Abaddon, so you're going to guaranteed get a bunch of hits in. For 6 seconds, depending on your attack speed, you just get the free hit and build some stacks. So probably felt a bit over-aggressive here, and now OG strike back.
And also to be clear, Seb didn't use the RP there.
Yeah.
It did look like it, but he just went all the way to the animation, and then he did cancel it. So that is still available as OG looks to get up the high ground with 30 seconds of no Slark.
Yeah, so if you look at OG's positioning here, they're keeping a lot of the heroes that are really important very far back, and they're only letting Sumail walk up and hit the racks, with no kill closely positioned behind them to dispel any sort of stun. And this is the kind of formation that you want to have when you're going high ground, and you want to abuse the fact that nobody can see your backline. And as soon as he's stunned, there you go, no kill pops up, removes any sort of disable, and you can freely reset as soon as he sees heroes approaching him.
And this is kind of the difference that you see between teams from even like OG's position to maybe lower in the group stage, right? It's like when you go to hit high ground, there isn't always that like consistent, clean way of hitting the building, right? Like I feel like these top teams, they are just putting that one hero up, be it like a Tiny or a BKB, a TA or whatever, and they are positioning nicely behind. I think when you go lower down the group stage and the teams have been struggling a bit more, they are a bit more kind of, one hero's dead, let's send 2 heroes up, let's send 3 heroes up, let's just try and take this tower quickly whilst we have the advantage of numbers. But then you just lose the element of surprise because you are just revealing more of your lineup.
This is the classic smoke into smoke. They're just looking for each other on the map.
Both teams recognize that Roshan is very important here. The nice thing for OG is they have a lot of ways to scout it out. They have TA traps to give them vision, and they have the ET Spirit.
They don't have a trap in the pit in this.
Sumail's caught. Huge echo. And so here you see the global silence comes out, and it stops No-Tail
Abaddon.
from being able to save, and which is what you touched on earlier. And Abaddon, despite being ahead right in this game, and OG having a very dominant game, and it being 27 minutes in, still doesn't have. Or is it 37? Sorry. 37 minutes in. Still hasn't finished it. Oh, he just did. Okay.
This is also a rare moment as well. Like OG, they're Radiant playing on the dire side, but they didn't deward that high ground.
You're
The
right.
whole initiation from IG, it was just the fact that OG just kind of clumped 2 heroes there, enabled that slam, and that's kind of the good old phrase, uncharacteristic, but it is kind of the difficulty when you don't deward, you are going to get initiated, and we do see that death on the TA, which might spiral the game out of control.
So for me, just the most interesting thing to note there was that somehow there wasn't a trap in the pit, right? And Sumo just melded on the high ground, waiting for them to kind of walk back up and just surprise them. But they were more ready for that than OG were ready for IG's play there. And I feel like that just shouldn't have been the case in that part of the map in particular, because you do have a TA on your team.
I believe there is a sentry outside the pit. I think it got instantly rewarded. So it's kind of like vision itself. But yeah, like they weren't authoritative with their position. Yeah, if you see on the mid, there are sentries by the pit there, but so probably IG already aware and kind of countering Sumo's play there.
Super quick update on Stream C. VP have just beaten Asset in the opening game of their series.
I think a quite an expected result. I think VP, the way that they've been playing this tournament, matches well against Astra's playstyle.
And that's kind of, it's an important thing to note as well. VP, they're in a similar situation to OG, so they're looking to 2-0 here so they can cleanly get themselves a guaranteed spot in the upper bracket.
Yeah, exactly. The 11 wins puts you in that position of confirming your own spot, yeah. Which is, imagine that, OG 2-0, VP 2-0, and then you leave, EG versus Undying. Oh, that's tiebreaker.
Are you looking forward to EG versus Undying?
I just...
I mean, it's going on right now.
Yeah, it's weird to see like an entire international group stage, but then it comes down to the battle of NA versus NA. They have to out one of their own to be able to pursue further. So it's kind of it's a weird storyline that kind of developed, I guess. But yeah.
I mean, leading into TI, who would have imagined Undying and EG are like in the same position for upper bracket?
Yeah. I feel like this, I think most people expected it to be like EG would be second or third in the group, and then Undying would be like a very decent 5th, 6th type of situation. But the fact that they have been able to turn up and put themselves in position of putting themselves top 4, that is, it's very impressive stuff.
I'm sure we'll check in on the EG Undying game in a bit. I think we want to see this game through, don't we? And then maybe we'll switch stream just to check in on that one, because it'd be interesting to see EG's recovery, because it seems like they got a little bit flattened yesterday by VP, and how the game plan has come back will be quite interesting to see.
OG just
This was so back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, IG just had an Aegis, but OG just kept running out.
Eyes on Saxa here. He's going to deal so much damage.
I was gonna comment on that. That ET is so farmed, and I thought about it. Who else is the empower target on his team? It's not like he's running around empowering the TA, right? So he can actually give his ET a farming means and get him that axe, which makes a huge difference in these fights. But they overextended in IG's base, and they paid for it. They paid for it really hard. Interestingly enough, after that fight near Roshan, where TA died, I thought IG were in a really good place. But then they kind of messed up themselves and got 3-man RP'd, which enabled that sequence of events where they just ran down and felt confident enough to hit their high ground. But then OG did the same thing that IG just did. And
you have Thompson basically at tier 4s aggressively using when there's a silencer, like there's no BKB. Yeah, that was a very OG-esque play there, trying to break down the spirits of IG, but...
I think this game, in difference to the Quincy Crew versus SG game, you're seeing two teams that are both playing to win. And that's when these situations can arise. When both teams are willing to take these fights. Like OG initiated without the TA, without their Abaddon. They went in 3 versus 5 because they saw an opening. They saw a timing that they could use, where the ET like kind of fills the role of the TA and just smacks them down if they get enough heroes RPs. So in this case, I think while it looks maybe a little bit clowny, it's clowny for opposite reasons than we saw in the last game, where both teams are very tense and playing defense. Here you see two teams that are doing anything it takes to win. And I think this is a good sign for why, the difference between being at the bottom of the groups and being at the top.
I really like hearing that perspective from you in particular, because obviously your experience as a pro player changes the way that you look at these things. But for, I think, most viewers and talent even, we can look at these situations sometimes and say, are they throwing? What is going on here? But to look at it from the lens of they are hungry for the win, and that's why they're willing to take these plays instead of just clowning around is a really good perspective to hear, because I think a lot of us forget to look at it that way.
Yeah, because I think in a lot of situations when you see OG play aggressive and they get ahead, that is you think, oh wow, that's so well executed. But the times when they do it wrong, you're like, oh wow, why are they doing that? And the result shouldn't really necessarily define why you think one thing is right or isn't.
I think in most games, right, the moves happening is because they think that's not the best move, but it's like a good move to make, right, to try and win the game. And that it's rarely in a game you feel like you fully checked out, right? Like, I don't think, if you speak from experience, is there really a game where you're like, yeah, we've lost this game, we're going to use it to talk about the next one, right? I don't think that ever really exists. I know people have spoke about that, but like realistically, is you're always just trying to find that avenue back, right? Like just don't give up, keep going. And just,
Yeah, I don't really think you don't really talk about them because you don't know what the next game's gonna be.
No,
like,
exactly,
right?
yeah.
You don't know the draft. You don't
and
know.
I just heard that
yeah.
several times. I just don't think that exists within Dota.
I mean, our team doesn't do it at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a defensive item yet for Thompson?
I think he has the eels. Yeah.
He just has the Euros, okay.
Yeah.
Nice teams.
Oh,
Oh,
again, the
beautiful.
same position, OG running up. It's the same ward as well, I believe, still alive from the previous time they lost in this position. Whew. Yeah, this is kind of the OG make or break moments for them where they play with the aggression, but then sometimes if the team's just ready for it in the right position at the right time, they can just dismantle it, be it in their own base, coincidentally, or playing on the same ward.
I think perhaps we should be able to criticize that a little bit because they're just going up the same choke point versus Global and Earthshaker and Ember the same way that they did last time, and it didn't work out for them. They probably should have just taken that other ramp of Ho.
I think OG they had a trap
Honestly.
up the high ground, so they saw something, and then being OG, they're like, all right, pounce, just go.
It's kind of one of those things where, like, with the just go, like, a just go works if like the one, like the Abaddon walking up to scout, like, open the vision, and then it's the TA blinking or the mag blinking, the RP, the skewer, etc. Like, it did feel very OG with the idea of the go is just walk on in, save our spells so that we can make the big plays. Like, yeah, it's.
But I think at this point now they have to realize that there is the threat of Global, so Abaddon can't have any impact in saving heroes if they do go for plays like that. And my concern is just the last couple of TA deaths really, really put him behind because this is not how you win as TA in this patch in particular. I say this specifically because she's playing against Slark, Ember, Weaver.
Yeah, the matchups aren't necessarily great, and I think the way TA wants to play the game out is you want to have a lot of traps around the map, and you want to be controlling the vision.
Yep.
And once you die, you spend like 100 seconds out of the game. The enemy team is able to push over the creep waves to your side of the map, and you're not able to get to the places where you want to have traps. But here we go, round 3, same place.
And the whole idea here is like OG kills someone if it's like an RP into then the damage of the TA.
And get caught every fight.
Yeah, they just waddled it in and died. Okay, 3 for 3. Like you were mentioning the whole how TA is gonna struggle, and I was like, yeah, it feels like this is the only way they win. It's like the RP or the stomp, that kind of clutch play to then unlock TA to teleport in on the trap to then get the damage in. But yeah, OG right now kind of 2 fights in a row. One where they just kind of blindly walked into a slam. Again, great positioning from IG. And then the second time it's they're TPing onto the top wave whilst initiating into the jungle. It's a little bit fragmented and they're not clearly getting out the damage that they need to win the fight. Like you see here, Seb gets the RP off, but if you look at the mini-map, Sasuke's by the top rune. You had Sumo TP kind of waddling in from the top side. Like no, they weren't really ready, but IG they were. Like Silencer's always in position with Global being global, and then Earthshaker has been hitting these beautiful slams now. So
But there we saw the strength of Silencer because it could have been a good play if he managed to get the skewer back to his team, but he just couldn't because of the instant global. So maybe they thought that it was off cooldown and it just came
Maybe,
off
yeah.
faster than they thought because they had just lost a fight recently, right? But I think global is actually surprisingly low cooldown and people forget it. It's really not that long.
Yeah.
It's happened to so many of us where it's like, okay, we just lost a fight to global, let's go. Everyone respawns and it's just back up. I think it's around 80 seconds.
As a pro player, again, I should know that.
It's around 80 seconds. If you get a quickening charm, you have it up so frequently.
So something interesting to talk about when it comes to cooldown timers is, I think there are certain spells that when you're around the 80 second to like 100 second mark, you're almost always going to have it up for every single fight. Because that's approximately what the time it takes for you to die, respawn, group up, move out on the map, like get all the lanes ready. So when you're around that like 60 to maybe like 90 second mark, usually you'll have it up every fight. And then when you go above 100 seconds, that's usually when these cooldowns are long enough to where every other fight you will have them. And you'll see teams really abuse openings that they get because the spell is on cooldown. So probably OG are trying to squeeze it in, like within the 80, and they're just barely not making it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It feels like this match. I know I love myself for sounding so simplistic, but it seems like this match is currently like kind of hinged on OG repeatedly making the same mistake at the moment,
It's kind of
rather
forced
than
aggression.
IG having to like control the situation. OG just playing into their hands multiple times.
Yeah.
It seems that way for sure because they made a mistake fighting in that place a couple of times, but it's also just impeccable positioning by IG being ready for them at that moment when they do walk up. Because if they had been 2 seconds later to group up there, they wouldn't have found the opportunity that they did. My concern for OG is it's a TA, it's a safe lane TA lineup. She can't afford the kinds of deaths that she's been having.
And he's in trouble again. Is he able to jump out?
Stabbing the
Oh?
back.
He's surviving. He's gonna jump to base with this trap, I think. No. 3 men RP. They're actually
What a
doing
fight.
it. So this is something I think you have
Now
to
it's
credit
Look
OG
at that
for.
ET.
Now everything's connecting. Like
Yeah.
when the spells connect, it works, right?
You have to credit OG for this. I think the reason that
100%.
they do take these fights and the reason they do force the objective is they always want to be in control of the game. As long as they're the ones making the move, they know what's going to happen. They can predict what's coming next because they're the ones forcing the engagement. And I think it's the same thing here, right? They tried 3 times, it didn't work out, but the 4th time it works. And now suddenly they're at the enemy base.
So why did it work that time? Was it because literally they actually did get to have the first initiation as opposed to just being discovered while on rotation?
So I think the key thing in that fight specifically was that Sumil was the first target. So if you think about Sumil, in this game he's the damage dealer. So if he's in position to deal damage, they're going to have good fights. And he survived the initial burst of IG, and then he was able to stand his ground and fight back, while his team could support him with spells, which is OG's ideal team fight.
They're kind of a 4 protect 1 within
Right.
the team fight. situation.
Exactly. And Sumil, with Sumil in position. Whereas the other fights that we saw in the jungle, Sumil kind of was coming in a bit late,
Yeah.
and they couldn't really use the duration of their disables for him to deal damage.
And also they have more the kind of the clutch plays coming in as well, like Abingdon coming in, keeping the TA alive, TA being innately tanky. And I think the main thing here is like we've critiqued OG and their fight 2-3 times in a row, and then it does work the 4th time. It is that constant aggression and constant going forward. Some teams, after failing once or twice or 3 times, they'd find a new game plan. They'd reinvent themselves or like try and find a new way to kind of enter the game. OG, they just do the same thing again and again, right? Like they know how they've already like got the idea of fighting, so they're gonna keep going. So now we see it happen fine in the bot fight, and then it works, right? And it's testament to planning out your fights.
Call that cojones.
yeah, exactly.
Very epic, go on.
Right, so in the last minute, OG basically just unraveled IG completely.
Yeah.
Seb was so clutch. He found great RPs, great skewer backs. He had a skewer back twice in just 30 seconds, and it felt like IG just kind of let the game slip out of their hands.
I really love Owen's face at the end of that. It's just like, yeah, so the full fight worked. Okay, we understand why they kept doing that now.
I guess the main thing here is like what we haven't mentioned is the fact that when you're playing a Dota game, if you're always making really good plays but they're reacting to your opponent, it's great that you made the plays, great that you got the kills, but you're not getting yourself onto the map, right? Like IG, they got the Aegis, but it didn't suddenly mean that they were making their own tier 2, tier 3 aggression, right? It's like, oh, let's go hide again. These little OG guys,
Wait
they're
for
gonna
these
run
guys
on
to
in.
come to us,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. So it was very good from IG always being in position, but I guess what we should have maybe been highlighting is it is OG playing OG's game still, and if there was like 1 more fight loss, 2 more fights lost, then IG will cross the river, make their own plays. But yeah, it is very much if you're against OG and you beat them a couple of times, you need to then pick up the pace yourself and then run at them. You can't always be waiting and yeah.
IG
crazy.
won the fight, they just didn't capitalize on them.
It's more so that IG had good fights and they were in a position to just keep taking good fights, but OG, it goes back to what Insania said about how it may look like, what are they doing, this is so clowny, but they actually have an idea with what they're doing, and if you control the aggression of the game, like Insania said, you can predict the next move, and obviously if they kept running into them, they had an idea of what they wanted to do there. I also thought it was really cool how ET functioned as a secondary carry in that last fight. He was doing absurd amounts of damage with the Empower from Magnus. I thought it was a cool combination.
Yeah, and I think a lot of viewers might not know this, but the Elder Titan aura removes all armor. Any sort of base armor that you have goes to 0. So if you think about how Stark works, he steals a lot of agility when he hits people. And to those who don't know, agility immediately translates over to armor. So it increases your base armor because it's coming from a stat, and Elder Titan just negates all of it. So you're seeing the Slark that has crazy amounts of armor get 3-shotted by a support hero.
And he
simply
doesn't
because
wanna
of the aura.
He doesn't want to buy actual armor, right? So against
Right.
ET, if you buy like plate mail, bucklers, like actual like additional armor, that's what makes you tanky against ET. But these heroes, they don't really want to buy it. So Agi heroes against Morphling, bye-bye. Thanks for playing. You are going to have your biggest defense is now removed.
How dare you mention Morphling in my presence? Okay, let's have a switch. I know that we really wanted to check in on the EG Undying game. So if we can switch over to that. We already have. Apologies. I'm so sorry. We're going to see that very shortly on our screen. We're in the draft right now. Oh, no surprise. We've got a Tide Hunter, we've got a Snapfire, we've got an IO, we've got a Weaver, and we've got a Disruptor. So we can use what I learned yesterday. Sorry.
What did you learn yesterday?
What was, yeah.
Well, we talked about this earlier. If you get the Aghanim Shard, Tsunami taught me this. Scepter, sorry, okay. If you get the Scepter, sorry. Oh God, Ags S is literally the same for both of them. Sorry, I got so excited. Okay, fine. If you get the Aghanim Scepter on the Disruptor,
Right.
then his Mortal Strike. No, oh my God.
So this is what you told me off screen.
I literally
before we
told you
walked
that
on.
off
You said,
screen, and I did
Did
it.
you
off-
know that when Disruptor buys Aghanim Scepter, you can no longer use your items? So we're both silenced. You cannot use your spells,
Yes.
and you cannot use items either. So
Yes.
You can't BKB your way out of
Yes,
anymore.
I did say that. Yeah, it's just I forgot the name of the ability.
It's
That-
very good.
and that's what threw me. It's not Mortal Strike. It's
Static Storm.
yeah. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm not going to talk. Don't worry. Anyway, the whole point is he mutes. He can mute. Okay, he gets some money and then he can mute. It's fine. So with that ability in mind, is there anyone that's going to be particularly useful against on the Undying side of things?
I'd say Disruptor, the cool thing about it is his glimpse and the interaction with Wisp. So if you think about Io will relocate two heroes into a team fight. And then 13 seconds later, he will pull them both out. But when you have Disruptor, you can choose to send one of them back to where they came from. And that's
it.
something that can be very useful in a game of Dota 2.
But also, you
Here's-
drop your spells, right? Like,
here's
you
the-
see the relocate, you throw everything down, the static storm, the kinetic, like, you know exactly where they're coming, you prepare. It's like, we're gonna go, I can't cancel the, so you can also preemptively drop all your spells on the spot of the relocate. So Disruptor, he deals kind of with the toolkit of IO pretty well, as long as IO doesn't have an amazing lead and everyone has items and they're running you down. But in an even game, Disruptor can be really, really good against IO.
Okay. We've got a puck coming out as well.
That's the hero I did not expect to see that much here at TI.
Whereabouts are we going to see puck being played? I know I associate him with mid, but actually it's quite a flexible hero. He can be played in more supportive role as well.
I'd like to see it mid. I think against Undying's lineup, which wants to be, like, when you pick CM into a Lesh with a Weaver, it's very much like, you want to have the mana to fight, you want to be in the face, Lesh wants to hit the towers. Puck is one of the best mid laners to counterplay this early aggression. You get your 6, you just go in, you have the coil, you stop them from hitting the tower because they're trying to run away, you kind of control the fight. And also you have all the wave skipping mechanisms to, if the game does get hard, Puck can be that pesky little hero behind you, always skipping the waves, making it really difficult. So yeah, I think the need for lockdown, for early tower defense, and then for eventual wave skipping, Puck ticks all the boxes. And now Undying will have to think of a clean way to try and stop this Puck running around these fights, because they don't have reliable stuns to catch such an elusive hero right now.
And outside of that, it's just like, look at the absurd team fight potential if you add a puck to your lineup too. You've got Dream Coil, Static Storm, Mortimers, and Ravage. I personally am not fond of having like 4 or 5 team fight heroes just because you become so cooldown dependent. But because of the reasons that you mentioned about Puck's ability to play side lanes and push out waves and stuff, he's multi-dimensional in his item builds and how he chooses to play them up and what he does. Also, it's an Aved specialty hero, so there could be an idea here outside of just, maybe Puck's fallen out of favor as a hero. I wanted to comment on Crystal Maiden a little bit just because it's interesting. I think she got picked earlier as well. I didn't catch the game exactly, but everyone considers her a bad hero, but I think she's a little bit underrated. She's not particularly great this game just because Frostbite doesn't really do much in canceling Mortimer's kisses. It can't do that. And if you Frostbite Tidehunter, he'll just crack and shell it off. So that kind of sucks, but it's going to be a good route against Puck, right? If she ever gets the chance to do it. But also, the Weaver and Crystal Maiden synergy is really nice because Weaver's a very mana-dependent hero.
Yep.
And I think it was Vici actually who combined these two heroes in particular at the Animator. And the sole reason behind the Crystal Maiden pick was just to give Weaver mana for Shikuju in lane.
There's also a lot of synergies in how they lane together. Weaver is a hero that has a lot of mobility, and the way that the spiders work, the bugs that you put on the opponents, which again I should know the name of.
This
I mean, you literally send us. Yeah, it's literally
swarm.
You send us
The
swarm of bugs. If you say bugs, everyone knows what you're talking about.
Okay, great.
You're fine.
So when you put the bugs on the opponent, it takes time for the negative armor to build up. And Crystal Maiden is one of the few heroes that has 2 crowd control abilities really early on. So you get both the slow and the freeze, and you get the negative armor to build up really, really fast from Weaver. So the early part of the laning phase is really, really strong for him. And we have a RTZ anti-mage.
That's quite the anti-mage,
That
right?
is quite the anti-mage.
So if you look at the reason for it, of course, anti-mage into sanking, traditionally, anti-mage thrives because sanking can't always pressure you out if you don't have the correct 4 position behind you. You will then also have this big mana bomb the entire game, which is Leshrac. Going to be running around, trying to put yourself in vulnerable positions, hitting towers and whatnot with Edict, and then anti-mage can clear you up. So right now, Undying, they're going to be in a bit of a spot of bother where they need to group up early, keep taking those fights and keep killing them. And we mentioned earlier that the idea of like the whole the 4 team fighting spells on EG, like that type of timing. This is kind of what EG wants now because their spells, it's going to be your 1 push, we use 2 spells, you now reset, you come again, we use 2 spells, you reset, you come again. Fast forward 25 minutes, Anti-Mage's like, hi, I'm now like 3-4 slotted, I can win the game because there isn't really the hero that will cleanly stop killing an Anti-Mage. Like I mentioned the lack of stuns, and like it was a Lesh stun, a CM root, and now they have Burrow Strike. That's barely enough to kill a Puck on a good day, right? And now they have to try and do that to a Puck and an anti-mage. So yeah, very much Undying needs to look to find that laning phase advantage, an Aegis, and to really send it into EG's face.
This is a criticism I hear about EG a fair bit, and maybe something that could be made about them yesterday against VP, and it's something we kind of briefly touched on earlier. But obviously, we're quite busy watching a certain OG versus IG. Is EG having very solid game plans, having possibly the best regarded coach in all of Dota 2 in Bulba, but maybe not always wanting to switch things up from what they intend to do. And now they've got a draft that looks like it's stronger than Undying's. Surely they're just free to go and do that now, and they're going to be going into this one with quite a lot of confidence.
Well, I don't think that Undying's draft is bad at all. Like, it has its merits, right? So EG did set up for the ability to fight and defend towers without their anti-mage. That explains the 4 big team fighting heroes. But they also have very cooldown dependent heroes. And Undying have the ILS. ILS can just run down lanes together and apply pressure on the map very early on into the game. We start to see these movements happen around minute 10, and assuming that Sand King gets the stagger timing, they will be able to just control the map in their favor if they don't make any bad plays, right? So there is going to be pressure applied to EG's draft. We just have to see how both teams approach the game and how it goes. So I wouldn't necessarily say one draft is better than the other. They both have a means to win the game, and it's not clear.
I think the different advantages here. So you're going to see Undying who's going to try to take control early on and try to like really bring the fight to EG, and kind of similarly to how we talked about OG in the last game, where they need to be careful about making one crucial mistake. That's going to be what EG is looking for. I personally think, based on this tournament so far, the team that has had the ability to win later on and have a timing that's, once we hit our timing, you can no longer fight us, has tended to do better. And I think EG does have that advantage in this game. That once the anti-mage is online, once all their heroes are online, and once the disruptor has an Aghanim Scepter, it will be very difficult for Undying to fight into them. But up until that point, there is Undying definitely has the ability to fight back, and they're going to be in control.
We need to talk about the spray, don't we?
Which one, the Arteezy one? The best thing is you can put it on like trees and towers and cliffs, and you can distort it a little bit so that you can make, Arteezy's eyes bigger, or like his like smile happier, it's pretty cool. There's a method to sprays. I look forward to next DPC where teams really reinvigorate themselves with what they actually bring into the game. But also touching back onto Insania's point quickly, it's the way that you look at Undying's draft. They need to have the same kind of tenacity that OG had in that previous game we just witnessed, right? Like, just because you get wiped or just because you might die to some teamfight spells, it means you need to be able to reset and go again. Like, I'm kind of looking for Undying to pretty much like copycat OG here, where they run in, they sacrifice a couple guys, maybe they win the fight, but it's like you need to just keep going forward. You can't be afraid if things slightly go wrong, because like going wrong means EG's using valuable resources to be able to protect the farm or the map of anti-mage, and that's exactly what Undying needs to do. Like mentioned earlier, is like breaking down the map quick enough so that anti-mage is always like looking to find farm rather than the farm coming to him.
It also should be noted, when Insigne was talking about which team has the advantage here, just in terms of team, that EG and Undying have played versus each other so many times, right? They're from the same region, and EG is predominantly the better team. That's what most people know them as, and they probably know the ins and outs of the Undying players. So in that regard, I would give them the edge draft-wise, just for that. But if Undying can just power through, I can see their draft taking over the game, because Weaver is not a hero that should be underestimated in terms of how fast and how much damage he can do early on. And I think Sand King has the potential to catch out this puck. We were saying that we're concerned that maybe it's not enough to kill a puck, but I think a Sand King and Lushrak can do it if Sand King does his job.
Yeah, I think for them, the Sand King kind of completed their draft. It gave them a way to fight back. They needed some sort of instant disable, and they get that through the Sand King. And yeah, like you said, I think the regional thing, and I think that's something that, as a player, when, for example, we play against Team Secret, I think we might have more of a mental block than a Chinese team that plays against Team Secret, because you haven't gotten mauled by them for like months straight. Whereas I think Undying playing up against EG, there should be a little bit of that, right? You ran into the EG wall so many times. In your region, they're always the team that wins. They're the team you always lose to. So I think there could be some mental aspects to it too.
And there's also the mental aspect that really both of these teams need to 2-0 this to have a shot at the upper bracket. So after you've gone through this first game, if you've not won this, the second one's going to feel absolutely devastating. So all the pressure is really on these moments right now.
Yeah, the first game is really important here.
The important for this series is if EG Undying draw and go obviously 1-1, and then T1 as expected were to beat Thunder Predator, who already eliminated 2-0, it puts them both out. They could actually drag them. Yeah, I was just checking now. Yeah, if they draw this series and T1 wins, both NA teams drag themselves to the lower bracket. Sorry. So this could be NA undoing themselves at TI.
Is there anything more NA than NA?
I'm taking you with me.
I didn't realize that. Oh, God.
If I can't go, you can't go either.
Oh my, that's. Oh. Right, how's T1 doing right now? That's such a weird storyline, actually. Like, most regions will have. Wait, you've got China in upper bracket, EU, Eastern Europe. Unfortunately, no SEA, no SA, but.
No, T1's SEA.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I forgot T1 would be going up in this scenario. Yeah, so we'd have SEA. So we'd have all regions but SA, and then we'd have no
Does
Americas.
Beast Coast have no hope for upper bracket?
East Coast is currently.
They have upper bracket
think
hope,
there should
I
be a
believe.
They're in contention, I guess.
Yeah, so we could have. That would be very hype. All regions in the
But
upper
NA.
bracket of TI.
But no NA. Because NA would be.
Potentially, right?
Yeah.
We could still have NA.
We're going to have
could.
NA at least in the lower bracket.
I really wish we had all regions in upper bracket. That would be very, very cool.
It could happen. It could
It
happen.
very much could happen. It also could happen that all regions bar NA could be there, which is also a crazy thought. Through the own regions doing that's the.
I mean, going into TI, like, who would have expected EG not to be upper bracket, right? They made 2 major finals. They looked like they were going to win the first one. They've been a really dominant team throughout the entire season. And it's pretty crazy the position that they're in, considering, like, where they came in from.
We see that every TI though. There's always one team that just exceeds our expectations and how they perform. And I think a lot of people counted Undying out and did not expect this result in group stage. And they've just surprised everybody. So it would be a really nice story if they did well in this series too.
How do we feel about Undying going into this one, given their performance against T1 yesterday? Because they held on and they held on. They had, like, I think they had the longest matches of any team throughout yesterday, which is one of the reasons we finished about 11 p.m. ladies and gentlemen. Not that I'm resentful towards them at all, and I love an underdog, so go Undying. But it felt like some of those games, they were on the back foot constantly, just holding on. And they had the resilience to do that. They just didn't have the edge to really win. Like, especially that first game in the series against T1 when they were constantly, they take the high ground in their base, but like we're just literally seeing T1 just coming back and going, yeah, we're not going to let you kill us and take an advantage. We're literally never going to let you leave this base until we've destroyed it. And I'm just kind of wondering if they can't find the edge there, how are they going to find the edge against EG now?
I think it's actually a good sign when you hold on, generally speaking, because it, at least from inside the team, if they believe they can win, even though we can very clearly see that their chances are limited, it means that they themselves believe in their ability to, like pull out some miracle in that kind of moment. I know when we were at DreamHack Leipzig, and we have Taiga and Boxy pull out their 2v5 moment, like all of us were like we were mentally done. Like we thought this is over. And I know ever since that we always thought to ourselves like, okay, no matter how over the game looks, we don't know, because like what happened in the VP's game was that Resolution took his hands off his keyboard. Like you can never plan for that. You never know what might happen. So I personally think like when I see a team play it out till the end, that's a good sign. And I mean, sometimes you're like, okay, maybe it's better to tap out and move on, but I think it's at a TI stage, as long as they're not tilting themselves and as long as they're not ruining their own mentality by doing it, or like getting fed up with getting destroyed and getting smacked so many times, I think it's a good thing to see. And especially from like a new team who are at their first TI.
Yeah, and like Frankie mentioned, like Undying was doing that yesterday. Like even when the games looked rough, they were doing these like 3-4 man smokes. They were down like a lane of racks, whatever, but they were still choosing to take fights in these triangles with their own vision. Like they were doing like the basics of a good fight, even when they were down like 20, 30k, right? So the idea that they want to make sure that they can always give themselves that like 5% chance, rather than just playing for one, like that it's over, they might throw. They're trying to find their way to win the game. And you also said about the length of games. So other than SG, who's only got 2 wins, the average win of Undying is 44 minutes 20 seconds, which is the longest of any other team. Compare that to like PSG, who's doing really well. They're 33 minutes.
That must be
average
aided by
win.
the fact that they won early today in just 17 minutes.
It's like there's
though.
an 11-minute gap average win between Undying and PSG. Like it's crazy to think there's such a disparity there, but
And also, the Chinese team is the quicker team as opposed to the American team. And I feel like a couple of years ago it was always like this kind of wider, kind of overarching,
Consensus,
very
yeah.
basic storyline was, oh, the Asian teams really like to farm.
I'm very happy that was broken down quickly. Like PSG, like all new age has kind of proven that wrong, and like no, we can't really say that anymore. It's like most teams have a element of intensity in how they play, and also if they want a prolonged game, they can, right? But you know, PSG for sure is not a team that's like must farm a BKB. No. They're very more enjoyable to watch.
I like that.
It's not even just PSG though. Most Chinese teams are like that. You'll find that they end their games faster than a lot of the Western teams. And the idea behind the Chinese region maybe 3 years ago was that, yeah, they like the long games and they like to farm and they play the boring style of Dota, but I don't think that's been the case at all in the last few years. And actually the most traditional and like rigid Chinese team in this tournament is Elephant, compared to Vici, IG, or PSG. They just have these veterans who like to play a certain way and they don't like to throw a one game. So like for example, that game we watched a few days ago where Elephant took forever to go high ground.
They're like 40k up, right? Like, no.
They refused to potentially die to a split earth high ground defense with Aegis. They made sure they waited an extra 20 minutes before they ended the game, right? And that applies to Elephant for sure, but not the other Chinese teams, I would say. So that's a bit of a misconception that people have that is due to how the style of China used to be a few years ago. But I would honestly say that's not the case. They've been innovative with their drafting and they've been playing very high tempo Dota.
And that's why you're your favorite.
I just really enjoyed watching the Chinese DPC. It was my favorite by far.
Although your favorite player is actually playing right now in EG.
Who's your favorite player?
Can I guess? Is it the Earthbrick player? Got it in one.
So I have a ton of favorite players, especially because so many people impress me. But Crit, as a player, really learned a lot by watching him play. So
What is it? So is it because you have learned a lot from him, or is there a particular flair that he has to his game that always impresses you?
it's just that we have a very similar hero pool, but I think he's really intelligent in the way that he moves around the map and things like that. So it's always sad for me when it's not really an Earth Spirit, Tuskar, tiny four kind of meta, and we have to watch these Snapfires and these Lions. That's when I kind of look towards other players, right? So Zincu from PSG LGD, that guy's cool. I like the way that he plays Dota, for sure.
You're in
And-
position 4.
Yeah, so I'm in position 4, that's why I'm speaking from the lens of a 4. But I think all of these teams have incredibly talented players on every role.
What about you?
What about me?
Are you your favourite player?
Wow, that's
Sorry, I realise there's a team fight happening here.
Well, who was in your dream?
We're about-
team? Huh?
who was in my dream team. I mean, I would choose all 4 of my players, and then I'd add a good captain to that roster. So maybe a Kuro, a No Taylor, a Puppy. There you go. Dream team.
Well, are you sure it's just not you and 4 BSJs? Because I feel like
It's definitely not
That's
for
what he said
BSJ.
last night. That's what I set him up for it, but he then backed down.
I'm
from
not
the-
choosing for BSJ.
It was you,
That
it was
would be
Blitz,
so
and it was then
powerful.
Brian in every lane.
Oh boy, we're never gonna do anything. It's gonna be
Okay.
Chinese Dota from 3 years ago.
Wait, Aiden, would you rather play on a team with 4 BSJs or 4 Jenkins?
4 Jenkins. It would be good vibes. We would have a lot of fun with 4 Jenkins. We wouldn't win much, but we'd have good times. And we get to play all the crazy stuff.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
yeah,
what,
yeah, yeah.
At the
it's
end
all
of the day,
about.
right, like,
Dyer's
not everybody can win. So
Right.
playing for good vibes is good.
Little trivia, because I know I'm not meant to be talking about Counter-Strike too much, but Mickey's a very good Counter-Strike player.
He's a beast.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
really good at Counter-Strike. And then Grim, who's a Counter-Strike pro in Team Liquid, the CS equivalent, he plays Dota.
Yeah, so does Fallen.
Fallen as
actually.
well,
Fallen's
Fallen,
huge
yeah.
on Dota. Very
Brazilian
passionate Dota.
player.
Like when we're at the facility in Utrecht, he'll come in and be like, "Are you guys scrimming?" We're like, "No." He's like, "Why? Go practice so I can watch." He's very, very into Dota. He really enjoys watching it.
Fallen is absolutely hilarious. He's,
Yeah.
you. I want to go to Utrecht, man. I want to go hang out.
Yeah, you should
play
come by
some Dota,
sometime.
man.
Yeah, it's good vibes.
Very good vibes. Right now, though, I feel like this has been a fairly reserved game. I know we're only 12 minutes in, so it can't be that bloodlusty yet, but we haven't seen like a full-on 5v5 engage.
So this is around the time when they should start to make plays with their Lashrak and Io, but it seems like EG are the ones applying pressure on the map, and generally it's not a good sign if the kill score is 5 and 2 at minute 12 and you're the anti-mage team with 5 kills. That's
Yeah. I think when you're playing up against these
that's a
teamfight drafts,
depressing thing to look at for sure.
yeah, when you're playing against a teamfight drafts, you usually want the kill score to be high because you want them to be burning these cooldowns for kills. But when the kill score is low, that means both teams are allowed to sit back on their respective sides and kind of wait out their cooldowns. They're not being abused while they don't have half their spells, and that's a pretty big edge. That it just for me at least, it's a good sign for EG's chances in this game.
Like right now on Dying, they like their lanes aren't the strongest lanes where they can like crush one lane. It's like you force a hero to the jungle straight away. Like you saw Anti-Mage pretty much at some point by himself solo, allowing Disruptor to make these early moves. And what EG is kind of presenting is when you have these early damage dealing heroes in regards to the big teamfight spells. We said this time and time again on the panels, right? It's like if you dictate when you get to use your spell, if you're the ones like hitting a tower, using the Ravage, using the Mortimer Kisses, you not only are going to take the tower to some degree, you're going to force heroes there. So on Dying, they need at least like 1 or 2 cheap items to do damage, and they want to defend their towers to these team fighting heroes. So EG is kind of enabling their draft for aggression to unlock anti-mage farm, and you kind of wish Undying could do more, but their heroes, if they just blindly run at an objective, they will just die, and that will just accelerate EG even more. So Undying have to be very tactical with what fight they take, and that's why EG hitting these earlier fights, it's just kind of punishing Undying's like patience and trying to kind of calculate what's best for themselves.
This is the window now. They just used all their team fight spells mid, and they should have gone for a play a bit earlier because I feel like they spent a little bit too much time in their jungle farming before they did something like this. But this concept of having this strong Tidehunter come out of his lane and go to the mid tower, I've seen this before a lot actually, particularly by Elephant. I don't know why they don't do it anymore, but with the combination of Snapfire's like little shredder, that and just a Tide being beefy and just right-clicking, that tower dies so quickly. And they did so much tower damage that they actually forced them to defend. And then when that happened, they were perfectly set up for all of their abilities.
And that is the main reason why, like, Undying, they come to mid, like, let's go hit this tower. Tide with a hood just walks up in the front, and then Puck and Disruptor, their spells have just come back from, like, the fight before, so now they're smoking behind, like, yeah, it's so hard for Undying to try and get the ball rolling, because if they want to do it, they have to use a lot of resources to eat through a Tide or eat through a Static Storm or a Core. So it is very difficult. And maybe Undying's going to be looking to waiting for like a peak moment because now even Arteezy, like the kills are kind of coming to him. He's got his Battle Fury. He's farming the map and
This is the
Undying is
EG we
getting picked
expect, though,
apart.
right? Like, EG's putting it on. I think this is
100%.
like a result of EG playing good Dota.
Yeah.
Like you're seeing EG really force the pacing that they want. Like this Leshrac and this Weaver were at the top of the net worth charts, literally up until just that happened.
The Dice is like running back to mid lane. No, this is my tower. Gotta defend it.
Yeah.
So this is very dire for Undying. Quite
I think
literally.
Very
the
literally.
pacing is not good for them.
This is not the way that their draft is set up to win the game. Everything that happened in the last 2 minutes is just bad. They lost to their team fight spells and lost their mid tower, couldn't make a counterplay, and then died in their jungle. Afterwards, Anti-Mage went and found a kill on Leshrac, which is something that you don't expect to happen around minute 14. And by the time Undying are going to set up for another play now, they're just going to have everything up again on EG. And I can just see the map being completely oppressed. And Anti-Mage himself is going to be able to apply pressure now.
I mean, even the way Arteezy was farming there, right? Like he had Battle Fury, but he was playing with his team moving into the jungle, right? Like I think a lot of people, at least in I guess pubs, right? Like anti-mages assume that they need to farm the Battle Fury plus 1-2 items to join the fight, right? But when you have a very clear target of who you can mana void, like you can farm in the area, you can play on the fringe of a fight, and you can just go, that's me done. I threw my void, killed the hero, I can go back to farming, right? So
I
active
feel like for me
anti-mages
at
are
least,
the best, right?
one of the reasons that Arteezy is so good is because he's very good at these things. These things specifically, like attribute to an Arteezy carry anything. If he's an anti-mage, if he's a Naga, he's one of the players that I feel like really utilizes his hero. He knows how to find himself in the right positions to make those spells count.
I would agree with that, definitely. And I remember when Arteezy as a player had that shift from incredibly greedy, farming, winning the lane, and just had this kind of individual mindset, made a shift to become a team player. And a lot of people criticized him for that change in style a few years ago, but I think it's only made him a better player and not worse at all.
I'm being told that we've got a slight problem, and that is that someone did not get the memo today, which was you were meant to wear maroon because you replaced the SJ on
My
this
bad.
couch and you didn't wear
I
maroon.
apologize, Frankie.
So we got someone in who obeyed the rules. You know,
My
we had a
apologies.
conversation about this, didn't we?
My bad.
To go away.
Before you leave,
That means I'm out soon.
for
'cause I
many
need my
colors
house.
under
No,
this.
it's,
You set
I
the
like
trend.
this color. You can see.
Thank you. No, I like it.
There's
don't
the
know the feeling
prize
of it. I can't
underneath
touch
you.
it,
If you
so-
just look around no, for real, look inside the couch.
Yeah, looking.
Yeah, check if there is something very valuable.
Is there a car under there?
Probably.
Is there a frying pan? Is this Oprah?
Nothing?
Oh, you actually being serious?
I think
being
someone forgot their
serious.
phone. All right, bye-bye.
We're doing some admin right now.
Yeah. No, there's nothing here, Chief.
Go deep, go deep.
Go deep.
Nothing. All right.
Going. Okay,
Never
nothing
mind.
here, Chief.
Hello,
Well, that was
panel.
fun.
Hello.
How
What
are
were
you?
you looking for?
Well, yeah.
It doesn't matter. We didn't find it.
I mean, it clearly matters because you came in, you
ambiguous.
started tearing the sofa apart. It's fine. We can talk after class. It's okay. Have you managed to catch much of this series yet, or do you need an update?
Can you please update me just a little bit?
Sure. TLDR, EG Anti-Mage draft. Undying Leshrac Rundown Lanes draft. Didn't work out. EG have the lead, 14-2. Anti-Mage very strong.
Anti-Mage strong. Okay.
We'll see what happens.
I haven't really seen that too many times, right? AM is usually just AFK farming and he never comes online and you lose the game, but looks like EG is definitely making it work. Is the Weaver carry, by the way?
It is, yeah.
Cool. Very interesting. What's the most exciting thing that happened so far?
OG versus IG.
Yeah?
That was hype.
Yeah. Basically, OG running at a brick wall. They bashed their faces into it 3 times. They got some scrapes and scratches, and it's not looking good. And then eventually, Sumail then goes, "Wait a second, lads, I need to do it." And he goes, and then it's like we won the game. So
But that's OG, right?
yeah, exactly.
It's like a game where game of trust where you have to run at the door that's closed and it might have a brick wall behind it.
Takeshi's Castle. you
Yeah,
know?
basically,
It's like-
of Dota. That's
Yeah.
how we would call it. So, yeah, brilliant. This sofa is coined Paleo Dota now and Takeshi's Castle Dota.
Yeah, that's
Brilliant.
usually what Thompson does, right? He runs in there and you don't really see, the room is completely dark and you follow him. And sometimes you win a TI, sometimes you fall in a hole or something. So
It's worked 2 for 2. The only player to have a 100% win rate at TI, right?
yeah,
Yep.
for sure.
Are EG now just going, yeah, we've basically got total map control. So we're literally just gonna set up camp in your jungle now. It felt like they did that actually, to be fair, 5 minutes ago, and then Ice was like, oh, hang on a second, they're in the mid tower, I don't want them to have that.
Pretty much. This game is, if EG has spells, they kill everything. Undying. The way I see them coming back into it is EG's not grouping up anymore, which is not going to happen. Or we either getting suddenly 2-3 big damage items, be it like a Daedalus, MKB, even like a Rapier. That's kind of like the level of how I see this game being a little bit dire for them.
So I think the best approach they have is to just split push and try to play the map. Maybe go for some cheeky little relocate plays on towers, things like that. But even with that going for them, they're playing against anti-mage. And fuck, how are they going to be like?
Yeah.
I did say cheeky T. I saw that you were
I'm
your
laughing
choice
at
of
it.
words.
So
He
Frank is here
was
now.
he was
T-Gov
very
as well.
happy.
A really quick update for you. We unfortunately didn't have a time to check in with this particular match, VP versus Asta, and we're not going to because it's quite simply over, super fast, 2-0 to VP, exactly what they needed to do. Does that confirm them in the upper bracket, please, sir?
Yes.
There we go. Congratulations, young
the magic
guns.
number of 11. Yeah, so basically...
2-0?
Yeah, they 2-0'd Asta, VP. So
Yeah. How long were the games? We're still in game 1 for...
we were a little bit longer due to the Quincy SG series being
Yeah.
a little bit longer than
Extremely
usual.
long, yeah.
But the games were
How long?
30 minutes and 20 minutes on the dot. Like
That explains it.
that's quick. But yeah, just to confirm, VP now has 11 wins, and the teams fighting below EGT1 Undying, they only have 8 wins and only 2 games left. So of course, you can't get more than 11.
VP are in
VP upper bracket.
shape.
It is a little bit of VP, definitely.
There
And
it is.
They're a team that hired a basketball player, some famous basketball player from Russia to
tall,
pump them
man.
up. He's so tall, and he just stands behind them and looks at them, and then afterwards rallies the boys, pumps them up and whatnot.
You know, he's incredibly tall, and that may be intimidating, but he seems pretty nice because the way that he interacts with them in the restaurant and stuff, he's smiling and he just seems like a nice brother figure. So he's not scary looking.
So the
for
VP
sure.
basketball player, I was just looking up stats just in case we had anything that you guys wanted to hear about, but it was a career-based stat. You got a stat.
VP, DM, the only other time he tried qualifying for TI, what player or team did he lose to? What player? You
Is this a quiz?
Just guess any player in Europe. Like, it could have been, maybe like a puppy or
He
something.
was playing for Chaos or something,
No,
right?
he was playing for some random open I can't remember, but either way, what single player, personality might help? Hint.
Cinderan.
Cinderan?
Can I have a hint? Is it a Russian personality or an
English personality.
You!
T.
Wrong. It was Gorg C. Gorg himself prevented and gate-kept DM from getting to the TI. He beat him in the closed qualifier finals 2-1. So little old DM, who's now upper bracket TI, his previous chance was stopped by Team Bold.
Team Bold is definitely a scary team to play against in open qualifiers.
Weird stat.
They literally have no hair to lose.
Thank you for sharing that.
I don't know. I just held that one for so long. I just needed to let it out. Can we move from this game, Frankie?
So you want to move away from EG versus Undying, but why? It's going to be over soon. Okay, no, we can move away from this stream. What would you like to watch?
OGIG.
Okay.
Actually, no. T1 Thunder Predator. Have we even looked at them yet?
I think we should check in on.
I'd like to,
Thunder Predator.
T1 Thunder Predator if possible, please.
Yeah,
All right,
Thunder
then.
Predator is
So
actually
we
picking.
go to group number D. Group number D. I apologise. We're in group A. We're going to go to stream D. Apologies.
Oi, these are some new heroes.
That's the first Keeper of the Light, which I started saying as well. Like the hero hasn't been picked at all, and Thunder Predator, they're doing a service to the community, picking in their last games, these heroes that haven't been drafted at all, trying new things out, and everything else didn't work so far.
I mean,
Yeah.
they've gone for a classic combination of Keeper of the Light and Bristleback. It's something that's been very popular throughout all of Dota. It may not be currently in meta, but it's something that can always work because if Bristleback does get his stacks and hits his timings and has a Coddle behind him, he does so much.
I could see T1 struggling here, right? Because like Coddle Bristleback, but also Coddle Timbersaw is also really disgusting.
Yeah.
Like you Timber chain in, you have double like Chakra now, or Whirling Death, sorry, whatever. Mix them ones up, but anyway, like it's so potent and like this type of lead for Thunder Predator, it actually looks quite nice. Like Timber and Bristle up top. It's a core Furin as well, so you're gonna have to hit towers. And T1 to kill a Timber or a Bristle, it's kind of like a morphling with Skadi Manta.
Yeah,
right?
that's the issue, right?
Yeah.
If 23 Savage gets with his timings, it won't matter.
Exactly.
Eventually, this should be a fairly easy game for him. But yeah, I was talking to Awi when we were in the shuttle coming here, and we were surprised that Kotal wasn't picked at all. At the Dota pit just a few weeks ago, the hero was first pick, first ban material. It did get nerfed afterwards, but I always felt like he's still kind of solid. Can be played.
I think it was quite the significant nerf actually because one of his strengths in why he was first pick, first ban outside of how absurdly good he looked in games was that if you first phase him in your draft, he could either be mid or be support. That's something that was still up in there, or even offlane, right? But he's completely lost his core potential because of the nerf that they did. Instead of 3 null talismans to clear a creep wave, which was the crux of mid Coddle, now you need 4, right? And that's just too much of an investment from mid. It just makes him all the weaker and makes his timings weaker. So you can pretty much secure like a first phase Coddle. You understand that that is a support hero. It's not going to be offlane and it's not going to be mid. And you'll find that all the first phase heroes that are popular this patch, like Monkey King, are flexible.
And besides first phase, do you think that Kotal is still a decent hero to pick in the second stage, perhaps? It doesn't have to be first phase. Like you can always make these combos, like Bristle plus Kotal, Kotal Sand King. There's just this hero throughout history has been so strong in these combinations, right? And it does provide you with a lot throughout the game. So I'm surprised that even though he's not as flexible, he isn't picked anymore, at least in the second stage. But yeah, I agree completely with the note value.
He's gone back to being a niche pick for sure, but he can definitely have his games. And I think T wanted to say something because
I'm sorry, I'm just getting giddy. I'm just enjoying the game.
Do you maybe on if we can continue the Kotal
Proceed, please.
storyline?
I'll watch
Do
the
you
game.
think
and
that
be
maybe
animated.
it's the Weaver and some of these Invis heroes and Void Spirits and Storm Spirits that Kotal hates to play against? They're extremely popular and it's kind of hard, right?
That's a very good point. The Spirit heroes are excellent in this meta, and they are probably some of the most contested over the style of last patch of perhaps Magnus, TA. And Coddle is so susceptible to these backline jumpers. So outside of losing his flex potential, his ability to die to popular meta heroes kind of explains why he fell out, right? We pretty much went through it. And Tiny, we can't forget about Tiny. Tiny like shreds Coddle like a piece of paper, man.
What's wrong with that hero? Is there anything that he doesn't shred? Like jumps, like look at him. He just comes up to you, hits you twice with the Echo Saber, and you're gone. This build as well. There are many different ways that you can build him, but one in toss is perfectly fine to secure kills all over the map. I just love the fact that there are so many different build-ups. But this Echo plus Silver Edge seems to be the easiest one and just the most reliable one to go for.
For sure, and it feels like it gets to a point with Tiny where he has his Moonshine and his BKB that there's not much you can do except watch your buildings die. It's really sad. And there was an interesting approach to Tiny that we saw yesterday, Frankie. In what game was it exactly?
It might have been
The
the
last one
T1
yesterday?
game.
The last-
Yeah, was it T19 dying yesterday where we saw Tiny position 4?
Did he go with Blink or?
Well, so basically what happened was that Tiny's approach to just ending the game wasn't fighting the enemy teams. It was using his BKB charge to disengage. So he would walk in, hit the tower 4 times, BKB, and walk away. And they did that over and over again. And while that sounds like a slow and arduous process on a lot of other heroes, it's not when Tiny is 4-shotting these buildings.
stop it, right?
There's
so
nothing
annoying.
you can do there. So I thought that was a really cute kind of way to end the game with a Tiny. It's not something we've really seen.
You've been a coach of Chaos, right? In some different teams, and when it comes to group stages, is the last day. Yeah. Clean your glasses. Yeah.
Yeah.
Please. The last group stages, the last days, are they the hardest one mentally for a team that's maybe about to drop out or?
Well, TI9 were in the exact same position as Thunder Predator. We had a couple wins, so we weren't like not on 14 or whatever, right? But we still had not enough wins to get out on the final day, and we were against Secret. And like we started going, let's do this strat again. Let's do the Lone Druid Tinker that we had in the pocket for playoffs. Let's start playing this stuff. And then we started winning, and we were like crushing. What? We just beat like the number 2 team in the group, in one game at least. And I think if anything, it's less about pressure, but more about EG just be undying. It's not about the pressure, but just you kind of regret, and hindsight kicks in, right? Like we should have done this, we could have done that, but I guess it's a combination of it all kind of coming into one, right? It's very emotional, that's for sure.
Is it difficult to deal with this hindsight and whatnot, to just stay positive and look forward?
100%. Like I think in all things in life, right? Once you do something and apply yourself to something, and then you see the result of it, and you know that you could have done something different, and you're not like 100% happy with it, it is so hard to kind of get over that, right? So it's difficult. I mean, that's why you have to be in the right mindset,
I'm going to
right?
be thinking about my performance discipline. You did just slip in there really casually that EG did beat Undying. They're 1-0 in the series, so they are going to be desperate now to win that second, to go 2-0 to try and have that upper bracket chance.
Yes, and the important thing there is, right now, Thunder Predator looking to be pretty strong in this game. Of course, they have to respect Tombstone in this game, the Morphling with Ascadi, these very high value things against them. But if Thunder Predator are able to win this game, T1 not upper bracket. They are now removed from that contention. And it means if EG win the next game, EG will make it upper bracket. So yeah, exciting stuff here where they could throw a spanner in the works if Thunder Predator can surprise them.
From someone that's kind of used to losing a lot and being
You and me,
dumpstered by many different teams, maybe not on as grand of a stage as T1, TI that is. I have to say that when you're in this spot, you're maybe the most dangerous. Thunder Predator, they have nothing more to lose. Well, they have one more game possible to lose, but for real, they can just chill, play their best game, completely relaxed. Yeah, some bad emotions might be there, definitely, but it's kind of a sad moment when you realize, damn, this was my potential. Like this is what we could have done if we were only a little bit freer.
I wonder if for Thunder Predator, just the way that they're playing this game, it seems a lot more relaxed, right? I wonder if just the pressure of being at TI and being eliminated made them play differently to when they're comfortable. Because obviously, if you're comfortable and you just play like you're at home, you're going to bring out your best Dota. But it's really hard for a lot of these players at TI to access that headspace, because look at what's on the line. They've been building up or working towards this for years. It's a $40 million prize pool. And you wanna make your fans proud, you wanna make your family proud, right? But now that they've officially been eliminated, it feels like they're just playing the way that they like to. And it's sad that we couldn't see that before.
That is the annoying thing, and that's the kind of what makes and breaks teams, right? The teams that can go far are the ones that have already built the systems in place, so when they get to TI, if this happens, then they're not going to be able to, they will be able to deal with it right on the fly, so.
The experience.
This is very much this is the experience. It's kind of the procedure of how to deal with losses. And like Thunder Predator right now, like they kind of, it looks like they're in the groove, but also you have to look at T1 in this game a bit and say they're keeping themselves in it because Thunder Predator put like this wall of aggression deep inside Dire, but T1 are always kind of skipping behind, making these little farming plays and stuff. So as much as it looks like Thunder Predator are going to be, they could win this game, if Morphling whips out the Skadi, if Undying just gets a good Tombstone, like, I've kind of touched on it this very loosely, Tombstone is incredibly good this game. Like, Timbersaw Bristle, they thrive in these, like, long fights running you down, but there isn't an innate Tombstone hitter, where if you put it on the high ground or out of reach, it will eventually build up the slow.
Maybe some profits, right? Needs to profit on
Sure,
the
exactly, but, like, that over-aggression will be there Undying, so, like, T1, they're not going to be too disheartened with how this game's going right now. If anything, they're like, we expect them to be running us. We expect them. So this is a very close game, and it's exciting that, like Lizard mentioned, the whole and Effie mentioned, like when you have nothing to play for, and you got all that kind of stress is gone. That's when you'll be playing your best. So I am just very happy to see a team eliminated still playing with kind of that. We can still do it. We can still prove ourselves.
And just to go back on what T was saying about T1's draft, look at the targets that Morph has to morph into this game. He's got Bristle and Timbersaw, which are both really excellent, and if he ever gets an Axe, he can become Undying and just drop 2 Tombstones. And T was talking about how good Tombstone is here. What if you've got 2 of them?
What's about double tombstone?
What about
Refresh is a great item. I'm not saying just for Undying, but for some, now you've unlocked this spark in my head. I love Refresher Rob. Okay, so like Armlet's pretty cool, but like Refresh is really, really cool. And I think offlaners, it's so hard to buy, but like Ice's been doing it with Tidehunter, where it's like phase, casual hood, and then somehow he just slots in a Refresher, maybe a Blink Dagger, but I think some pros might want to look at this Refresher item on these big cooldown dependent offlaners or whatever. Like the build-up's really good, so maybe we see that develop a bit more. Maybe it's just for Tidehunter, but
Frankly,
great
we're
item.
talking a lot about morphlings and dyings. I saw that you don't have a little bit of a dislike towards Link. Is there a hero that you like a lot?
Is there a hero I like a lot? I like lots of the heroes when I see other people
What's
play
your
them well.
favorite one?
What's my favorite hero? So in a carry position, I really like Phantom Assassin.
That's
Is that
a
okay?
solid
I
one.
know that's very basic, but you get a nice build on her. And actually, Luna was one of the first heroes I played, and I did struggle. And then once I had Professor Purge help me out and understood, getting the mantis on her, feeling that power, I definitely started to really, really enjoy her too. I love getting lifesteal items, obviously, because it just makes me feel more secure about myself.
clicking hands off like woohoo!
Yeah.
Dying. Yeah.
And then, I was very excited to start seeing Underlord being played yesterday because I do love Epitome Pitface, as I call him, in 3, and recently Dark Willow on position 4.
Okay. But
Dark
that's
Willow
such
is one of my favorites now.
That is a great hero. I'm very happy that you like her.
I mean, I've played her a few times, but she made the position 4 thing click for me. Whereas I tried Lena in 4, and I tried Lena in mid as well. Mid for me, just the mana management on her in 4, I've just, because obviously making sure you're bottling your runes and all that kind of stuff, and understanding now when I'm playing other roles, right? Do not steal that bounty rune if your mid needs to bottle it, and just being
that's
polite in
advanced.
game,
Like,
right?
I wish my teammates did that. Like, they take my bounty. Like,
Have you heard the words, the biggest oversight?
I have heard them, but not necessarily in the same sentence.
It is my time to part.
My friend,
You know?
My friend,
You
farewell.
I finally have my seat back.
It's actually really warm, by the way.
Nice.
Just
That's the Jenkins
Is
seat.
that a service that you provide?
Yeah, I do,
Brilliant, good to know.
there you go.
Seat
Good to know.
warmer. Oh, it is
Right,
warm.
True Governor, get a cup of. Effie was in the middle of asking about the biggest oversight.
One day you will hear the words, the biggest oversight, and then you will think of this day and we'll have a conversation.
Okay. Will I also be really upset when those words are used of me?
No, it will bring you great joy because if you're a Dark Willow fan,
Is it time to bust out? I feel pressure though. I feel pressure right now. But I feel like she's the hero I can impersonate the most.
You can do a Mareska impression.
I can't do the voice, but I can just do the. Did I do the laugh when we had dinner?
I don't think so.
I can't remember. Like,
Come on.
Hang on. Oh.
come on.
I'm
You can
really
do it.
worried I'm not going to be able to do it. Okay.
It's pretty good.
Oh my God.
That's pretty accurate.
There we go. I'll put my glasses back on now. There we go. Thank you. I got
That
productive
was-
approval. Good.
Pretty accurate.
Thank you very much.
Scary, but very good.
And that is how I auditioned for the international, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, no one else turned up, so that's how we got here. Going back into the game right now, it's interesting. Okay, we know T1 like to play the long game, and we can't count them out at all, but it does actually just look like Thunder Predator are now just, we're literally just going to overtake the map now.
Yeah, they've done that for a while now. Senya, have you been following the game?
I have not, but I see Coddle, so I'm very happy.
You're happy, right?
I'm a happy man.
Our boy for the first time.
Yes. Bring out the old man.
Would you like to? I know some of you might have already seen this because amazing Leah's been sending us stats, but would you like to do a quiz about the heroes that are currently uncontested? I haven't been picked.
Can I go first?
TI. Have you cheated already?
No,
Can
but I know one, and I want to say it first.
Okay, but how
I know
many?
that you.
How
you-
many do you think have not been picked so far from Hero Pool?
I will guess 18.
I think less maybe. I would say 11 at the moment, uncontested.
You think?
I think it's like 5 or less.
Okay, it's actually 9. You're the closest, Lizard.
Easy.
And you may guess. This has not been picked.
How about this? We'll go around and we all say one each, and then as soon as somebody gets it wrong, they're
That
out.
was literally my plan, but I'm going to let you take credit for it. So
Nice.
let's start with you.
I'll start with Mifo.
God damn
Of
you.
course. That's easy though. You went with the easiest one. I don't respect
Okay,
that.
That
Okay,
was
It
so
doesn't- it-
easy. That's not fair. That was mine.
No, not only is it easy, but I know what you did there. It's fine because I have another one arc coordinate. Is it? It should be.
No.
It's unpicked.
Really?
Apparently,
Lizard
yeah. We
loses.
need to find out where, but maybe if Liz watching this, they can even make a
Okay,
message.
that's me and Effie left.
Oh, he's
Okay.
not eliminated yet.
Techie.
Didn't he say it wrong?
Techies, yeah, again, another easy one. But I respect it. Keep it simple.
Wait, so if he gets it wrong, you're not out?
He's out. He lost.
Oh, I see.
Okay, fine, he's out.
Just eliminate. I'll
You
just
two
leave.
continue
I'll just
doing your
leave.
easy heroes.
Go.
I'm sorry, you
Oscar.
tried. You
I
tried.
tried. It's fine.
Oscar?
Yes.
OD.
Outworld Devourer.
Wait.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, Outward Destroyer.
Okay, Lone Druid.
Yes.
I need a second.
If I start singing Bohemian Rhapsody at you,
Yes, that would be very helpful.
I can't because we don't have the rights, but it is a massive hit.
You can hum it.
No, we still might get in trouble.
Okay. Okay.
But that's a massive hint. Think about the lyrics of Bohemian Rhapsody. And also think about all the games that I'm playing at my level. This hero plays every single match.
Hold on. I think you've given great hints.
So you know. Oh no, hang on, you're still in the game.
If I say it, I win?
No, you don't. You've still got more heroes.
It's still my turn, but what hero is god awful right now? God, this is so difficult.
I mean, move away from the hint because you're not getting it and try a different one instead. Actually, one of them I'm quite surprised we haven't seen, but that's because I know nothing. But I actually did see, there's literally one on the floor.
What?
Frankie! This is unfair.
What am I looking at?
Green.
Broodmother.
There we go. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very
now you may
much.
use the hint that I gave earlier.
That was the hint, wasn't
I
it?
gave another hint about Bohemian Rhapsody.
Oh, I was thinking about Broodmother.
Easy clap.
I was thinking about the mama. Are we in trouble?
You are in trouble. I can't listen. You know what? It's not been really a big team fight. There's just been bullying. So, here we go. We might see a potential team fight. But I really love that there's a pig pole in this game, by the way. That's really, really made me extremely happy right now that we are 27 minutes into the game and someone's still using a tier 1 item.
I'm still just trying to figure out who the hell picked Arc for them.
Not bad. I think I can tell you, Undying probably played it.
Okay.
Do you think?
I think so.
Yeah, I didn't see that game then.
Alright.
Well, interesting because Hero has been completely ignored so far.
You know what I was thinking?
Yeah,
I was
down
thinking
the
Koika's
track.
not at this event. What heroes does he play? That only he plays, right? Brood, Lone.
Yeah, that's true.
So wait, there were 9?
Yeah, we've got 4 more to name.
Okay.
I feel like Twitch chat, for once, probably on my side. I'm only joking. I've been looking at Twitch chat. I'm just imagining.
I have another one. I think it hasn't been picked. I'm not sure if it's uncontested.
You're eliminated.
No,
It doesn't
I'm
matter, you guys need some help.
Guys, we're
You
never
should've
going to get
thought
to
of
the
that
end of this
before
if
you
I
said
don't let him back
Arcade.
in. You're back in the game.
What about
Congratulations.
Spirit Breaker? Has he been contested at all?
You're absolutely right. He
Thank
has not been uncontested, so you've got 3 more left.
Was Coddle one before this game?
Spirit Breaker.
Oh, actually, maybe only 2.
No one picked Spirit
Actually, only 2 left.
Huh.
Only 2 left because Keeper of the Light got picked.
So
by our
it
friend
was
Sonny
closer to
Predator.
5 than 9. 7's closer to 5 than his 11.
But it's 9.
Is it 9?
Yeah, it's 9.
9, yeah.
There were
True.
10 before this game. Keeper of the Light got picked, and that's
I
how we
see.
ended up in this mess.
Nobody picked Spirit Breaker, not even once.
Not even once.
No, not even once.
The hero got nerfed, same like Kotal, a little bit.
We've got 2 more left.
2 more.
It's Insania's turn. He doesn't want to get eliminated. You know
We
what?
never
I
set
feel
any
like we
time
should
limits.
eliminate the turns.
No elimination.
There were no time limits set. The rules of this game are very unclear. I can just sit here forever and just
It's a
watch
head-to-head between you two. The pressure is on. 2
Okay.
more heroes to name.
Is this
Hey,
an
I'm back to the
elimination
game.
match, or are we?
You
Can
are
we
back in the
guess?
game.
Do you know? How about this? If you know one right now, you'll win. I'll give up.
I mean, again, you're not setting the
5.
rules. You're a contestant. Know your
Sorry.
place. Zeus.
My apologies, Frankie.
Thank you very much. Thunder, thunder, lightning, very, very
That's what I
frightening.
thought.
Please, Galileo, Galileo.
Yes, okay, listen.
What was it?
Zeus.
Zeus is.
I won.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, I mean, we've got
Makes
one more
sense.
hero. I told you, he has no authority here.
Here's the thing. I was
You
doing
have
some.
no authority here, Jackie. We have a very British reference, I thank you, but Weaver, it makes it Dota. Okay, so there is one more left.
Did I win?
Okay,
I
can we
won.
get
No, you have not won. There's one left.
He said I'll instantly win
If
if I.
Lizard
Yeah, but she says I have
names
no
this,
authority, so I'm sorry.
then
Unfortunately, it
Lizard
doesn't work
wins.
that way.
Lizard wins.
Wait, did he say it?
Lizard can win. He
Lizard
got
can win that.
eliminated.
Yeah,
How did I get eliminated? I just
whoever gets the
guessed.
last hero
I
wins.
just want to say that he's impressed me the most because he's moaned the least. So, if you can name this one. Oh, hang on a second. Action is happening.
Tell me what's happening on the screen, Frankie.
Okay, what's happening right now is Predator. I missed the start of the fight. They probably tried to engage in the fight and are now being backed off. So basically, it looks like T1 are trying to regain map control. They've had to think about what they've done. They're always playing for the long game, as we see, and now they're having a chance to break back in. But actually, Predator don't want to give up this fight. They've gone back. They've regrouped. But they're still going to lose it. Something like that.
Yeah, this was pretty good. Pretty solid.
It's my second day on the job. It's fine. I'll get
What is
there.
the last hero? I can't think of it.
There's you broke me with that meeple pick. Like the moment you took
Frankie,
that.
what attribute is the hero?
What attribute is the hero?
Strength, agility, or intelligence?
Oh, I think they're strength, but I'm actually not sure. I apologize. They're not intelligence. I've not played them before.
Omni Knight.
Thank you. There you go. Omni Knight.
I was so good.
Yeah,
Did
take
I
I
that.
feel like this game was rigged.
Did I win?
No. Well, yeah, you did. Technically, you won. Yes, congratulations. But Lizard was meant to answer that one. You stole it from him. It's
Wait.
fine. The real winner today
Frankie, you're not supposed to have favorites.
is Dota.
Nice.
The real winner. I mean, also,
It's fine.
I
You
do
can
want to say.
you can have the win. You actually guessed more. Plus, I guessed one wrong. I guess, even though that wasn't in the rules. I'll accept my loss.
It's
Again,
super
Frankie,
impressive
you don't
that
have no
this
authority
many
here.
heroes are viable though in this current meta. I will say, like that's incredibly impressive. Makes sound like, well, not your life very difficult because you know everything, but like it is incredibly impressive that we're currently in a patch where everything seems viable, everything seems doable.
Even the hero, she was completely baffled that Spirit Breaker wasn't picked at all. Because hero is actually pretty legit. Is being played in pubs a ton. Same goes for Omni Knight, who was 2 weeks ago. He was first pick, first ban material for many teams, and now suddenly he isn't anymore because of some small nerfs. Sometimes it feels that these nerfs aren't even necessarily. They're psychological even a little bit, right? And saying the hero can still stay relevant, but the team sees, it's not as good anymore as it was. Let's not pick it any longer.
It's like the most classic case when the hero gets nerfed. The hero's actually not that bad,
You
but
just
because
don't
it's
wanna play
worse
it.
than what you're used to, it feels terrible to play.
So
It's anchoring bias.
Yeah.
while that's true, I think in Omni Knight's case is a pretty significant nerf because the way that teams were playing him was that there's a spell called Heavenly Grace, which you would put on an ally and it would give them a hard dispel and then it would give them a lot of strength, right? And it was undispellable before. You couldn't remove it with any kind of item or any kind of ability from a hero. So the change that they did was that they made it dispellable, which is pretty significant because if you know that an Omni Knight is coming in a draft, you can actually pick to counter it. So it just stopped being as valuable as it was before, right? But the hero can still be good.
This is where I learned that actually Omni Knight is an intelligence hero.
He's strength.
Strength. He was
You're
strength.
right.
Okay, fine.
You got it right.
This game is so much hype, by the way. I'm sorry to interrupt all of you, but this wolf just two-shotted the bristle back pretty much. They ran in, silver edged him, he disappeared. This is not the tanky boy that he's supposed to be, but yeah, it looks like T1 is back in it, and Thunder Predator, even though we praised them a lot and how they are playing much better now than they did previously, it's fallen apart a little bit.
If Lycan bites tiny, does he become tiny wolf?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny? The wolf can pick up a tree.
Lizard, were you there for Dragon Wolf?
Yeah, I've seen many wolves. Dragon Wolf is
Highly disappointing. I do have an exciting update for us now, actually. Genuinely, IG have just leveled out with OG. This is exactly what they did not want to happen in OG's camp, because it does mean that potentially they could be in a lower bracket situation. We know VP is definitely guaranteed. IG were always guaranteed as the top seed going into the upper bracket. So now, actually, EG have a lot to play for, potentially. They need to get that 2-0. I mean, they already did. But is there now a chance, do you think, that they could actually make it to the upper bracket?
So EG has 9 wins currently, and they're playing one more game against Undying. T1 are going to be at 10 wins, and OG is going to be at 10 wins. So there's, no matter what, there's a guaranteed tiebreaker, right, between T1 and OG, assuming T1 wins this game.
And if EG win as well, they will.
And if EG win, they'll also be involved in the tiebreaker.
Is that right?
Yeah. I agree with you guys.
I just thought there was something going on at the end of this sofa here. I'm sorry, I've just outed you guys. I apologize.
We were communicating with sign language.
Complimenting my watch, I guess. That's it.
Well, I mean, we don't have any sponsors for this show, so it's okay to talk about your watch.
I'll just...
It's a nice watch. Did you...
I'll put my hand like this. Yes. Hide it away.
It's okay, don't hide away your, show off your...
Yeah. By the way, I need to
blatant wealth.
return your jersey when we're talking about sponsors and whatnot. I need to give you...
Oh, right.
Yeah.
The Jenkins bit.
The Jenkins bit.
I heard there were 3 Insanias.
Apparently, yeah.
There were 3 Insanians. Yeah.
Not anymore, though.
Now there's just 2.
It's outdated.
One of them has been eliminated.
Yeah. I have been kicked.
Can there be another?
You can join.
I'm so annoyed.
It's up to Jenkins. I don't make the calls on who gets to be Insania. Apparently, it's totally Jenkins.
We have no authority. Frankie,
Yeah.
can there be another Insania?
I actually don't think we should go for another Insania, no offense. One is good enough. I think that we should all do little top knots, and then we can all be a Jenkins.
Jenkins?
Yeah, I think we should all go to makeup after this. And we'll just, it's annoying, I've not got a hair tie on, but if we could all just be Jenkins for a day, I just feel like as long as we don't see any pigeons, because he hates birds, we'll just have a lovely life.
Why does he hate birds?
We don't know. I think...
Oh, ask him on the panel. He'll explain.
When you experience life with such joy de vivre as Jenkins does, there has to be a sacrifice that has to be made. It's like selling your soul to the devil. So I feel like in Jenkins' universe, he experiences things with such joy and delight that his one vice has to be something ridiculous and everyday, like birds.
I think one of his vices will definitely be his consumption of diet beverages. It's concerning the amount that he
loves the sugar-free fizz.
Did you see that he's walking around with a bird book? Did you notice that?
Well, are birds real as opposed to birds flying? Yeah.
He's trying to figure out which ones are real and which ones are just government drones sent to control us.
My first encounter with Jenkins a couple of days ago was literally, he said, "Oh, hi, how are you doing? Would you like?" And then I don't want to name any particular brands because there are multiple brands available and we don't endorse them, and Jenkins does it off camera. But he was just like, "Would you like this sugar-free beverage? Would you like this diet beverage?" I was like, "Literally in your rucksack, I can go and pick up one from the tent right now." But thank you.
I asked him for sugar-free Coke.
It's okay. That's not actually a brand.
Thank you. I definitely knew that.
It's a brown drink made from vegetable extracts. You're fine.
Exactly. And he just randomly went to the table. He saw there's none of it, and he's like, "Don't worry, I got you." Opens up his rucksack and finds one somewhere in the depth. Like, that man comes prepared.
He does come prepared.
It's actually not an exaggeration. At the Animator, he was walking around with a bunch of a sugar-free beverage, with a bunch of it, and he would just go up to people and, "Would you like one?" I wouldn't even know he had one, but some people would humor him and be like, "Ah, sure," and then
But has he offered you guys
conjure it up
Jenkins
from
food?
behind his coat.
I just want to state for anyone watching this that too many sugar-free beverages may have laxative effects. So luckily half of you are watching this on your phones, and if you have been drinking too many, you can take us with you. But anyway, we've got a GG. T1 turning things round. In a nutshell, I know we were doing very important things like trying to win at quizzes and discussing how Jenkins wins at life, but in terms of... Oh, here he is! I wanted to talk about how they turned that round, but instead we've got a picture of Jenkins.
Oh, this is going to be fun. I just want to see... actually, where's Whiteman? I can't see him. He's actually just chilling. He's sitting.
Oh.
Isn't that White Man drinking water?
Yeah. He needs to have a snack or water or something after every single
Oh, they're
game.
just
Literally no
The cameraman's
camera is
feeling
on.
himself.
Camera is running away.
Cameraman is getting out of there.
Maybe I shouldn't be here.
That's literally
He's
Shame.
thinking about his life choices
Shame.
right now.
absolutely
Sir,
incredible.
action slacks, boys.
I just realised though, I don't think the people on stream can actually see what we're seeing right
right.
now. So no one on screen, no one watching this actually did witness the celebratory strip off that we did. Let me tell you, there were no nipples involved. It was very much just safe for work.
PG.
Nothing you wouldn't be able to see at a swimming pool. Very safe for Twitch. Where would we like to go, guys? Because we've still got 2 matches that are ongoing. We've headed into Undying EG. It seems like this could be a good match to be watching right now because Undying are trying to basically hug EG from behind and jump off the glass bridge with them. They want to take them down into the lower bracket with them, I think. So, looking at the draft, Lizard.
Yeah, this one is extremely interesting, but I would say the Quincy crew that's about to start. The Quincy crew
You want to go
game.
to Quincy Crew instead?
No, not right now. Maybe we can watch this for like 10 minutes, see the laning stage and how it goes versus EG and Undying, and then go a little bit to Quincy
Because the
crew.
Quincy
too.
Crew is going to be one of the last games of the day, whereas they're kind of the final matches of the day.
It's also very important for Quincy crew, right, to perform well there.
For sure. So we got the IO Weaver matchup. We're seeing that almost as much as we're seeing the IO Tiny
Yeah,
matchup.
but look at this. It's a Naga
duo,
pickup.
sorry.
It's a Naga pickup that I've been calling for quite a while now, the whole group stage pretty much. In Dota Pit recently, if Weaver is picked as a carry, you answer with either a Naga or a PL, and you overwhelm him. He can, even with all the builds, Weaver and Klinks, they don't truly do well against Illusion heroes. And I'm excited to see how this one is going to go, because we haven't really seen too many Naga picks, have we? A couple maybe?
I'm not sure of the statistic, but we have seen a few Nagas. And I'm surprised we haven't seen more Nagas because I thought this would be one of the most contested carries, but I suppose she is a bit more niche when it comes to drafts than I thought she was. And I think Insania could actually elaborate on this more than I could, just in the scope of drafting, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, Naga Siren, I think we've talked a lot about timings throughout this entire event and how like you want to play for certain timings. Nagas are a bit odd in the fact that depending on how the map structure looks, she will be very, very strong and annoying to play against, or she won't be. So when you're playing up against drafts that have a hard time pushing out lanes or carries, like you mentioned, like Klinks or maybe Weaver, that they're going to be in one space and they're going to push out one place and that's all they're going to do. Naga Siren usually is very powerful because she'll play on the opposite end and be pushing in 2 of your waves at once. So it forces the carries to move around a lot between 2 waves in order to respond to that. And I think I mentioned it before when we talked about Arteezy Anti-Mage. I think this is also like a hero that he really, really shines on in the Naga Siren. He's one of the few carries that I think really knows how to set up the cutting of waves properly to where he can find plays. So he will cut waves to set himself up to make moves with the Song of the Siren. And you'll probably see it combined now with the Kunkka spells and the AA spells mostly.
Do you have the same feeling with Tidal? The Doom is usually pretty decent versus all these illusion-based heroes later. Not all these, like PL and Naga, in a way that you can itemize properly against it. You buy that early Midas, instantly there's a Shiva, a couple of minutes later, BKB, you're running around with score turret, illusions are just disappearing on their own.
So personally, I think against PL it's better. But if you think about Naga, I think Naga's biggest strength is not like because she's a super strong team fighter or how she matches against you 5v5, but rather that she will never give that fight to you. And she has a song to sleep when you do. And like reset your teammates out, yeah.
And Naga is a hero who has always come out in certain situations and people just remember, oh, she's pretty good. But one of her weaknesses is just that awkward downtime that she had between her hero farming and her illusions farming. But they changed her recently so that the downtime between her mirror images being up is just 1 second. You only have 1 second without your images up and you just farm all the much faster. So I think for me that was the biggest thing that kind of brought her back to light in these high MMR pubs and in the eyes of these pro players, for sure. But I would like to quote AY, who is a wonderful Naga player, that Naga isn't typical in the sense that a lot of carries in this meta are, is that you want them to be up in your face and durable and build tanky and like have a satanic BKB like Tiny would. She is very dependent on how her team can fight around her and how they combo with Song and things like that, because she isn't going to fill the role of a Gyro or a Tiny or any kind of carry tethered to an IO. So it is a bit more particular than it looks on paper.
Should we get the Naga player on then? I love that segue.
Thank
Should
you.
be in this clip.
Thank you, thank you.
You
Hello.
summoned him.
Here for Effie.
Thank
We
you.
just gave you a nice shout out, so now I'm here to kick you off the panel.
But I gave you the shout out
Thank you. I
because
appreciate
you're
it.
coming to kick me off the panel.
Yeah.
That's smart.
Production. So, Aoi, do you agree with everything that Effie was saying?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much right with Nagasiren. The problem with Nagasiren is that she needs
Thank
her
you,
entire
Effie.
team's lineup to be built around her, but you can't really early pick her the way that other heroes need a lineup to be built around her. For example, with Nagasiren, if you think about the heroes you want a lot of team fight, maybe some like lockdown with her, and she'll deal with all the lanes, she'll take all the farm on the map. But it's not that usual that you build your first 4 heroes and you're able to fit a Naga into that. So it's like sort of a weird hero to draft with.
Do you think that they have enough on their side to make plays while Naga is farming?
I think Arteezy, I mean, this might sound weird, and like sort of Arteezy fanboyish, but I think he's the only good Naga at the tournament. Because I played a lot of Nagasiren. I watched a lot of pros play it, and I think his concept, like, it's not about the play, it's about the concepts behind the hero. I think you'll see him, like, when he gets his items, like, Naga with Mantisaw, you should go fight.
Instantly, right?
Yeah, you should
That's
instantly
how I
fight with
feel as well.
Nagasiren. You should get Falcon Blade, Treads, Mantisaw, and every time you sleep up, you should be going to fight. Because you can't die in these fights. I mean, maybe it's a bit tricky versus Doom, but honestly, like, you're really fast and you're pretty tanky with that build.
I just
And then,
sorry, do you feel that there's so much overtime damage though from Undying? Like you have this Doom that will be running into with Dark Siren Shell, with Scorched Earth. Might be a bit of a problem.
I think Nagasiren, the damage isn't fast. It's not so bad for her. It's like PL, like if you keep chipping away at PL, then every subsequent illusion is worse. But I think Nagasiren doesn't quite play like that. It still matters, of course, AoE, but less so. I would say this is like a pretty good Naga game.
And they're doing so far so well in the laning stage. Is this something that we should have expected in Sania? Like, Darkseer isn't the greatest laner, I know that, but Doom should have been just able to farm up in the jungle and not feed, right? This is his second death, I believe.
Yeah. I think when I think of EG's draft, like, I do think they have better like potential moves. They have this lion to rotate around. They have damage from AA, whereas like Undying is more on the responsive end. With like you have Disruptor, doesn't really do anything till level 6, and you have Wisp that's just gonna TP respond to ganks. So like EG has control of the start of the game. They're gonna be allowed to do what they want, and Crit's like free to move.
Now, that's a really
Tide.
good point. They actually set up the first kill on the Doom with X marks the spot, and Lion just started TPing in like 2 seconds after, right? He TPs and they get the kill. Meanwhile, IO TPs, but he doesn't have Tether, so it doesn't really help.
Do you skill net on Naga? Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
That skill is 1 skill point for 2.7 seconds stun. I think, or root, I guess. I think Nagasiren's actually a really strong laner, and EG would never pick her in a scenario where she's not going to put pressure on her lane.
Makes sense with AA, right? Set up for all of his spells.
Yeah.
Did Arteezy go 1-1-2 or like 1-0-2?
2-1-1, I think.
2-1-1, okay. Because I know I was talking with Arteezy about Naga, and we were looking at Riptide, and like the second point is like super value because you go from 2 to 4 armor. I'm not too sure. Like it was a while ago. But
The first Ravage has been used, but he has ulti. Is he gonna live through this? Yep.
ooh, that was close.
Easy.
And that's a bull ravage for not a kill.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
And
I think this early on into the game though doesn't really matter because what are you gonna do? You're not really gonna be able to take a tower off
That's a
of it.
good
I
point,
think.
yeah.
but also Darkseer TP'd here, so they're trying to make a counterplay.
I guess there's no real push on dying that you would need your spells for it to like. I don't really see some big collapse onto mid tower this game like you normally would.
Did they even kill the Tide here?
I think he's
It's so I thought that this is really good for Undying because they only responded with an IO TP, but now the Darkseer has also TP'd on the bottom lane. What do you do with the Weaver? Does he have to just go top maybe, TP pressure the tier 1? You have your offlaner there. Does he go to the jungle? What's the correct move?
I think you probably just have to move Darkseer into the jungle because Weaver doesn't really get Naga off the wave, right? Naga's going to send illusions on the wave, and you can't kill them fast enough to prevent her from pushing it out. So there's no real play of moving top, I think.
Also, EG Serve had a nice response to the Darkseer coming bottom. They're like just chilling with their Naga in the jungle, but now A has a completely free lane. Like he's not going to need Tone to get sick at all,
And that's
and
such
that'll
a feels
accelerate
good.
their game a lot. EG's lineup, like their cores don't have that, like their 2 and 3, they don't have that much damage, but once the supports come online, like anything's a kill with AA out of finger.
Can you just explain one thing to me? What happened with comboing Darkseer plus another melee brawling 4? They had Darkseer and Disruptor in this lane, and they got pummeled pretty much. Don't you want? I know Darkseer isn't as strong as before, but don't you at least want something like clockwork, whatever? You know,
At least something to try to nullify the lane, right? Like
Yeah.
I feel like if you play Disruptor in the off lane, you're actually trying to win that lane. I think I used to really like Darkseer plus a range show in the off lane when you could like go even or win the lane. But if you're playing it like that and you don't win the lane, then you don't really have options. Because the other good part of Darkseer is like, you know, you put an Iron Shell in your Clockwork, he TPs in our lane, you surge him right before TP ends, and he gets a kill in that lane. And even though you're losing your lane,
he can even farm or something,
Yeah.
right? Go fire around.
Exactly.
Woods,
right, like
creeps.
it does look a bit awkward with the supports.
Yeah. And also Disruptor, when you think about it, Naga just uses mirror images. Can't even.
You can glimpse one.
Yeah, I guess you can't really utilize your Thunderstrike that well.
And I guess that's a lot of the reason why EG picked Naga. Sorry, do you guys pick Naga at all?
We played a bit. Not as much as EJ, though.
Of course you do.
We played on mid and Mickey and Quaker played.
Okay.
When you play Naga, do you play it in a similar way to how EG are playing it now?
We try to, but we're not as good as... I think EG are, like I
Because
always
they're
said,
such a
probably the
laning
best.
focused team.
Sorry?
Because of their laning style?
No, I
or-
think it's more to do with what he does after the lane. I think most Naga Sirens, like I would say the default pub Naga that most players probably play with is he goes to the jungle, farms
They farm
3
so
items.
long.
Yes, and then like at some point when they're level 22, they're like, okay guys, I can come
Join for
fight.
one fight.
They join a fight, and then if your illusions are strong enough, they're gonna win the game, and if they're not, they lose.
It's sort of weird because Naga Siren, she doesn't actually farm that fast unless you're taking like this wave cutty farm.
Right.
So like when I see my Naga Sirens in the jungle after they have Manta, like I know it always feels like you're losing out on the map.
Yeah.
Like I'd way rather have any more like of the more sort of like robust carries because I think as Effie was pointing out, like Naga Siren, she can't man fight.
She should probably be somewhere in the enemy jungle, ready to collapse at any
Yeah.
given point,
Yeah.
right?
Naga's, I think, a very complex. As a team, I think it's one of the more complex carries to play around because you have to be shoving waves and you have to
It's like
understand
a
how to
full
move.
team thing too, right?
It's exactly. It's your entire team needs to know how to work around it. It's not like I'm gonna play Sven, I press ulti, I go hit heroes.
And I think you were mentioning this earlier, but like her timings are weird.
Yeah.
Like they don't feel as dominant. Like when Sven has BKB, you know it's go time. When Naga has Manta, she's like, guys, I can fight, I'm strong.
But not really.
And then your team is clicking, they're like, are you actually? Or are you like, but you sort of are as long as you can take the fight in the right way. Like if you can send your illusions off to the side, they don't get cleared off right away. She does a lot of damage.
This game, by the way, is a bloodbath. There's just
Oh,
fights.
they killed Arteezy.
They killed Arteezy.
Was that solo kill from Saberlight?
I highly doubt that, but maybe.
But there's 4 dead heroes in mid lane.
Yeah,
it was only Darkseer left, right? Or I don't know if someone was with
Did
him,
he
or
just
maybe
vacuum?
Arteezy killed
He
someone.
killed him with an. I really think he killed him with the vacuum wall and iron shell, and that's it. He's alone, right? It's
Yeah.
1-on-1 on the bottom lane.
Okay, so Saber honestly salvaging it because I would say if you get 4-man wiped to mid and the enemy has a Naga Siren, like your map is going to be so dark. He's just going to kill every creep wave. He's going to send illusions and steal your camps, and it's not going to feel good. That's a big difference maker.
So, do you think that it's the correct play that Saberlight was there, or that maybe he should have been in the team fight on the mid lane? Obviously, it ended out great for him. He killed Naga.
Yeah, I mean, if you could have won the team fight mid, you should probably be there.
fight there, right?
But I don't know the conditions. Maybe Arteezy actually used sleep to cancel his TP, and that's why. Because Arteezy didn't have sleep there. Like, it's a bit hard to see what happened. I do like what Abed's doing, too. He's just going for this quick Orchid. I think some Naga players have started doing this where you sleep, and then you buy Orchid, and you Orchid the one person that deals with your illusions, and then you sort of have free reign over the fight.
It's really smart.
But if your teammate can do it for you, you don't have to build like... I mean, Orchid's like a decent item, but it's sort of mediocre compared to like just being able to go Manta Butterfly or like Manta Scotty.
Did I get that right? Abed also got
Yeah.
the Orchid, right?
No, he's the one that bought the Orchid in this game.
Yeah, Abed's buying the Orchid.
Ryle again.
Honestly,
Such an easy setup for
Orchid
them.
does a lot of damage. Like, when you have nothing to purge it, is it 30% extra?
20, I think, no?
20? Okay.
If it's not 30, maybe it's 30.
I don't know what it is.
I'm terrible with
I bet
numbers.
it's 25.
They just
'cause
moved over.
we
I
Let's
saw
say
can't read.
25. I'll settle on 25.
Yeah, it's set 25, I think.
Yeah, I think the cool thing about EG's draft in this game is, and the way that they're playing it is, if you think about it, they're constantly using their cooldowns. You don't see this Kunkka run around with boat ready for like 3 minutes. They're applying pressure to Undying, and I think when I look at these drafts, I feel like Undying is the team that wants to play with pace. They want to be the team that's in your face. But we haven't seen like a single static storm, I think. Maybe one.
I feel like we haven't seen Doom and Darkseer join up,
Yeah.
which I feel like should be the primary two heroes to like move around. I mean, Doom is like,
Look at
he
his
is a
net
farming
worth,
mid,
yeah.
but
Look at his net worth.
yeah,
It
he's
feels-
not even top net worth
Yeah,
either.
it feels like he should be
I
way,
mean,
way
I do
higher.
feel like Kunkka versus Doom is not good for Doom.
Okay, but still, you're a Doom. You go.
Yeah,
you go
no,
with
like
the
you
creep.
still get a net worth, but you don't get the, the classic Carl insane top
Yeah.
one net worth type. And maybe you still have that.
He's
but
also been
Kunkka's
caught like 2-3 times. Every
Okay.
single smoke from EG has been on Doom. Like they always find him.
And it does feel a bit like what Insanyo's referencing to is like if Undying's the one setting the tempo, then your Doom's not getting smoked on because you're the one making that move together. I think it would have looked nicer for their lineup to do that.
I was going to say, why is the Kunkka Doom matchup not in Doom's favour?
He doesn't dominate the lane as much as Doom overall doesn't dominate many mid lane matchups,
Yeah.
right?
So
But he
Doom, I
farms.
think, generally struggles when you can force him off the wave with like consistent harassment because you don't really have any sort of self-sustain. The hero shines when like both tiers want to farm because he gets more gold for creeps that he kills, right? Because he has a Devour and he can just go eat a big creep in the jungle. So he gets a bunch of bonus gold. And against Kunkka, you're gonna have to buy salves to stay in the lane. You need regen because he has the 6-second cooldown splash in your face. So I think the lane doesn't really go that well for him because the extra gold he gets goes into sustaining him in the lane.
It looks like we're going to just see a similar situation as the previous Undying EG game, to be honest.
It feels like EG have like the draft that hits a harder timing, but they're also the team that's managing to make the better moves. And I think when you get both those conditions fulfilled, it's very hard to play.
Will they combo it well? They should be able to. But there's the wall. He didn't really catch anyone with it, but the relocate is nice. Or was it? X marks the spot and Darkseer is just gone.
Nice patience from Fly there. He waited for the reload.
And now the IO is back.
Really well executed by EG.
Also, it's so important to kill off these poor heroes just before they hit their big items. Saberlight was a creep wave away, more or less, from Aghanim's completed. And this Aghanim's, I believe, puts them in a position in which maybe they'll feel a bit more comfortable to fight, right?
Yeah. And when you kill heroes before their timings, let's say Darkseer's 500 gold off of Axe, right? And you kill them and you use Naga Siren ult. Instead of them immediately making a move when they respawn, they're going to go back to farming that item.
Yeah,
and then you will have your Naga Siren ulti up again by the time that he has his item and comes to fight you. So it's very well timed gank.
Literally
by EG.
one lane away from.
In EG, they're still looking to pressure Darkseer because I think they've identified the same thing you guys are talking about as well, right? Like Undying, the only thing they really can be waiting for is the Doom BKB plus the Aghanims and Darkseer. And they just want to start ramping up the tempo. I think they
so
should feel
late.
like they're outscaled, right? Like they don't really have heroes to deal with Naga Siren. And they're going here.
Do you guys think that Midas is an absolute must on a Doom, even in a game like this one where you're struggling hard? I mean, he's still top 2 net worth, but for a Doom standard that has a Midas, it's not that
I feel
big.
like all my Dooms just buy Midas and they don't think about it at all.
Yeah.
In my head, there should be situations where Midas isn't optimal.
Right.
Like I feel like itemization in Dota is often like that. Like sometimes even like some drums into Midas, like it could be specifically better. But I don't know. I always see them just default to Midas.
Like phases drums BKB or phases drums blink BKB for me sometimes feels maybe even without the drums. If you're the only one that can create moves on the map and start team fights for your side,
I think it's
going for
more
a
that
Midas,
though. like if you are the only one that can start fights for your team, and you're the only like we need Doom's items to make moves. I think you're not really the hero's not really happy playing that kind of Dota.
That's
I think. But in some games, yeah, you're forced to.
Did you watch the Quincy game 2 against SG?
Yeah.
Because that was a game, I think it's like a similar concept that Liz was talking about. They had a tiny Tinker Timbersaw core lineup. And I thought Yawar should have gone Blink on Tiny that game. Like in my head for sure. Because what
he
ended
had
up
Tinker
happening
mid,
was,
right?
yeah, like no one could go in for the Tinker, and Quinn died a couple times because, I mean, Tiny just sort of farmed and going Echo Saber, but he won his lane, and you can make these changes and adaptations. It's honestly, it's a lot harder to see because players have so much less information than spectators, and you don't even know exactly how your other lanes are going and like how the enemy's lanes are going
Do you
too.
feel that teams and players just struggle to not necessarily innovate, but switch up what's from the norm in a tournament that's as big as this one, especially on the last day of the group stage when everything is on the line? I'll just go with what I know it works. Screw everything else. I'm not going for a Blink Dagger. Maybe that's the...
I think some teams are better at adapting to the situation than others. Like when I think of that, I think of Secret immediately. I think Secret's really, really good at adjusting how they play their heroes based on the situation that they're in. So I think for some teams they're really good about it. Other teams I think are worse.
You get Duma?
This is a great fight for Undying.
They got the Doom and the nice wall, but it looks like they're just getting out. The glimpse is good. They got the Naga.
Ooh, and that was the Weaver bug. They were trying so hard to kill it, but just gave it a vision to get the glimpse off.
Yeah.
It's a good turnaround there. I think a lot of it is, when I think about itemization, I think a lot of people itemize to like think about their own hero and what makes them strong. It's like the build you've done in a lot of pubs. But oftentimes you need to intermix that with like what problems do my items solve. Like I think the easiest example is like Thompson at TI. They have a bristleback. He's terrorizing our team. I'm gonna build Diffuse on Gyrocopter. And it solves a problem for your team. I think itemization is the same thing.
I actually remember you talking about it. It was some interview longest time ago. You were talking about, okay, if we don't have a hero that catches, some of us is going to have to buy Yules or Atos and just adapt to that. I think it's one of the first iterations while we were at Alliance or something.
I see. Man, I was smart back then. What happened?
What happened?
What
Yeah.
happened? Now I'm here. No, I'm just kidding. It's great to be here. Thank you for
You get
having
to
me.
sound smart on the sofa.
That's true.
You don't have to show us. You can just say it, and we'll believe anything you say.
Undying are in a great position to win this game.
Yeah, I believe it. Let's find arguments to back that up, Lizard. We have to.
Yeah, that's how the panel works, right?
It is.
You guys have to prove me right.
Undying is in a good position to win this game. Is that what you said?
Doom is a top network now.
True.
Although honestly, like the swing of momentum when you catch out a Nagasan like that, I've seen a lot of games. I don't think this is actually one of them where Nagasan dies once and it just all collapses.
I think the thing with killing Naga, the biggest thing is that you reset the map back. Like you get waves shoved out again, and the Naga needs to then again find herself a way to get like
It's like
into your
not
jungle.
simple
Yeah.
to get waves back on Nagasan. Like she's one of those heroes where like you get a status quo on the map and like it's really easy to maintain it because you're in a more aggressive position because you already have more information.
Yeah.
The problem is if you die, you lose all that information, so you're spending time getting that information back, and your enemy won't just let you do that easily.
Man, they're actually quite far away from the pit. And with Weaver, there's a ton of damage. but
Archie's not running at all right now.
There's the A ult.
So normally teams when they get Ice Blasted at Roche, they try to wait it out. So I think he knows that he has time.
Yeah, but
Apply
look at
throws
the
Ice
smoke.
Blast.
It looks very solid from Undying. Are they gonna wait for them right here on the high ground? Probably, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this play from Undying. Just the concept about Roshan is that I think taking the vision before you go for the Roshan, and if they come, you kill them on that vision, it's a very strong idea.
At the same time, it's yeah, exactly. Right? It's very difficult to play this play versus EG, as they have all the illusions scouting out and whatnot. A ulti as well. But it's a really nice concept. I love the fact that they moved instantly to where usually teams try to wrap around.
I do feel like this is like an EG specialty though. Like they're on your hill, you're on their hill, but you're getting a bit more because like you're very calm even though the situation is sort of weird. Maybe not like maybe even like a fly specialty. I feel like I've seen this like some OG versus VP Kiev major. Like this happened a lot where they just sit on each other's hills.
It's an intense game right now. It's the standoff at Roshan. I think this is a situation that often occurs in like elimination situations or
Yeah.
like when you're playing when the stakes are high. Neither team really wants to commit to Roche, but they're both very willing to sit there and like pose.
I think hypothetically this should be better for EG though, because Nagasaki can send illusions down to bottom lane, and you'll farm like all 3 lanes. You're just sort of waiting for that pressure to come in. And it's not that big a difference, but I think they're slowly going to keep getting an edge here if nothing happens.
We've been in this game for quite a long time, and it's becoming a little bit of a resident sleeper for everyone that wants to check out the full screen. Instead of spamming full screen in the chat, they can go probably to other streams.
Are you asking to move?
No, I'm not asking. I'm just saying they can move to different.
Absolutely. I mean, you
on
can
our
have
game.
the literal professionally casted Undying versus EG if you would like to, because that is present on the B stream, I believe. So obviously, you can go and head over to that if you want. We've got some other matches starting off right now as well. On the D stream, I believe it is Spirit versus SG that's kicking off, and they're actually in the drafting phase right now. Would you like to go and
Would
have
you
a
guys
look
like
at a
to
different
maybe
game?
check out Quincy?
Yeah, we can. This
Quincy,
is a
little
very
bit
like
at least, yeah.
You've been asking since you got on this sofa. You've just been like waiting to guess.
Sure.
If we could jump into that Quincy Crew game as the stakes are super high with that one, that would be great. Thank you.
It's a really important game for Quincy Crew. In the first series, you could definitely see the emotional and pressure that they're going through. And they weren't making all the correct moves. They still did manage to take the series though. And now they're playing versus a team that's arguably a bit stronger. But Elephant also hasn't really performed that well. And it feels like when they lose one of these first games during the day, they just get broken.
Yeah, I think it was with Vici, right?
Yeah,
I think they lost 2-0 and
exactly.
it sort of fell apart that day. And today, I believe they were playing versus LGD. They had like a 15k gold lead. They lost that game and just got stopped the next one. It's honestly a bit surprising because if you look at Elephant's roster, you think like team of veterans, they're going to be stable even in the face of losses. But I feel like they're sort of like, even if it's not conscious, like the build up around the team, it's like starting to haunt them. Like this is a superstar team. These are the all-stars. They should be doing better. And you just lose and your mentality sort of collapses.
Not sure who talked about it on the first panel, but it's very reminiscent of Secret 0.10, right? Like the first Secret.
The Fly Noto?
Yeah, the first Secret. Basically, there were just way too many superstars there. It looked kind of alright, I guess, but later on.
I'll tell you who was talking about it, Lizard. It was me. I'll tell you who wasn't talking about it, Insania. You don't know anything about Secret 1.0, do you?
No, please help
Please,
educate the
Tsunami.
people.
I'm happy.
Continue.
I will gladly elaborate.
Thank you, Aiden.
All right, so here's the deal with Secret 1.0. Not only was it a team of superstars, but also I think having one too many captains could be a downside. At least people with captainship mentality. Because I look at Alliance and I see the same issue. I see one too many brains. You kind of need that strong driving force, and everyone just falls in line.
So is it too many ideas? What's wrong?
Too many
right?
cooks in the kitchen.
But when you have Super and ROTK on 5 and Coach,
yeah,
shouldn't those two men be able to rein in the horses and just point you to the right direction?
What if the horses take sides?
that's true. Actually, what if they're teams within the team?
Ooh, that's always a bad one at TI. I
Really?
feel like that happens a lot. Like little factions within a team.
Right.
You have two players like sort of talking and then they have some idea of Dota. You have another group talking, they have some idea of Dota. You don't manage to like properly discuss it, the coach doesn't bring together, and then during the draft like, oh, this is what we want to do, no, this is what we want to do. And it's always a disaster, especially at TI.
This is why breakfast is the most important meal of the day and it must be had as a team.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
You can't even feel the tension in
Who
the
was in
dining
Secret
room.
1.0, by the way? It's like Puppy, Kuro, Fly, Noto. Do you remember who their fifth player was?
Was it
Yeah.
S4?
Who would have been the carry on that team?
It was Kuroki.
Not Tail.
No, Kuro was playing carry.
Kuro was carry. It may have
Kuro was
been.
carry.
It may have been S4.
Would you like me to
Okay.
look it up?
Sure.
I can make myself useful.
Secret
Finally.
1.0.
Right.
What, the original.
Is
roster for Team
Fly
Secret.
off lane? Right? Fly was off lane. They
does
played
ring-
Shaker
yeah.
Tidehunter every single game.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Vision to Ravage.
And for what it's worth, the team, all the players who were alumni from that secret have gone on to do great things.
Yeah,
But
no, it's
put
a
them
testament to the
together.
fact that like a lot of Dota making teams is about the synergy and how people like fit in. more than the individual skill of players.
What game are we on?
We are currently on Elephant versus Quincy Creek. Yes, because obviously it's a very key one for Quincy Creek.
And Quincy Crew is doing really well.
They are. They're actually 2-0 with Medusa, I think. I think it's the only hero that's like looks stably successful for them this tournament. I mean, they haven't had a great run.
Do you like this Venomancer from them? I feel like the hero before might have not been in the best place unless you're playing it versus some Monkey King. But now when Shaker is so popular, and Shaker is almost always played on offlane, you can pick it up. If it gets countered or it's not the best game, you just move into that position 4 and then you get this Veno that's...
I think it's a Tiny counter, because they also beat a Tiny with Deuce Veno last time as well. But I think you're right, like it does match up, like I'm thinking about it, it matches up pretty well with the offlaners. I also just think it's a Leslie specialty.
Yeah.
Lelis, I don't know what his official name is, he has like 18 names. Leposa, Leslau,
Leslau basically means...
Easy for Leslau.
Big Lelis?
Big Lelis.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, but I think Veno's probably, in my head, it's his like, I don't know about best, but most annoying. Which is what you want to do a lot of times from the offlane. And when they pair it up with Medusa, it's like really good against Tiny. You have slows for Tiny, you have percent damage for Tiny, and then you add the Skadi on top of that, he just doesn't move her head.
Now, like one thing when I look at Veno is what I'm worried of is there a hero that gets on top of me, eliminates me after the laning stage? And so far, as much as I can see on the Team Elephant, there is nothing like that. There is no Storm Spirit, Void Spirit, anything that just isolates you and eliminates you without worrying of all the Serpent Wards stopping the blink and whatnot.
He has a blink already on Yawar. I don't know if you guys saw that. He went for Manta, Skadi, Blink, or maybe even Blink before Skadi, but that's very early.
That's
I'm curious
so
his idea on
well,
that.
yeah.
Like
Frank,
maybe
what you
just
got?
if they jump on my team, I can just Stone Gaze and Blink in front of them.
Blink in front.
Because that would be really cool. That's a neat idea.
I feel like that's usually what's the point of a Blink on Medusa if you're buying it. But this is very early as well.
It is.
Well, as it's early, I will jump in and I can give you an answer. So who were you saying before? You were saying Kuroki.
Fly,
back when he was
Puppy.
Simba, no type of puppy. And the final member is actually playing at this event.
Is S4?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're right. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That's a big brain team.
I know, right?
That's the maximum brain right there.
Humidity
big
Pretty much every single successful Western coach, Western
that's
position.
all- every captain, huh?
Yeah, every
PPD.
captain.
PPD won a
PPD.
TI. But yeah, beyond that, all the Europeans all congregated in that one Avengers team.
Yeah, because that's literally four captains. Is it 5?
All 5,
Oh,
really.
it's all
Yeah.
5. Oh,
Yeah,
jeez,
five,
yeah,
yeah.
because Kuroki
Was
obviously
the
Puppy. How can I forget the current captain of Team Secret? I wasn't thinking about Puppy, I was thinking about all the others. Which I'm sure he absolutely loves.
It's fine. It's happening. Like we couldn't remember the fifth one. You helped us
It's
out.
pretty interesting.
Just forget that the guy who's been to every single TI is the captain.
Yeah, that guy is
was a captain, now is still a captain. Whatever.
It's pretty interesting when you have teams like that because your ideas like spread out from that team. Like they, even if they didn't do as well as I think they hoped to, they probably developed a lot of ideas about Dota, and then they all brought it to their different teams, and they've been like incredibly successful with that knowledge.
You see, like people should talk more, even if they're adversaries, because it's you grow like that if you share your ideas. Probably not before TI, but
I completely agree.
afterwards a little bit.
I think people are way too cagey in Dota.
Yeah.
Especially like, not like I can see a bit at the top of the pro scene because you might be teaching your enemies a bit, but I think I don't know how it is in other regions, but I feel like in NA people think they have a lot more knowledge than they do, and they're like super hidden with what they know. But if they work together, like that's how you develop into like tier 1 knowledge in teams. But they just don't want to do that. It's super weird.
When I was starting out, when I was playing with my tier 6 teams and whatnot, I would actually beg tier 1 players to let me in their comms. Just to be there, you know, on
That's a good
TeamSpeak
idea,
or
yeah.
Discord. Just to,
They did let you?
Once or twice it happened, but not very often. Like they're still very secretive, even towards teams that you don't really even consider them as a threat unless you meet in some open qualifiers or some leagues. So
Is that a threat thing or is that a trust thing?
probably right. Probably they weren't really that worried. It was just a trust thing. Yeah, that makes more sense.
No offense, by the way. I realised that sounded totally underhanded.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I don't trust Lizard.
I never trusted him. I don't even let
He's
you
too
in my
handsome and
talon
muscular.
palms.
I think when I was researching and getting ready, I think like Quincy Crew and T1 have got quite a good like scrimming relationship. I think it is. There's
Yeah, I think
definitely-
for the brief period that they were, so T1 was in either Ukraine or Romania after the animator ended, and they're a Southeast Asian team, and so they were like, who do we play? And then Quincy Crew was also hanging around, and they were like, okay, I guess we'll just be scrim partners right now because we're in other sides of the world. Normally we never play each other. This could be a cool little exchange of cultural ideas, and so for a brief period, yeah, they were scrim partners.
And then everyone playing TI stopped scrimming each other basically.
Yeah, so on the topic of not really being willing to share ideas as much as Dota players are, how do you find that finding script partners is for you in your past, Ali? Was it like, I need to trust this team to scrim with them, or were you like, I'll just play whoever wants to play me?
And some people have like different mentalities about it, but I feel like if you're confident in yourself, you should always feel like you'll get more of the scrim than your opponent will. You should just scrim everyone. But I know it's not like that. Like for example, I know like people talk about the OG EG rivalry. Like I can almost, like I don't know for sure, but I can almost guarantee you they did not scrim before TI. It's weird. Like
That's probably true. That's like 99%
no, I can,
true. They
I
didn't
would bet
scrim.
a lot of money on that.
Even I would bet a lot of money on that.
Quincy actually manages to take the game. There was a couple of
They're
good
guaranteed
plays.
in then, right? SG can only
Yeah,
get
because
4
they
wins.
won versus SG.
Yeah.
So the head-to-head.
Okay. No, because Quincy are at 5 wins now.
Oh, so even just based off.
Yeah, they're just in no
okay.
matter what, no matter what.
Ooh, well, that's a huge weight off their shoulders then.
Yeah, I saw Jack last night as well. He was quite worried.
He was a broken man.
He was very broken.
A shell of his former self.
He's looking great though. Like,
He is.
A couple of months
He
in
is.
Yeah, even
Ukraine.
physically, he's a shell of his former self.
I was thinking of that. I wasn't sure if I wanted to say it. I'm glad you did.
He's lost a lot of weight.
I kind of
I
continued.
love that we're discussing, you know, an opportunity to promote Healthy Gamer GG, but we've got to talk about where we want to go next because we've still got 3 ongoing games. So we've got SG versus Spirit, we've got EG versus Undying, and we've got Secret versus Vici. Now, maybe we should check in with EG versus Undying again.
Yeah, let's go there because that game started a long time ago, and it looks like Team Spirit Secret versus Vici has just began, right? So we can head back into Vici Secret afterwards.
All right, where we at? IO, Doom, Dark Seer, Disruptor, Weaver, Undying, Naga, Siren.
Yeah, it's the
Konka,
Naga game,
that's right,
RTT Naga.
And AA Tide. Lion.
And it looks like he's just split pushing. Meanwhile, Io and Weaver are trying to push on top lane. Yeah, this game might last long, by the way. It is a Naga game after all.
It's a Naga game, and the scale is like weird. Like earlier on, we were saying like we think EG has the edge with the Naga sign, but it's like honestly, Undying's lineup late game is no slouch. Like Darkseid and Doom are super strong, and they're taking good fights here.
I wonder if he did go for the build that I was expecting on Doom with BKB instant Shivas afterwards. Just deal with the illusions. Maybe even take the talent for Scorched Earth.
Yeah, I think that sounds right. Some BKB Shivas, and then probably get just Refresher. Because you're Doom.
You could even go for some AC, I suppose, but you don't want to, right? Maybe it's an overkill.
It wouldn't be bad. And this is just like Nagasar and Dota. Even though you're a hop in net worth, they no longer are after that great play for Undying. When the enemy team groups up, if you haven't sufficiently controlled the map and like use it to get pick-offs, I think this is what it often leads to. It's sort of, I don't know what you guys think of the meta at this current event, but I think it's actually slower than the past TIs in the very start. But as soon as you start getting your timings, like you group up really fast. Like there's a switch, and then you just start going.
There's a spike, definitely.
Yeah, and I don't think
well.
Naga fits that as well as
Yeah,
Naga players would hope.
she usually always was this slow choke out, just send all those illusions everywhere, and don't let anyone have any info about your team because you're pushing in the waves. That doesn't truly work, at least not in this game. It hasn't worked for EG.
Well, it's not working for me either because I wanted to stay and see out the end of this, but because of RTG, going for Naga. It means I have to get kicked off before we get to the end of this game. So I'm like the only person
I understand.
at TI who's just like, I'll tease you. I could take or leave him. So I'm going to take my leave of you. That was a joke.
It was a pleasure.
It was an absolute pleasure. Thank you, all of you, for putting up with me and educating me this group stage. I'll obviously see you in the main stage. You guys as well, all right? Behave yourselves. Sumi's going to be coming in a second, so you'll have her until the end of the day, so stick around, because we've got our final matches are literally ongoing right now, and you obviously don't want to miss them. So I will see you guys in a couple of days. You guys have fun.
Bye-bye.
Behave yourselves, especially
Thank you.
I
I'll
see
keep my
that.
eye on him. He's always up to no good.
I'm being targeted.
Just a tiny little bit.
Yeah, and we actually saw a pretty good fight coming in from EG. They managed to blow up Ryle, and he instantly bought back, and they were to reset with a sleep.
Did they take any kills? Only the Doom? And
Just,
the Doom was forced
it was
to buy
just
back
Lion
as
for
well,
Doom,
right?
and then Doom bought back. But that is a big deal because Brow, he has a lot of net worth right now, right? Or a bit less now. But he has his Refresher finish, he has Shiva's BKB Blink, and that is a little bit of sort of like a fight win condition because if you take down that Doom, I feel like Nagasan should be able to take over the fight. Honestly, I don't even know. I feel like Nagasan's also sort of one of those heroes who might be better in pubs than officials. People are more
Who's
split.
Naga
in pubs.
afraid of this game right now? It's like,
I feel a threat that's a little bit invisible is Saberlight.
Yeah.
The amount of iron shells just being...
Once you have Aghanim's, it's just a lot of damage.
And he rushed it.
But it's like nothing on its own is quite enough to deal with her. But you know, the Iron Shells plus the Scorch Earth plus the Shivas, even like you add in glimpsing one illusion or something, like it can take down the Nagasaran. At least make her uncomfortable to play.
Ryle's dancing around, playing with danger right now because this would be a dieback if he goes down, but he gets the second Doom off onto the Tidehunter, who gets glimpsed back and finished off.
Yeah, he should have a BKB as well because he refreshed, right? I'm not sure if he used the second.
He didn't use the second one, so you can re-engage if he wants to, but I think they're just going to let this IO.
A pretty decent fight for Undying considering that they lost Saberlight instantly. Like he wasn't really able to contribute at all. But they did expand what the graph is showing us. 2 Dooms, Refresher obviously, and because of that maybe EG will be able to take control of the map.
And a little bit of, I want to give a shout out to Dubu there, because I thought his positioning in that fight was really good. He sort of managed to salvage the fight because despite Ortiz sleeping, or using Song of Siren, he was able to just like skirt the edge and get that final glimpse onto Isis Ice. If they didn't kill Tidehunter there, like the map would look really bad.
Really bad,
yeah.
Not sure. Every time I see Naga, I'm kind of happy if she loses. I've just been hurt by this hero too many times.
Hurt too many times.
Yeah. All the split pushing and...
I love Nagasan.
Of course.
It's so fun to play. You don't even have to win it. You just imagine how everyone else feels, and it feels good.
I don't mind
Hearing
playing
that gold
Naga.
sound every few seconds, camps are dying.
The gold sound in Dota is very nice.
Oh my
I feel like
gosh.
that's one of just the sound design in Dota.
It's the dopamine rush.
Yeah, every time I stack a camp, I'm just waiting for my carry to clear so I can get that nice dopamine. Just one hit, one taste.
Probably one of things that people don't even think about are how important in this game. Like if you don't have sounds in a team fight, your orientation is like halved instantly when it comes to what spells have been used, where, and how recently.
Hello.
Oh, look at that, the sounds of a host.
Whoa.
More sounds that I desperately needed.
Hello, everybody. It is me, Sumi. I'm here to join you for, I believe, the remainder of the day. Maybe we'll have some extra special guest starring hosts. But until then, I'm joining, and Frankie just tagged out. But I absolutely have to know. I'm so sorry if I interrupted some Dota conversation, but how lucky are all 3 of you to be able to work with Frankie? Isn't she, like, amazing?
I've heard the legends from CSGO. She lives up to the hype 100%. Gotta teach everyone Dota, spread the wealth, because it's a little intimate game that we have here. I think we kind of live on our own little island in esports, but anytime someone comes to the island, show them a lot of love.
Yeah, I was just talking to her just a second ago when we were swapping posts, and she said that all 3 of you were amazing. A+++ on your Dota 2 talent report card.
Yeah, it's all me. I hard carried that.
So,
sorry, I was watching what just happened, and EG killed 3 of the dying heroes. They slept Bryle, and he just BKB Doom, Refresher, double Scorched Earth, and he literally 1v5 CG's team. They spent
gosh.
3 buybacks on EG. He killed Kunkka, AA, and Nagasaran. Basically alone.
Yeah, they absolutely have to get this Roshan now, right? Like if they don't, if there's a way,
Blessed by Gavin.
This is
there's a
only
way
the
for
second
Undying.
Roche in a 43-minute game? Wow.
Sorry, what were you saying though, Lizard?
Now, if there's a way for Undying to sneak in there and get a good team fight, this game would be over. But I guess CG understands that Roche should be free for them.
So Undying is currently have the upper hand in this game.
I mean, EG has been leading for a lot of the game, and it does look like they're going to be a little bit ahead because they did secure that Roshan. But it's looking like it's anyone's game, honestly. It's hard to say. They have a lot of really good spells, so it'll come down to execution. And Nagasan, like I'd say, with EG's lead, if they had a more normal carry, it would be a lot easier game. But Nagasan's like, it's always going to be a weird Dota game. If you don't, she's like, you either play a game where she dominates, or you play a really weird game, and there's no in between.
Like, look at that beast.
Look, bro, he's actually a monster.
He's just winning alone. This is.
Literally 1v5. I mean, Dubu is up in the corner, but
I just love that. That's why I really, really like Doom versus illusion-based heroes. Like in this game, it's not only the Naga, obviously, that's not a threat to him. The rest of the team, also from EG, doesn't really do a lot to a Doom later on.
You said double scorched earth. Do they stack, or does it refresh the buff whenever you?
I think it refreshes the buff.
It just refreshes?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
It's not like because Firefly stacks, I know, and that one's like super
does?
strong. Yeah, Firefly stacks.
Snap! I didn't know that.
Wait. Now you actually got me thinking. I have no idea.
Honestly, I don't know.
I would say like 90% that it doesn't stack.
I feel like it doesn't stack
I
either.
feel like it doesn't stack. I think it's a buff.
But I bet you it stacked at one point because it's Dota 2. Do you remember with Scorched Earth, it worked around the creeps you controlled?
Yeah, any units that you owned.
But Doom didn't even have any creeps.
I
It was only like a Necrobuck or like.
But if you got like an illusion
Helm,
rune and
or
you had
you got
Scorched
a
Earth-
little. My idea was like you got the little troll summons and you would put a skeleton in a wave. You Scorched Earth.
Do you remember the
It's
time when
way
you
too
would,
complicated for how good it was.
when you would go to the jungle, stack with the Doom,
do the
get the
tornado?
Wildkin?
Oh
and
yeah.
Oh my god.
For like 10 minutes. Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you do that dance again?
Yeah, it was.
I think it's enough. One time more than enough.
Sorry. I was so close. We needed the full cam Lizard so that people can put the heart emojis on it, you know? So
He
tell me.
does like the heart emojis with him.
Yes, he does.
He told me.
Please stop.
We were talking
He's
about it in the
lying
green
right
room.
now.
Yeah, 100%. So tell me a little bit about what's been going on today. So we're getting down to the end of the day. There's still some matches here to determine some really, really close placements. What are we expecting for the rest of the day?
Quincy Crew is now confirmed safe because they got their win versus Elephant.
Yep.
I don't know if this match has any implications. I think Undying has been safe for a while.
Aren't they close for upper bracket?
Right,
These
so I
two
think
teams?
these two teams are on the border, and
They might be fighting for it, honestly.
yeah.
And maybe not after the first one from EG, but I'm not too sure.
All right, here we go. Thank you, production, for putting it up. It looks like they are very close. 9-8. The score is 9-8 right now. It is
super important.
It
Oh,
is,
so EG needs to win this to tie with T1 and OG.
yes.
Okay. And Undying, they're just trying to destroy dreams, which
Yes.
is when they'll definitely be at the strongest, 100%.
Oh, playing spoiler. Like North American players, they'll just play for the misery of
I
someone
also
else.
wonder if we're going to see like some NA Dota, Undying versus Quincy Crew in the lower bracket, because that's what it's sort of looking like to me.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
That's
maybe.
spicy.
And it was confirmed by the matches that SG will be going home, right? So Group B's elimination has been locked in.
Has their spirit match resolved, or was that confirmed even before they
I
played
think
Spirit?
Fnatic won, right?
Yes, Fnatic did win.
They
They're
look
still
stalled.
playing versus. They're still playing versus.
So 2 South American teams eliminated. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry, Liz, were you saying they're still playing, or?
I think they're still playing. I can see it. Spirits versus SG.
Yeah, but I
That
think
game's
it
still
doesn't
going on.
matter.
But it doesn't matter yet.
SG
There's
is
no
2-12, and Quincy's right above them with 4.
Quincy at 5 now because they just won the
5.
first game. It's not updated yet. First, and what's Fnatic at? Are they?
Fnatic is at
It's 6 and
6.
1.
Okay, so it.
6-10.
Yeah, it looks like
6-10.
unfortunately. Okay, we can see it on the
Yeah.
screen there.
Yeah, on the
So
right
yeah, SG and Thunderpower. Unfortunately, I mean, someone has to lose at TI, and it happens to be them.
Yeah, but they worked really hard.
Undying have ruined EG's dreams of upper bracket though.
Do they only need the one to ruin the dreams, or do they need to win the full series?
Well, EG won one already, so.
Oh, you're right. This is the
I
second.
wonder if was those standings updated for with EG there, like with this one win in there. I'd assume yes.
Yes, they updated as soon as games are won, I believe.
Yeah, so this game is enough.
So this is like OG and T1 are upper bracket, and EG and Quincy, EG and Undying are both just barely in the lower bracket.
Yeah, so
So then
close.
all three North American teams will be lower bracket then. Ooh.
It's honestly sort of surprising for EG, right? I think most people saw them as number 2 team coming in to LGD. I mean, there's not that much data this year, so it's hard to say, but they look good at both the majors.
Yeah, but T1 was third at the Animator, and so I think on any given day, these three teams could cycle on who's first, second, and third.
Gentlemen, we have 2 streams that are currently up right now. We have SG versus Spirit, and we have Team Secret versus Vici Gaming. What stream would you like to see?
I think it's.
Why are you smiling like that, Tsunami? What's going on?
SG's already eliminated, so
Yeah.
I feel like it's just like voyeurism to watch their games. I feel like there's more competition to be had in Secret Vici.
Yeah, but at the same time, okay, well let's go over to Stream A if you don't mind, Team Secret versus Vici Gaming. But we still have to give them like their flowers, you know, like they are still here and they're still playing their matches, just like Thunder Predator said yesterday, you know, they're still going to give their all. So no matter what, we have massive respect for them and their hard work.
And for the piece on SG, I think in the end of DPC Season 2 South America, they didn't look that great in either of the seasons. And if there was going to be Brazilian representation at TI, then I was kind of expecting it to be from Noping. And then SG ended up coming out of the woodwork and crushing the South American qualifier. It's just a little bit disappointing because Pain at TI8 was also the previous Brazilian team to have made it to TI, and they also got last place. And so I was hoping that maybe the Brazilians would be able to get a little bit higher this time, but it seems that the Peruvians have had their numbers for the last 2 years.
I read that in your article. You
Oh.
said that was their definition of one of their definitions of winning.
Exactly. The success for SG would have been doing a little bit better than Pain, but still just making it to TI is success
Yes,
in itself.
100%. Sorry, Lizard. What were you saying?
Nothing. It's great success that some of us have never felt as players, but you know, you do what you can. But this game is actually very interesting. The Secret versus Vici Gaming. I put Vici Gaming as one of my favorite teams going into the tournament, which isn't a surprise for anyone. You have PSG, LGD, Aster, IG, Vici Gaming, and they all look the same in their leagues, right? In the Chinese league, they look the same when it comes to the strength and power level. Only when they come to a LAN does it become a little bit different. And so far, how does this game look like? It looks like Secret is doing extremely well.
Yeah, it's 14 to 4,
4-14.
so they have a kill advantage, net worth advantage. They lose the Aegis on some eager initiation on the Tidehunter.
I'm actually really interested in PYW's build on Hoodwink. Like, he's playing a 4 Hoodwink, and this guy, okay, just Aetherlands medallion, nothing too cute, nothing too special. But he is the one that I look at for new info on how the hero should be played. If you remember when Shadow Shaman came into the meta, like, yeah, sure, there were some players that were maybe a little bit more popular on Lion and Shadow Shaman, but PYW had some phenomenal performances in I-League on the hero.
So generally speaking, Team Secret has been doing really well, right? Like throughout this tournament, a lot of people said that after a little bit of a disappointing year for them, they come here and now suddenly they're doing really well, a lot better than they have been doing throughout the year. Do you think that this meets your expectations for their performance at TI, or is this surprising for any of you?
And Team Secret were the saving strats for TI, like full out team, right? So no one really had that much information on them, and I think it was like sort of a toss-up. Like, were they just full saving strats, and is that really an effective way to go into TI? Or were they just not the 2020 Team Secret that won like 7 tournaments in a row?
Right.
I think, honestly, it doesn't seem to be like really either of them. Like, they look good, but they're definitely not that 2020 Secret, right?
They're not a team that wins 3-0 in 5 grand finals in a row or something like that.
Yeah.
They're not looking like that. And they haven't been looking like that for quite some time. Like at the end of 2020 as well, it started to shift a little bit. You could see some cracks in the armor. But I also don't think that you can save strats that well coming into TI because you're also going to be scrimming a bunch of teams, right? And
How do
the
you-
group stage is so long.
How do you compare it to IG though? Because I had the same theory about IG.
No, I feel like IG has performed way better.
But IG, they were playing like tournaments and stuff actively.
That's
Secret
true.
were just, it's not even like, because the saving strats thing is sort of a meme. In Dota, it's like practicing at your full, going full throttle, boot camping, everything, living together, like making sure improving. I feel like IG, even if they weren't going full throttle, they're still participating in I leagues, practicing, keeping on form, playing a lot of pubs. Like I know it's weird, but I feel like Team Secret, like I think they might have one of the lower pubs played of players at this tournament. Like it's not like they have that bad ranks at the cores, but they don't play that much.
If there's a meme between us following the Chinese region that I-League is kind of a scrim area. You know, you aren't really
Public
that,
scrims
Yeah,
almost.
it's like that. It's public scrims that you're not really too concerned about. You're more concerned about the DPC itself. But IG, the way they approached both the second season and the second I-League was so nonchalant, right? They were just having fun, picking different strategies, testing things out, and if it doesn't work, it just doesn't work. They GG out 20 minutes in, and that's it.
And I don't think that's exclusive to IG. Even LGD, without Xiao8 at Dota Pit, was picking carry Pudge and stuff like that. The
Mid
Chinese
lane
teams,
Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, I mean they play so much Dota that they are allowed to take a break every once in a while because they're still playing, like you said, Aoi. They're staying fresh, staying practice.
Is there something extremely satisfying about horn toss for you as well?
Yo, I heard Cuckoo got a 3-hero horn toss yesterday.
he did.
Oh man, I missed it. I gotta watch this.
Satisfying.
I just
you
like
didn't
the
play
spell.
enough against Magnus's or like?
No, if you play it.
If you play
I
it,
just
it
like
is
the
very
spell.
satisfying to have an auto skewer back.
Oh, that was a GG for Team Secret. So they have taken the game, which is great. We saw Matu on Tiny beating buildings, which we have seen a lot in this group stage. Now that brings us to Stream D, where we will check out Team Spirit versus SG Esports. So let's take a look at that game. Now, for SG Esports, like we mentioned earlier, they are unfortunately out of the tournament. So, AY, can you give me some perspective from like a professional player standpoint? What do you do with your mentality at this point? Like, how do you keep your mentality up and still perform at your best, knowing that you will still be going home at the end of the day?
It's probably the wrong person to ask. Like this
guy wins.
This guy wins.
I mean, yes, but he also played on Arkosh.
I mean, the
And they
Arkosh
got
mentality might be good for it, honestly, because at the end of the day, you're playing Dota because you love this game. Like, I don't feel like there are any people who make it as pros who are like, I hate this game. I mean, maybe at some point, but like, they started with the love, you know, and if you can remember that love for why you played the game and have a little fun, I think it's important. It's hard because, I mean, losing just sucks, right?
Yeah.
Like, you dedicate so much of your time, so much of your effort into preparing for this one tournament, and not everyone can win. It's just simple reality, right?
If I ever managed to qualify to TI, I would treasure every single moment. Like, it wouldn't matter if I'm losing or not. And most of the players that I've played with in teams that have qualified haven't won a single game at TI. So it wasn't only me.
You're in good company.
I wasn't the only problem.
So what you're hearing here, if you want to win games at TI, you cannot have played with Lizard.
Yes, that's
the
man is poison.
After your team, he will curse you.
My curse is just way too strong.
It's very strong.
The Lizard player curse, I guess?
Yeah.
It's like the caster curse, but I guess it's a little worse.
If nothing else, this is a rare opportunity that SG gets to play internationally. Like I doubt they get to play anyone outside of the Americas ever because they didn't go to either of the majors.
Right.
Scrimming from South America is difficult on latency. And so just the opportunity to be at TI in the hotel, you get to scrim all the other teams, you're getting to play officials against all these other teams. You level up a lot as a player and learn so much about strategies from different regions.
That is true. So this is still a really good opportunity for
Also,
them.
if you can destroy someone's streams,
play spoiler.
like it's that's some good stuff right there. Like,
Yeah, Undying weren't winning for their benefit. They're
No, they
winning
weren't.
for EG's detriment.
yeah.
I kind of like that. That's a different way to make your mark on the tournament.
No, it's a good way to think about Dota. It's like honestly, no cap. Like, if you think about the game in a way, it's like, what's the most annoying for the enemy team? How can I put the most pressure on them? Make it the hardest for them to play. It's honestly a good way to approach the game. If you do it in life, I mean, maybe
Then
not
you're a
always good,
psychopath.
but it is sort of fun.
So you invert it instead of thinking how can we win, how can they lose?
Yeah.
Honestly, when you're playing Dota, it's not a bad way to think. Like, you think about your own win condition, you can also think about your opponent's lose condition or their win condition and how to counter it. Like, sometimes, I remember in the past, I would play Enchantress 4 versus Arteezy, and what I thought would win me the game was I would go to his lane, I'd throw Impetus on him, and it would work. Like,
Or in pubs, you rotate on the mid laner 2 times. You know this dude has the mentality of a child. He gets ganked twice.
You know exactly what's happening.
He's gonna walk down mid right after.
Especially if you're playing some Enchantress or Chen.
Oh yeah, why is this
Pubs.
dude always in my lane?
Yeah, he's. You know that you're bringing discord to the enemy team because they will be fighting
you gotta
each
get
other.
the mental game.
Yeah, for sure.
The best is you gank someone, and then you type like, my mid solo killed you. that's the good mental warfare right there.
No, you know, you can do that, or you can write, why is no one helping you?
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
That's smart. I like that one.
There's that one as well.
So one of the things that we were given at the start of the day was like the stats on the most used heroes, and then I do believe that Leah also gave us the stats for like the hero
The
picks
worst
that
ranked heroes.
yes, the
Yeah, so
ones that
there's-
were picked but didn't really do too well in the tournament, and I do believe I saw Puck on that list.
Yeah.
Sorry, 1 second. Is that our first hardcore?
It may be.
I think so. Yes.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. I
No,
just
no, 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 no.
realized.
That's
Puck, huh?
yeah. Puck was there. Io was there.
Io was number one.
Gyrocopter was
Yeah,
there.
Gyrocopter has not looked good.
I think
Probably-
Io
is
has-
Mars not on there?
Mars is not
I
on
didn't
there.
look up.
No.
I don't know why Mars isn't on there because he has
Fun
like a 20% win rate.
Fun fact about part of the reason maybe because apparently there have been 3 meteor hammers built at TI group stage.
Yeah, all Mars.
All by Mars. All by South American Mars.
It does make sense on Mars, to be honest.
Sorry?
It makes sense on him.
It does.
Like, the reason why Mars feels awkward right now is because you need everything. You need a tank item, a sustain item, you need an initiation item, and it honestly feels like you need a damage item.
Like some Dezo AC, something
Yeah,
later on. Yeah.
like he doesn't. It's just sort of awkward. It's not like he's unplayable, but his team fights like, it's not the old Mars. It feels like where you're Arena and the team fights won. I think most of the games where he won, he's like paired up with a Phoenix, where Arena's just something to control them, and then there's this big team fight coming in behind.
Yeah, you need something like that. Phoenix, Snapfire, some sort of a combination.
Willow.
Too. Yeah, Willow, something that works with him.
I have a question for you. What about Enigma? I've heard in the green room area that a lot of people were thinking that Enigma was not bad, but still uncontested in this group stage. So what are the thoughts on that? I thought, because like throughout the year, Black Hole was like the thing.
Aoi feels that the hero is playable, right?
Yeah.
That he can be played. I don't really see it as... Like, he's a TI winner. What am I saying? It's playable. I don't feel it. I like the hero a lot, but when they changed the cooldown on Eidolons, it just ruined your laning stage so much.
His lane is way worse, I would agree. I mean, it's just, I feel like Midnight Pulse is such a good spell, the 15 talent. So I feel like there should be some place for him. It's also hard because I think a lot of the carries are really good right now. Like, maybe not carries, but the top 3 heroes of this tournament are Tiny, Monkey, and Weaver. You cannot lane versus any of those heroes as Enigma. And Enigma's a very specific hero. Like, you need to have the right game for him. But if these heroes are in every game, you see offline Enigma, you Pepe laugh, okay, my Monkey King or Tiny's going to carry. And it's just like a free lane and free game for them.
That's true. It reminds me of our Kotl discussion as well. Maybe that's one of the reasons the hero isn't picked as much. You have
Honestly,
these Weavers
I don't
and
know why for Kodo though. Like, even watching that last Thunder Predator game, I thought Kodo looked pretty good that game.
I was discussing the same thing with Effie. She feels it's because you have to build more null talismans right now to be viable on mid lane. But
It's definitely not mid.
But you
right?
don't play it mid, right?
Yeah.
Like, you just play it as a support.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Honestly, it's like, there's like a chance that after this event, Kodo gets really
Becomes-
good.
yeah.
Because I played tournaments like that. Like literally, I played DAC in 2015, and Sniper was like sort of like a meme pick. Picked maybe like once by Secret, a few times by random other people, but had a horrible win rate. It didn't look that good. And then that was the ho ho ha ha patch. Like after that an entire tournament with like the 16 best teams, and it was ho ho ha ha sprint to win patch. But it wasn't at that tournament. TI usually it's a bit more discovered, and we've had a while on the patch. But honestly, I'm still surprised by Caldwell.
It doesn't matter when you think about Omni Knight and the fact that that hero was a sleeper for like a year and a half. No one was picking him, and suddenly Secret. Oh, look, this hero actually works.
To be fair, that nerf on Omni Knight was like.
It's solid. Yeah, it's a big one.
It sort of removed the hero, I would say, right? Like purgeable on both your spells. That's a pretty big one.
And one of those spells is just your ultimate, you know, so it doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, no big deal, no biggie.
And also with Enigma, in addition to all the carries being good against him, Rubik is also on the rise these days. And so anytime that all these teamfight cores or supports start getting a little too cocky, all these shakers start coming out, the Tidehunters, then everyone needs to get that reminder about spell steal. And Enigma really has no answer to it, even though I think his shard is also really good. And with all these teamfight ultimates, like a Mars Arena, you start sucking people in with the Black Hole Shard, then I think there's potential, but maybe have to wait until main.
Do you like the shard?
It's okay.
You don't like the suck?
It's cool.
It's cool.
It's cool.
It's not as effective. It's more cool than effective.
When I first read it, I thought it was the worst shard in the game.
Really?
But I actually played a game where, because like how you play like Clinxes and leaders against Enigmas, when they black hole, you just hit them to death. Like you don't need a black hole cancel. And actually, had a game where I got sucked into it.
Yeah, you keep having to like turn around for like a second.
I think it's situationally really good, but compared to a lot of other shards, I would say it's relatively low value.
Quick announcement for everybody. For those of you at home who are wondering where the games are going on, we currently have some network complications. We will be getting all of those games back up as soon as we can, so just stay tuned. And in the meantime, you can listen to us talk about Dota heroes that have been picked in the tournament.
So who are the other non-pick Dota heroes?
Let me see.
We literally just had, like with Frankie, we had a game in which we had to pick all the unpicked heroes.
Okay.
I'll try. I have goldfish memory, but I will give my best.
Let's hear it.
There was Meepo.
Okay.
Yep.
Arc Warden was not actually because it was picked.
Yep. Okay.
Spirit Breaker.
Yep.
Omni Knight.
Yep.
Brood Mother.
Yep.
That's it. That's all I have.
Wait, you didn't even
Enigma?
name Huskar.
Enigma that we talked about.
Huskar?
Huskar as well.
Zeus.
Zeus.
Thunder and Lightning.
Really?
Exactly.
OD.
OD and Syllabar, Lone Druid, and Techies. You didn't say Techies. Yeah, Techies.
I didn't say it. Yeah.
Did you just ignore
That's
it?
like, for some reason, that's like not that many heroes, but in my head, I'm surprised by a lot of them.
Like Spirit Breaker for me is probably the most surprising.
Yeah,
Like,
Spirit Breaker was picked a decent amount, I'd say.
One hero that I'm not surprised at all is Meepo. That hero is so bad, and I feel like Meepo should be definitely buffed.
There's no bias here, by the way.
There's no bias here at all. I just feel that the hero needs some love. Like, what's a TI without at least one Meepo pick?
Sure.
That is true.
But there are no Meepo specialists at this tournament either.
Abed?
Abed?
Oh, that's true, Abed.
Nisha plays it as well.
Does he?
Yeah, he does. He
Does
won a
Secret-
major with it.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Secret always has those. They had Ace last time also.
You have to have one Meepo player to feel like home.
What do you think that they can do to give Meepo more love?
Put his ultimate back to level 3, right?
That's an option.
I feel like that's all he needs, though, to be honest.
Or maybe buff up the Dragon Lance or one of these items that give you stats. Because the hero is all about the stats.
It's pretty good right now.
It's solid. Could be buffed a bit.
There is something weird with Meepo, though. I'm pretty sure his ult being later just affects his timings way too much. Because, like, your laning used to be...
It does, yeah.
Like, it's such a big deal. Because level 3 is even, like, a lot faster. Like, I don't know the level numbers exactly, but I'm sure it's...
It definitely affects your laning. Usually you don't care about if someone harasses you, because you can go into the lane, poof the range creep, get hit as many times as you want, right? Because you're gonna get that level 3 UTP base, you poof back in.
Do you have to buy TP scrolls on your clones too?
No.
Okay, so it's based off the...
It's one TP. But the thing is, you don't even get harassed out of the lane that hard.
No, once your clone uses a TP though, do you have to buy a new one?
You use the TP only on your main meeple. You
Oh,
can't
okay.
use on the clones.
Yeah, I don't play
Yeah,
Meeple.
because
so.
BOTs don't even work
So wait, so
anymore
you
on the
can't
clones.
use a TV score on your clones?
Nope.
No,
Only primary.
only on the main one.
Was that always like that?
But you used to be able to
Yeah.
use BOTs on
You
the
could
other
use
ones,
travels,
but not
you
anymore.
couldn't use. However, what you can do right now is grab a meeple and throw him at someone, which
Is
is
that
pretty
the
nice.
shard?
Is the shard? The shard is actually legit. I
Really?
love it a lot. It helps you gap close, and I think you slow the enemy hero or
Yeah,
something
it
like
has
that
some
when
other
when it connects. So it's pretty.
You can
solid.
also create new heroes when it was bugged. Did you play that?
Yeah,
Did you see that one?
I saw that bug. Yeah, that was good.
All right, well, we have the games back online. Thank you so much to all of you for your patience. Our game, we're now in Game C, and this game is Quincy Crew versus Elephant Game 2.
Yeah.
Buff me.
Quincy Crew versus Elephant. This second game, Quincy should be relieved, and they should be playing with, let's say, a little bit more composure than that first series that they had today, because that looked like a mess. They did manage to win, but it was a difficult game to watch. It was nerve-wracking.
On both sides, right? Like palms sweaty,
Both
just
Knees
sides.
weak, arms are heavy.
yeah.
Okay, so the first thing I see when we get into this game is I see a sniper in middle, and AUI, you were talking about sniper earlier. Tell me a little bit about this hero and why we haven't seen him too much lately.
I think the hero he's actually really strong early. Like, I only saw the alliance games with him, but both of those games, the hero looked really good early, but eventually, you are this pathetic dwarf that just gets jumped. Like, he's so slow, and you can try to, like, stand your ground with the Titanic, but...
He doesn't even look like Sniper. Like, what is that?
Dude, he's got the
That is a
RGB
very
sniper.
long gun.
That's a very.
I love that one. The one with the bayonet, basically. He's stabbing people with it.
Honestly, I don't know. I feel like he doesn't have that late game threat that he used to. I think a lot of it is to do with the upgraded blink daggers. Like before, when Sniper reached late game, it felt like he was so hard to deal with. But coming out of like these upgraded blink daggers, it doesn't feel bad for carries who have them. They have a gap close that's actually a decent item, and he's not scaling. He's also like, you'd think he'd be good at ending games because he shoots the tower from so far away.
Yeah.
But when you hit the tower, they have vision on you, and you're sniper, and you're pathetic and small and weak. So they like just jump you, and it doesn't feel good.
In contrast to that, you do have the shard now to get out, the famous Jenkins grenade. So
A Jenkins grenade?
Yeah, he
Why does he
won't
get
stop,
credit for
he
it?
just won't stop talking about it.
Can you explain
but
what the shard is?
Yeah, but it's good. Like it basically stuns in an area, plus it knocks you back.
And
so you can.
It stuns?
It's like a mini stun. So
Oh, like
it can break
with a disarm,
channels.
right?
Yeah.
And it's the effect is like a 3-second disarm.
Okay.
So you can push yourself onto the high ground. You can push
So like
yourself out
it's
of the
basically like a
arena as
hurricane
well.
pike, right?
Yes, but you get the Z axis as well. So you
can go
fly a little bit. Yeah.
Well, Hurricane Pike can also push you up cliffs.
Yeah, but you can jump
No,
over
like
the
over
arena.
arena and stuff.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Pike just moves you through the cliff.
Correct.
This you can jump with.
Wait, so does it work on enemies' BKBs?
No, it doesn't.
So
go
when
like
they jump
that.
you with BKB, you're still pathetic little dwarf who just dies.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, but that's at that point in the game. Hopefully, you're strong enough to just peep them out.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a problem though, because your scaling on Sniper is basically your range. Like you don't have a real steroid compared to other carries.
Did you see many late game snipers recently? Because
Well, I
they
saw
can get scary a bit.
the Alliance versus, I think it was Thunder Predator.
That was versus Medusa as well, right? So it's kind of
Yeah,
unfair.
they had like a bunch of blink. There's like a Lina, Medusa. I don't know if that's Thunder Predator.
Alliance won that game. Alliance won one game with Sniper.
Yeah, they did. I think they won that game, and it did not look good.
And it was versus a hero that's usually countered by
It
snipers.
was like Sniper Void versus like Lina, Dusa, Enchantress. I can't remember the
Do
rest.
you like Sniper Tsunami?
Yeah, but I think that I didn't think about the upgraded blink thing, but I think that that's a great reasoning for why he's not there. Because normally, I think with slot issues, it would be up to the initiator to go find Sniper, unless if you had a spirit, in which case the mid laner would always do it. But now anyone can justify being like, okay, my issue is Sniper, and I can be whatever farm priority, and I am going to be able to get an answer for him no matter what. So I'm not as big of a fan.
I just
of it.
feel like I don't see what Sniper does that Lina doesn't. So like they both fulfill sort of similar roles, but I feel like Lina she farms faster, she has better nukes early, and also just being able to move around faster is
Because of the build, right?
It's just like the
travels and
damage
whatnot,
just comes in so slow from Sniper. Like I don't know if I'm underestimating a hero, I probably am. But I personally haven't had good experiences with the hero.
I've seen a couple of games in which he does well.
Okay.
Just a couple.
I mean, I believe it. Like, the sniper game's still a sniper game, right? It's like a tinker game.
Like,
You can have those games where no one can get onto you.
Yeah, if you're a melee hero, sometimes you just can't gap close. Even if you have a BKB and you run straight at him, he just beeps you down by the time you're there, or pushes you away, which is even worse.
Interesting. So tell me, why in this match would they pick Sniper if he's a pathetic little dwarf?
He's a pathetic little dwarf, but they do have some combos with him. If you look at this draft of Elephant, it's not a sniper draft, it's a minus armor draft. They have Gush, they have a little Shredder, they have Vengeful that also adds up to Sniper and buffs him up quite well. And then you have Weaver with Bugs.
Actually, I saw Secret play the same draft.
They had the
a
same
Slaughter,
exact,
though,
yeah.
right? But I think the idea is good. Like, so Sniper, I was talking about it, and he peeps at people, and he doesn't do that much damage fast enough. But I think the idea, you're right, Sumi, is that with all this, or sorry, Lizard, with all this minus armor, like.
Wait, no, Sam, right.
With Sumi.
No, it's Sumi.
Good idea,
Sumi.
Sumi.
Good job.
with all the minus armor, if that damage does come in fast, then. Like, you don't need that much damage, just hitting from long range. It makes a lot of sense. I can see that. I like that point a lot.
But that was a Vengeful on a carry. So it was...
Yeah, that jungle was pretty crazy.
It was crazy. It was so secret when they had inspiration, right?
It felt like a liquid draft, to be honest. Like, they're only here in the tournament on our panel this close, but
the spirit is still
yeah, like that's what I expect out of Team Liquid. I'm surprised Seeker ran that one.
I don't see Lone Druid, I don't see Brood Mother.
That's true.
It's
okay.
not
Zeros
Liquid.
would not be uncontested if Liquid were in the tournament right now.
That cookie was really good. That cookie just saved him.
The cliff. Yeah, you guys were talking about Quincy Crew needing to have resilience after their earlier game. Need I remind you that Elephant got 17-minute GG'd by LGD just like a few hours ago.
That is
so, granted, Elephant should be no stranger to that. They got memed on all over by LGD.
We were
and
mentioning
BPC.
this earlier, but Elephant seems to, like, when they have a bad loss, they seem to fall apart a bit.
Yeah.
Like, I think, was it day 1 or day 2 versus Vici? Do you remember, Lizard?
Day 2, I believe.
Day 2?
Let me check for you. Let's see.
Thank you, Sumi.
Elephant and Vici, that was day 2.
Okay.
02.
And then they lost that, and it felt a little bit like they fell apart. And it seems, I mean, this game's not over, but it does seem their mentality gets shaken pretty easily. It's so weird to me too. Like, they're a team of veterans. They have all TK.
I know.
What happened with those stacks? First Sniper started, then he's like, yeah, this is too hard for me.
I can't take
Can you take it over? And Tide. It's like every single mid laner and carry ever. If they see a stack, they're gonna try and take it. And then if they realize, okay, I can't, then sure.
You made
Tide
this? I made this. It's really me.
All right, so one other question I have is that one thing, whenever you mention Elephant, whenever Elephant is mentioned in any panel, everyone always says ROTK. So for the people at home, Tsunami, can you explain this legendary person?
Yeah, he was, I guess, I don't know if he had a Dota 1 history, but in Dota 2, he came to be well known in the Western audience by his time on Vici Gaming. He was extremely emotional player. Was he on the Superstar DK?
Yes.
Okay, so
TI2, right? That's what you're talking
yeah.
about.
So I think that was when people first started getting exposed to him, and then rose to prominence on Vici Gamings that made it to TI finals. And he's a very loud player. You'll see him like shaking around in the booth, smashing on tables and stuff like that. And ever since he's transitioned into being a coach, he kind of took the mold from Xiao 8 or Xiao Ba, according to Avo, where it's very organized and very disciplined type of coach that you don't really want to get on his bad side because he will put you in line. And so the idea was whenever you bring him to Elephant, which is a team of superstars who may think that they're too good to need to listen to anybody, and they're like, what do you know, dude? Then who better to tell them what to do than ROTK? It didn't really have the impact that everyone was hoping for, though, because their Season 2 DPC performance was the same as their Season 1 performance, both in their scoreline and within the games themselves. You have Eurus on one side of the map farming and not really participating with the rest of the team. And so the legend of ROTK is still there, but I think some of the luster is starting to fade away as we see how Elephant is just kind of having mediocre performances.
How long has ROTK been their coach?
Just for season 2
Okay.
onwards, so since like March.
Maybe it's like an adjustment period.
And
as they
not that
learn.
long with the Neo position 5 as well, right?
That's true. Yeah,
Yeah,
Super
and-
was an import right before the TI
But
calls.
let's look at it this way. The Superstar DK team that you were talking about actually had Super in it as well.
That's true,
So
but he
now
was playing mid then.
So now he's playing as a position 5.
Yeah.
I feel like ROTK, he finally met his match and he was like, these boys cannot be contained. I need the reinforcements. Super, you're in.
You guys aren't talking about like the Ice burning Mushi DK, right? Like, there's a different Superstar DK?
You tell me. I was taking his word
You
for
tell
it.
us.
I was thinking about the one that everyone expected to win TI.
Yeah, who were the
They
last
were
2 players?
second, right, on that?
No, they got fourth. EG
Fourth,
got
yeah,
third.
fourth.
And then who was in the finals that year? Was that TI? That's TI4, right?
It's a newbie.
Newbie Vici.
Vici, yeah.
Yeah. So RTK was on Vici that year with FY
Right.
and Fenrir.
Right.
But TI2, it was DK with Super, right? Am I wrong?
I can't remember.
I don't think
But when,
DK was
when I hear DK, I only think of the Burning Squad, like Burning.
I might be wrong here. Maybe some.
I will
remember
check.
We may be
they played
conflating DKs.
support.
Continue.
They played support. It was a LAN M. He played support Juggernaut versus us because I was on Cloud9 and he slapped us on the map. It was very depressing.
Let's see. Yes, he was on Vici. That was in 2016.
ROTK.
I think
Yes.
in
Yeah, when was-
TI3 he was.
Was he ever on a DK? Team
Yes,
DK?
he was on Team DK from 2011 to 2013.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
so
TI2.
it's TI2.
Okay.
Yeah, so probably Super was. I'm pretty sure, yeah, that Super was with him back then.
And
so
just for-
you bring these 2 veterans to a team filled with superstars,
Yeah.
and you expect them to not have any fractions anymore within the team,
Right.
Which usually is a problem when you have at least 4 big brain players in a team, right? You're going to have many ideas. And now ROTK as a coach, maybe he didn't manage to just unify them and just make them look in one direction.
Yeah.
But with Super, you have your guys in, right? You have your informant.
You got a spy.
Sorry,
got
real
a
quick.
spy.
Team DK had ROTK and capital S Super 2011 to 2013. Both of them left for Vici Gaming after TI.
Who were the other 3 back then?
Burning, Super ROTK, QQQ, and MMY.
Okay, so the Ice one came afterwards.
Yeah. I think it's weird coaching a team sometimes because you can even have all the players agreeing and then like on the same page, and the team just doesn't work out for some reason as well. I'm not like honestly for us as analysts, like we don't really talk to any of these players on Elephant, and we don't really know. But it's just I don't know. It's just hard to speculate about though because everyone like at the end of the day, the one thing everyone agrees on is these players are really good. And they seem like they'd be really good together, and they seem like they have a good support staff behind them.
Yeah.
And
Boy.
they're it's not like they're even doing that bad this year. They're just not destroying like you would think they would.
They're making it out of groups.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big accomplishment in and of itself.
Considering they ended first season on the 5th spot and the second one, it's a good accomplishment. It's pretty decent, so far at least. But I feel like it also might be one of those teams that will pick it up after the group stage. They might get very scary.
I want to agree. It's just I find it like I can only like try to talk about the pattern. I find it sort of disconcerting that they had losses into tilt. It seems like because like I would think this team, the players, they'll do better under more pressure on the main stage, but I'm not really being shown that by what's happening at this tournament.
That's fair, yeah.
But I do hope that's true.
It's just that Tsunami will remember how many times did we say maybe it's they stay for Elephant?
Yeah, because this is a team that you want to see succeed. It's so fun to see these big names do well, and you want to be able to be like, oh yeah, it's the resurgence of these players who were kind of fell off the map in 2020 a little bit when they were like 4 a.m. Elephant or whatever, and eventually I got burned one too many times that I stopped believing.
He stopped. Eventually you can't anymore. Every single game you're like, okay, this is it for Elephant. They're back.
Yeah.
They're bringing it, and then they lose. But
And you OD on Copium, and then what do you do after that?
But at the same time, like you guys mentioned, they're here. They're at TI. They're out of groups.
Yeah.
They were 5th and 5th for season 1 and season 2. Didn't qualify for either major. So if there's any stage for them to like make their big resurgence, have their anime redemption arc, it's definitely here, right? This is the place for them to do it, and they have more chances to do it in the main event.
Right, and it's a testament to the Chinese region in general, because all the other 4 Chinese teams have directly qualified to TI. This was the only one that didn't through points, and they took the 5th slot. So they got 5th in most DPCs, they got 5th in China in general, and so they were able to make it through. And so I hope that, I think the statistics is right now, China has a 50% chance of winning TI, which is not surprising after seeing how the group stage has panned
Is that
out.
by like random?
No, as in like based off of how the first 3 days of the group stage have gone and their standings and how other teams have been eliminated and their placement in the upper bracket, the region as a whole has a 50% chance to win TI.
But also in your article that you've mentioned, the teams that have the highest statistic of winning also don't win. Very good article, by the way, for those of you. Tsunami can just plug his own website because I actually don't know it off the top of my
I
head.
actually don't even know how you could Google it. There's no easy URL. Just
All right,
Google
well, go to his Twitter.
Tsunami TI10 guide or something like that. Google that.
That's a very good guide.
Yeah.
I read that right before day one of group stage started, and I was like, nice. I'm gonna copy it and paste it into my notes.
You made this?
I made
You made this? I made this. But let's talk a little bit about the other team that's also in this game, Quincy Crew. And we were talking about them yesterday a little bit, how, you know, they have come a long way. And a lot of people have said criminally unsponsored Quincy Crew, but Tsunami informed me yesterday that they actually had many opportunities to get sponsored. But because they came all the way here on their own terms.
Started from the bottom, now we're here.
Yeah, now they're continuing on their own terms. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
They're still kind of cruising on the bottom right now, so maybe they should have cashed out. But now that they are safe to not be eliminated out of TI, then there is a lot of pressure off of them. And like you were saying, AUI, even having a coach and having players who are on the same mentality, some people are still wondering, like, should you have a coach introduced so late into your season? Because they brought Kezu on specifically for TI. And in theory, bringing any more support staff would be a good thing.
I guess you just give him, sorry if I'm taking this
No,
away,
go for it.
but I guess you give him less responsibility than you would usually give to a coach.
Yeah.
And maybe he contributes in different ways. So I'm the one that feels like the more the merrier.
Sure.
But you have to adapt the fact that he came too late.
I think that's completely correct. I think personally, from working with Kezu, I feel like he's not the type of person who would ever lead to a negative. Like but you're right in that you can't have like an ROTK coach come in and like this close to TI.
He can't transform your team. Sure.
But for example, if it's more focused on like trying to help people understand each other, because the thing about Dota is it's so complex that even pro players, oftentimes they'll be like, they'll have an idea in their head, but they won't say the right reason why, even if they know it, because they'll attribute it to something else.
Okay.
And you have to like sort of dig in and find out what they really think and how to communicate it. And oftentimes you just need a third party to do it. So I think for Quincy Crew, I'm gonna say that Kezu had to have helped, because I think he's very good at that, like just being stable, level-headed, understanding the issue, and trying to work out a solution for it.
Do coaches also, because one of the things that I learned is that coaches also help with draft. Do you think, who did drafting for Quincy Crew before, and is that responsibility now put onto Kezu?
No way he's drafting.
Yeah, there's no way he's drafting. You still stay with the same drafter. He definitely does contribute. He probably provides them with a couple of good ideas every single series that they have. Maybe analyzes the enemy team a little bit more than they can. But I sincerely doubt that you would just give off your drafting rights to someone that just came in.
Because even on Viking, I think Celery was the captain for Viking.
He was the drafter as well.
So Kezu hadn't been in the driver's seat for a while. So it's on a team-by-team basis. Like for EG,
Bulba.
Yeah, Bulba.
Yeah.
Bulba and Fly are like left and right-hand man. And so them, it's a very intimate drafting experience, but for some teams, it's just like, you're here to tell me what to do out of the game as a coach, and as soon as we get into the lobby, then it's all man.
I think usually coaches have pretty close relationships with the captains on the team. And even if he's not the one clicking the buttons, he'll often help organize the other players in the draft.
Right.
Because a lot of the responsibility of the drafter is to try to combine the ideas of your players into something coherent and like better than its parts. and some of that will be like, maybe LOA will have assigned Kezu the responsibility of saying like, Yawar, we're thinking of picking your hero. You need to tell us what you think are good bans for this hero so we can plan for it in advance. Because there's a lot of that in drafting right now where you can't just pick the hero that you think is good. You need to have set up for it with bans or earlier picks or like sort of scene conditions.
It's
for
a
it in
game
draft.
of its own, right? Drafting is like half of the game. You need to have a solid draft, but you have to understand that the enemy drafter is working towards making your life as miserable as possible.
That's true.
Just banning out all the heroes that you like because they've done the research as well, putting you in different traps, baiting you into picking something that they have a response to instantly after.
Right.
Like what Howie said is so right. It's not only about how strong is the hero, but when he can be picked. Because that's one of the reasons why Monkey King, let's say, is so contested at the moment. The hero can be picked as first pick in every single game, and he will contribute to your whole draft and the idea behind it, no matter what you draft afterwards, because he's so flexible. It can be on position 1, it can be 4, it can be whenever.
Right.
Yeah, to add on to that, if you think about drafting, you're basically like, you might not have exactly a checklist, but in your head you have like a mental note of like all the things you need in Dota, right?
Yeah.
I think part of the Monkey King thing is he's so flexible and he's so many of those checkboxes.
Right.
But it seems like in this game, maybe they lacked a little bit of jump for the sniper because it doesn't seem like
He ain't looking so pathetic anymore.
Yeah.
He's peeping.
He's historically been good versus TB as well, right?
Yeah, I think so.
The hero's matchup is good when sniper is in the meta. And when you look at this game, just like you said, they have no catch for him.
Because they have no catch, it's very likely that Quincy Crew Elephant drafted Sniper probably last, right?
Yeah, probably he's been one of the last picks. That's usually when you even pick Sniper, right? You don't really open up.
I don't see what hero they would have picked after Sniper, to be honest. I'm going to say it's last pick. I mean, I can't say with full confidence, but...
Give me a percentage chance.
Like 95.
95?
Oh, okay.
I'll take it.
99. 99's a bit too confident for me.
So what would you say the
games.
opening was? I would say like Weaver plus
Oh man,
Tide
I love this. Working
or,
it out. Tide
Snap.
for sure.
ET Shaker, Weaver Tide.
ET Shaker, Weaver Tide, then
Okay.
Snap and Venge.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And I think Alpha was second pick, but honestly,
You don't think Doom was first place?
I don't. It might have been.
Dude, this is a fun puzzle game.
I'm not sure.
It is sort of fun.
Yeah.
Because honestly, it's probably good to think about, even like if you're just a Dota player, to try to like understand drafts. Honestly, just in general, like trying to understand something, and then creating like reasons and logic for something, and then being able to adjust your model once you have the actual data and statistic. I think it's always interesting to do, just with anything in life, because you realize how stupid you are. You know, like how dare I think this?
That is not where I expected that to go.
It's really fun. God, I love humiliating myself.
Would you ever take apart like remote controls or something like that and try to put it back together? Because I know some kids were very mechanically minded and they love seeing how things worked.
No.
Is that your style? No.
This is a man that eats macaroni and cheese with
That's
his
true.
hands.
I forgot you're a
Please.
Why does that bother you guys so much? I feel like, okay, if there are no utensils and you're really hungry,
I don't blame you. I do it.
and it's
I do it
delicious.
as well.
By the way,
Shovel it.
Canadians, they eat the most macaroni and cheese in the world per capita. So it's in
Really?
my blood.
So-
Yeah, they do.
I see.
My
Mac and
friends,
cheese in
my
your
friends some of my friends are not Dota players. This is their
Disgusting.
first time ever watching Dota 2 because it's TI, right? And they wanted to support me because they're great. The one thing that I got messaged the most is what is going on with Macaroni Boy, and that's all they said
I'm
to
Macaroni
me. Like
Boy.
literally,
Macaroni
wait.
boy.
3 people messaged me. One person said, "What is up with Macaroni Boy?" And then 2 other people were like, "Why did that guy talk about eating macaroni and cheese with his hands?" So I guess that's the
I didn't bring it up.
takeaway
I
here.
never brought it up.
Yeah, but you did it.
It's done. You rebranded.
I don't regret it.
Jenkins is
I'd do it again.
Insania,
I
you are
would do it
macaroni
again. It
boy.
tasted really
Would
good.
you do it on a TI stage? If I brought a bowl of macaroni out, would you start
No.
ladling it in?
I'm not your.
Dance for me, Allie. Dance for me.
Another question for you. So, who was your coach for Arkosh?
Sarge sucks.
Oh yeah, sir. Actually,
How was that? What was that experience like being coached
Bad.
by? Did he draft for you?
No, no.
He didn't do anything, Sumi.
I feel like talking about Arkosh is almost insulting to the teams here. Because that team is... I don't have, like...
I mean, it's competitive.
I'm not
It
allowed
plays
to
in
say
the
the
league.
words on camera, I think, how bad that team is. Like, the description, I can't do it justice right now.
Right.
Jake is also like right there on his
Seething.
phone.
Oh, he's aware. Yeah.
Okay. So from now, what I've taken from this conversation, other than macaroni and cheese, is not meant to be eaten with your hands. Is that
That's
if
okay
we
if you
go to another game, we can play the puzzle by seeing what the draft order is. Is that something you guys would be interested
Wait, can you
in?
tell me if we were right? I'll check how right we were first.
Okay.
We can
Okay.
go to out again. I'll check
All right.
along the way.
So while AUI confirms, is there a stream Lizard and Tsunami that you two would prefer to
So
take a
there
look at?
is.
Man,
who
A
else?
and B are both pretty good. I'm down
Yeah.
for Secret versus Vici or LGD versus Beast Coast.
We've taken a look at
Beast Coast
Secret and
is really
Vici.
strong as well.
So let's take a look at Stream B. Let's take a look at LGD versus Beast Coast. LGD has, I mean,
Tsunami was right. It was a Doom,
Doom
first
first
two.
phase. Okay.
And it was a Snapfire Tide.
Okay.
Yeah, Snap
So I was
Tide.
completely wrong. Pathetic. Don't know what I'm talking about. Just
It's a learning experience.
Little
Was
bit.
the
Yeah.
sniper the
He'll
last
get
pick? though?
better.
That was the original question. Was sniper last pick?
yeah, he was.
99.9.
You had the right percentage, I'm assuming.
So Snap Tide is actually one of the most picked and most successful combinations in the game in the TI at the moment at the group stage. So not really that surprising that they were first picked. However, Doom first phase, I did not expect. I expected them to have
guess-
first picked Shaker +1.
So they first picked Shaker, and then they picked Snap Tide. They picked Doom as response to Tide.
So Shaker was first.
His
pick.
first pick overall.
Okay, I see.
That doesn't surprise me. One thing that does surprise me, look at that. It's
that's Sniper
another
as well.
sniper.
Another sniper.
It's another
He's
one.
dead.
He's dead. And it's actually a 5-position Rubik. Wise playing the Rubik.
Big fan. I'm a fan.
Yeah, and
Let's go.
partly because another pick that has reemerged is a Shaker. And so, again, all these team-fighty heroes go in cycles. When it
Also,
comes
I
to
feel
TI.
like Bloodseeker, I've only seen Bloodseeker from Beast Coast this tournament. I don't know if that's true or not, but I thought this hero was going to be really highly picked.
I would say one of the CIS teams, Eastern Europe teams, played it at least once. Can't confirm it 100%, but I think so.
Yeah.
However, what really bothers me when I look at Beast Coast's draft is there is no way of buffing the sniper up. If you look at the Elephant game, they have Venge, Weaver, they have
Snapfire, Tide.
Snapfire and Tide. Here, yeah, you have these bulky boys that can go up front, which is nice. Timbersaw can protect you, Bloodseeker can make a lot of chaos. Blood Rage, I suppose, but besides that, you aren't really buffed from anyone.
And Blood Rage, honestly, using it for attack speed is sort of underwhelming on allies. The magic damage buff is insane, but I think it's still half for attack speed, right? So
why are you surprised that Bloodseeker hasn't been picked more?
he looked really good in pubs. Like a lot of people were playing him. 1 position, 3 position. He looked just really hard to deal with. I would say he's the strongest offlaner in lane, maybe for carry too. Like he's really hard to pressure. He has really high stats. His nuke does 1 billion damage at level 1.
That's all after nerfs.
Yeah.
Like, he's been even stronger.
So tell me a little bit, Tsunami, about Beast Coast story. Obviously, a lot of people are already pulling for PSG LGD. I'm pretty sure a lot of new people just tuning into Dota are aware of PSG LGD's, prestige and up their skill level. But what about Beast Coast?
First, tell me they're standing. I haven't checked up as of today.
They're
so
quite high.
They're in the middle.
Are
Beast
they
Coast is in the
contenders
middle.
for upper bracket?
They are, yes.
Ooh,
They
okay.
are-
So this is an extremely important game.
So
for them.
Team Secret, Team Spirit are tied right now. Well, depending on oh, there you go. There you go. You can see it right there.
Perfect.
So
So
they're
they are okay. So Secret, I guess, must have just gotten a 2-0 victory. They're playing Vici right now, so I guess that'll have to pan out. And then in the head-to-head, East Coast beat Secret 2-0. So if it comes down to that to find out who's going upper bracket, that would be very,
But
very.
he's upper lower bracket head to head.
I have no idea. Is it?
I feel like that would be
tiebreaker?
tiebreakers.
yeah.
Probably. For TI.
I feel like head to head would only be in between, like if you're number 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, like not upper bracket.
Oh, okay, for
And then
seeding.
not for elimination, but it could be for upper lower. I'm not sure.
Regardless, the fact that they're contenders for upper bracket is a step up from TI8 or TI9, which is when this roster last showed up as Infamous, because they started out lower bracket and had a hell of a lower bracket run because they were able to make it all the way to top 8. And it's rare that a South American squad will have stuck together for 2 hours. I mean, 2
2 hours sounds
sorry,
right.
2 years. 2 hours would be also a new record for a North American team. And I think that they had tension also, because after they qualified for the Singapore major, they had some
issues.
Player who may have gotten a little adventurous, and then as a result, the whole team contracted COVID and could not attend Singapore. And as a result, everyone's like, are we gonna make TI now? And then second season, they didn't even get first place. No Ping ended up getting first place, and so tensions were probably high.
They were close to not qualifying by points, right? I think
Exactly.
Thunder Predator was 12th, but they were 11th.
And I think they were both tied at 800 points also.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, and so it was on the line for both of them. And everyone had such high expectations for Beast Coast because they show up at other tournaments most of the time against international opponents, and they do quite well.
Yeah, but some of these things aren't necessarily connected to how they play and how they are strong as a team.
Right.
And I believe that this is a team that we should respect a little bit more and talk about a little bit more when it comes to their performances, because they've had some phenomenal games so far in the group stage. I think we still have a little bit of this bias towards SA as a region, right? That they're maybe a little bit weaker, but they truly are not. They've been hindered by lag and problems qualifying through NA and whatnot. Now that they have their own region and the DPC, I feel like we might see a region that will flourish very soon.
It's a region that managed to get 3 teams here. Granted, 2 of them got eliminated, but they still got here in the first place because they performed at the Anna Major and they performed at Singapore.
Yeah, and Beast Coast themselves are currently above Elephant, Fnatic, Quincy Crew, and SG Esports, so they're doing really, really well.
Not in this game though, because this game is looking kind of rough. They just did get 2 kills. My problem is they're playing versus PSG LGD that doesn't necessarily crush you in the laning stage, but it's what they do afterwards. And even the laning stage was really good for them here.
Yeah, I feel like LGD, they usually play lanes for sort of what they want, right? Yeah. They always get what they want out of lanes, but what they want is never to end the game like EG used to. Honestly, I haven't seen many win lanes to dominate the games.
There was maybe one 17-minute game, and
but even that game, I feel like it's a lot of like you can win the lane slightly, but like your first move has to connect. There's not like there's been patches in the past where it's felt a bit hopeless after lanes. I feel like this patch is not like that at all.
Yeah, one of those patches when you're a support, position 4 has like level 4, minute 11 or 12. Position 5 as well, and then you can't make any moves because they desperately need that 6.
And did Faith Beyond ever play IO during the DPC? I feel like this has been a recent addition to a zero pool.
No, I don't think so. I think it's actually OG that started it.
Yeah, with Seb playing the IO.
I haven't seen anyone else do it before.
And LGD, they're like very solid in their spot, right? So this is probably just them testing out, can we run this traditional strat? It's honestly a good idea, because
if you see OG picking IO, it's probably a good idea.
Yeah, especially OG, right? Guys, if OG runs something, they might know something.
That was my justification for OG running it in that game 1 against EG, was that like, let's just test it, and then let's make everyone scared of it if it works. And then now LGD might be like, oh snap, they ran Seb IO. Faith, can you play this? Well, not Faith, actually, that's a different player. Faith Beyond, can you play this? And so far, it's looking like he can.
Working. But one thing I also want to note is that Beast Coast Fire, like during that entire conversation, was like a constant flame, and it was like blinking and stuff because it was reaching max cheer potential.
Max
and
GA potential.
It was going for a very, very long time. So for all of you at home cheering for the teams, thank you for giving us some extra like stuff to look at.
Yeah.
What if it were like Hunger Games, where like if you cheer so much, then you get like bounty rune or something?
You're thinking about Midas mode. We could make that a possibility. Let's talk to Slacks.
With the cheering, I'd be a big fan of that.
That's Yules. Probably not what he expected to hit, but
kind of last hit the range creep, right?
Yeah, he just gets tipped. It's fine. He knows. He knows what he did. There's almost a BKB on the sniper, so teamfights will become a little bit easier for Beast Coast. I'm just feeling that PSG LGD is running away a little bit with the lead. Bloodseeker is keeping up though with the jug when it comes to net worth as well.
East Coast.
Yep. Bloodseeker.
Oh, I thought you said secret.
Yeah, did I? Maybe I did. Not sure.
I don't
yeah,
know.
but Bloodseeker on Beast Coast is keeping up. Yeah.
If you know, Hector has played Bloodseeker for 2 years, and he's one of the only Bloodseeker carries I see that always keep up in net worth. I honestly don't even know how, because I don't feel like his skill set is that good for farming. I mean, it's solid, but it's just, he's like, I don't know how he has this game, but he used to always buy Mantis style, like even Rush, and he would farm really fast with it.
It's Hector, right?
Yeah, it is Hector. Ooh, big Echo Slam.
Slam. The smoke
my
broke.
God.
And the Blood Rite finishes off the Rubik. Now it's just head to head.
Oh, they got on top of the Sniper though, and you guys already know Sniper.
Yep.
Whisper is such a beast, though. He's still keeping up.
Whisper has looked really good this tournament.
Extremely.
Yeah, I think honestly, he's been by far the standout player of Beast Coast. Not because any of the other players aren't performing, but did he play Tinker yet?
I don't think I've seen Tinker.
Okay, because I know he destroys
Some
Puzzle Tinker.
hold
I
on.
feel like Beast Coast was the only team to really utilize Timbersaw in the first 2 days, and the teams are slowly starting to pick up on this hero because. I mean, the hero got nerfed a lot, but if you can make it past the early nerfs, like he's still the same hero, like in the taking the tower alone, pressuring, taking over the map, and if you keep on a network, that hero actually does a lot of damage, especially with someone who can cast spells as well as Whisper.
I think of nearly all the players who get to play at TI, I think Whisper is one of the ones who would benefit the most from zero latency. Because I know he's Bolivian. I don't know if he plays from Bolivia. I think Beast Coast has a team house, but playing, like, he will play Timbersaw on like 200 ping, which sounds incredibly frustrating, and he still gets like all of his Whirling Death combos off.
Even playing something easier or on paper easier, such as Mars.
Yeah.
It's so ugly to play on ping.
And he nails those combos every
He
single
nails
time.
those combos, and not only does he nail them, he buys Meteor Hammer and follows up with that. And it makes the item actually look good. I think he was the first one that even bought it at the tournament at TI.
I do not see Tinker. on
Okay.
Beast Coast.
Maybe they're saving some strats, I'm spoiling something here. But Whisper Tinker, I saw him in a pub. It was versus, I think Matu and Puppy on the same team. And he just literally 1v5ing fights. He had like Shiva, Strength Blink, blinking around, lasering everyone. It was crazy.
Was he playing offlane?
Yeah, offlane Tinker. He plays offlane Tinker.
Tell me a little bit more about his hero pool. So obviously we see Timbersaw, and we've heard about the legendary Tinker, but what else does he play?
So traditionally, Whisper plays a lot of like weird ranged offlaners. Like he'll play your Death Prophets, your Pucks, and he would do like these crazy builds where his inventory is literally just a spirit vessel. Like no branches, nothing else, no six,
Just a vessel.
Just vessel. And I think that's sort of what he plays. Like when I think of him, that's all I can think of. Because it's like he can play anything, but he likes the weird stuff.
You could actually, you could compare him to Fate Beyond in that way. Like, he loves these Visages, Nature's Prophets. Viper was one of his heroes in the pool that they picked a ton in the regionals, but so far he's mostly been this frontliner.
God. He literally just baited like the half the team in, half of LGD in, and just lived. And then they took out 2 of their heroes.
These Echo Sounds have been pretty clutch this game, but it does look like LGD.
They're still taking
LGD's
the
team
fight.
fighting it's still LGD, you know.
That's
They'll
true.
always be able to get close to the maximum you can of any given team fight. I feel like they've always been able to get on top of Sniper, despite I would say the map's not the easiest to kill Sniper with. Specifically Ame, I didn't get to quite see it, but I believe the last 2 fights Sniper has died to Ame Slash.
He did, and the first fight that he died to it wasn't even a relocate. So he just found the right way to enter the team fight where Sniper didn't have vision. He came up close and Omni Slash. I believe he will be building a Blink eventually, right?
For sure, yeah. On Juggernaut, yeah. I feel like that's what Ame is actually really good at. It's waiting for his correct timing to like maximize his impact in the game. He's always been seen as sort of a selfish carry, and in the past it's been a little bit of his downfall. But he's added a lot more team play, and honestly, having that element on the carry is actually it's sort of a good trait, right? Because at the end of the day, you're supposed to carry the game. You're supposed to have that 1v5 potential, and like Ame for the past 6 months has looked so reliable as a player, just always doing the right thing, always having a good game, and contributing the way you want your carry to do.
I just remember some Monkey King performances.
Without buying BKBs.
Without buying BKBs, yeah. Everything that you said is definitely correct because mostly you've been watching the majors, right? Like the international lands. At the leagues, he lets himself go here and there.
But he used to let himself go even more. Like, he was demoted off LGD for most of 2020 because I think after TI9, it was a lot of what you were talking about, Ali, where he like wasn't really as reliable as you would hope for. He would do what you were saying, where he's just kind of playing for himself.
He sort of tanked the blame for TI9.
He did, yeah.
Which, looking back, maybe wasn't quite true.
It may have been a little exaggerated, but because the rest of TI9 goes to Elephant, and they're looking even worse than Ame. So whose
Everyone's
fault was
looking
it
worse
really?
than Ame, to be fair, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And so I think him learning a little bit of humility during the DPC was good for him.
Again, is the same scenario. Jug gets in, he omni slashes the sniper is gone.
They don't really have any save for Sniper at all, right? Like, they don't have the physical app, they don't have the save, so it's all in some, like, individual player positioning, and it's not easy, because you're a slow and pathetic on Sniper. You do not walk fast, you have stubby legs.
This Earthshaker, though, is
Do you
doing
buy a
some
blink
work.
on Sniper? They just get out?
I think
What do you do?
just probably just Pike. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Like you want to buy Blink or you want to have that, but it's a lot of gold for
It's
those
too
stats.
much.
I'm
He was
not
trying.
sure.
He was literally standing and hitting Jug in that last team fight
Yeah.
for like 10-15 seconds. Jug, in those 10-15 seconds, how much HP did he lose?
Like it was like a quarter or something.
Less than
right?
what West healed him for.
0%. Like,
Oh, was he bound to IO?
he was bound to IO,
okay,
but
okay.
still, he didn't lose absolutely anything. He just came up close, omni slashed, and got out for free.
Yeah, the Jug the whole time he's getting peeped is like, you just wait. You just wait until I get this like 600 distance.
You know what the problem is? He built into this Skadi. He has a ton of agi. He has a ton of armor as well. And Sniper has absolutely no buffs with it.
Yeah.
So it just, the hero looks worse than he usually is. It's like picking PA in a meta in which PA Slardar is a necessity or
Sure.
PA Magnus.
It's just how Dota works, the itemization. Like, how I think about it is that there are more things that buff damage than there are that buff defensively. So, like, your damage output is like your damage times attack speed times crit times like any actives or whatever, and then that scales faster than building just HP and armor, HP and magic resistance. But since it's multiplicative, if you don't have enough damage or buffs, you just straight up will not have enough damage. Like Sniper, if you're playing Sniper, you're only relying on items. You need a lot of items before the damage kicks in.
One of the other things that I was thinking of when you were talking about the Juggernaut versus Sniper matchup is that, you know, they do have IO. So, and what we were talking about right before AUI joined the panel and before I joined the panel is that IO's biggest utility is the healing, right? And that allowed Jug to just sit there while IO healed him up.
Yeah, may have been a shortcoming of the positioning of the Sniper, because yeah, after I watched the replay, he lost 0% HP, and Sniper was still just like, okay, maybe this shot will finally bring him down. Okay, that one didn't work, but maybe one more shot.
Was he hoping for a headshot or something? What's happening?
Yeah, I mean,
Some
but even
crit?
if he slows him, the IO move speed with the tethers, you're still gonna get caught up to. So I think maybe just Chris Luck should go farm right now. He can't join into fights. He contributes absolutely nothing to fights.
That
other
IO
than-
has a heart of Tarrasque, I think. Maybe not
Really?
He has a Reaver. Not
He has
a
a
heart.
lot of
Okay,
HP.
that's a really cool idea too, right? With the healing ward, the region from the heart, you'll sustain so. I also like the itemization from Juggernaut. He built the phase boost, but he also got the extra wind lace, plus the tether move speed. He's able to like close the gap even without the blink dagger. He also itemized for like
They
an
do that a
SOI.
lot on supports as well. I just love it. Tranquils, another Windlace, drums,
Oh, yeah.
whatever.
No, I love the little move speed items. They feel so nice.
Overall movement speed for the longest time wasn't really, it was underestimated. How, especially with the talents on level 10, like Enchantress had, I don't know how much, 20 movement speed?
It's 20
talent?
move speed or 10% magic resist, or 15 or something.
And in some games, that 20 movement speed felt so good
Yeah.
on an offlane edge.
Oh my god.
It was a quick move to start sieging high ground. They only managed to get pick on Rubik, but they were like, ah.
I do love that about Beast Coast though. I feel like I see this more from Beast Coast than any other team where like they're down gold, they might even be down heroes or an Aegis, and just start hitting the enemy high ground. It's actually the correct decision. Like the enemy team has Aegis, but they're able to waste this Aegis time, pressure them, bring them back all the way to the safe line to their tier 3. They lost nothing there. Honestly, they gained. I'm pretty sure on the graph will show that they gained golden map control there.
Suddenly now you can exit your base, go into the dire jungle because you know they're not there. Ward it up, reward it.
I was just laughing because they clicked on Io. He has Mech Holy Locket Soaring, almost a heart.
Yep. I think
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Oh, of course. It's a 3 IO too. I actually
Yeah,
forgot
it's a
about
3
that.
IO,
Okay.
that's why.
No, because if I see that on a support IO,
It
like I
became
want to
a
exit
split.
the game. Like that's,
But when you think about it, even as a 3 IO,
yeah.
it's still a lot. It's still a ton because you're not truly farming. You're running around with Jug.
I like how they constructed their lineup too, right? 3 IO provides a lot of that healing, a lot of that utility. Well, I'm gonna say it's the lowest damage 3 in the game, as long as you're not buying Aghanims.
Yeah.
So they drafted with Jug, who I think is one of the best buff users in the games. You have a steroid in his crit, you have a steroid in his lower BAT.
Then you have
Omni
Lesh as
Slash
well.
provides an extra steroid, and Lesh, as you mentioned, he's one of the highest damage mids in the game.
And the way they work, when Jug wants to be farming, Io can actually play with Lesh, right? And he plays post-laning stage for 5 minutes. You can literally just tether Lesh and run around, take towers. Because you have that early mech. And you can't stop Lesh from taking
And
towers.
Lesh, honestly, it's a pretty cool core idea. Like just the 3 cores together, I think they have a lot of synergy.
I agree.
He just stood there in the chakrams and just hit the tower. He didn't even move.
Well, it's partly because freaking Timbersaw griefs his own hoodwinks. There's no way to not really play against it. Hoodwink
That's
gets a
true.
stun, and Timbersaw's like, what do you want me to do, dude? You want me to cut your tree? I'll cut it.
I actually think those two, like at the pro level, they work pretty well together though. Because you always have something to timber chain too. Because it's both ways, right? Like you can cut the tree and remove them from the stun, but as long as your calms are good, like it can also be beneficial because it timber chain to it. However, I have seen that where he just like rips the stun away and you're like, whoops.
Which thankfully they have Shaker. So like once Hoodwink lands the initial bushwhack, then Shaker can be like, okay, now I can get a fissure. You can cut the tree as Timbersaw, and then we can start to burst this dude.
I don't know how we might be playing or watching some better games, but for me, it's
grief.
always griefing.
Really?
I
Like
did-
90% of the time. And if it happens once that you plant some tree, the timber chains to it, you feel like a god. Okay, we actually did something well here. But usually it's just there's too big of a mess, and you want to try and catch multiple heroes or with that bushwhack. At the same time, he wants to damage multiple heroes.
That does make sense, yeah.
It takes so much discipline because you can do it where the chakram's just like just at the tip that it doesn't cut the tree. But in the heat of a battle, this Timbersaw is just tossing things out left and right. And wow, that's a GG
No,
actually.
really cool lineup from OGD, honestly.
The 3 core, like you said, when you consider the healing ward as well with Leshrac, and Io has a very early mech, how do you stop them from pushing? And that's what happens here. Like, you have a sniper, but you can't stay far back enough to stop them from killing you.
I feel like that's been the downfall of IO a lot in this tournament, is that they'll draft IO, but they won't have lineups that open up the map so that you can actually play the IO game with relocate and taking like these long fights with sustain. Because I don't know, I see like IO Gyrocopters don't really fight early anymore. And then IO, he's picked so much, but it's such a low win rate. Maybe LGD, like, one of the things that people talk about is like how they can beat the best heroes of the tournament. Like those are the teams that are going to win. But if you can figure out how to turn one of these highly contested but sort of mediocre result heroes into this super threat, like that would be huge for LGD.
Well, that was a GG for LGD, bringing them to 1-0 right now. I do see something going on in Stream C. So let's take a look at that game what's
It's
going
another
on
sniper. It's the same scenario, literally. This game just took a little bit longer, and they.
Well, it's the same game.
Yeah,
It's still the
The first game we were watching.
No, yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah. But honestly, Quincy Crew, they seem to have turned around because we were talking about Sniper. He has a good matchup versus Terrorblade, which I completely agree with.
Do you buy a Blink on Terrorblade as well, and you just get on top of it?
I think Blink on Terrorblade is actually generally underrated. Like even before the upgraded Blinks, I feel like Terrorblade, if you look at his skill set, he's a very committal hero. Because once you pop meta, you need the fight to happen, and you need to be able to right click people. And I feel like Blink makes a lot of sense on that.
Look at the Weaver, by the way.
Rapier.
That's a rapier.
Oh, is that the third one of group stage?
No, we've had more than that actually.
That's also a level 25 with 3 Geminate attacks.
Ooh, that's juicy.
With Rapier, and he
Rapier's
has the
daedalus.
quiver. And he has the quiver.
Oh, he has the
so,
quiver.
Oh, he has quiver?
So he hits you from
Oh my
a mile.
God.
That's the most fun
You
Oh,
thing.
can't even
Exactly.
see him.
Yeah.
You can't. He's so far. He hits you from the parking lot, literally, while you're at the stadium, and you get hit by 3 consecutive shots. He just needs some sort of a crit there. Does he have it?
He has Daedalus.
He has
Daedalus. A support just dies.
Honestly, you can actually buy a blink, and blink in, hit a support literally once,
And then
time
Sakuchi
lapse
out.
out.
Oh,
And
time lapse.
well, Sakuchi, true, if you're really ballsy, which Sumi clearly is, but and you'll kill someone. Is that Mega Creep still?
I think
it
so.
is.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
They
it
have
is.
no Raxes.
Sumi, how many times did you play against Mega Creeps?
How many times have I played
Yeah.
against Mega Creeps?
Did
Oh
it
my
happen?
God.
Well,
It's
Sumi doesn't
all the
lose, so
time.
never,
okay.
right?
But you can
Oh,
still play versus
yeah.
Mega Creeps and not lose.
Oh, that's true.
I have played against Mega Creeps and won.
Yeah.
Really?
It's one of the most
And do you
empowering
know
feelings.
why? It's because those guys fountain dive me.
That's a good feeling.
That is a good feel.
So you got Doan, and then you won after fountain diving. Nice.
Yes.
That is a
That's
good
a
feeling. I feel
nice,
like Dota, of all the games I've played, it has like the highest highs. Like the highs
true.
that you get
I
from
agree.
Dota are insane. Like you'll remember these games for the rest of your life. Like you win a game 4v5, or you're
remember it.
losing so badly, they're talking shit on
Yeah.
chat, they fountain dive you, and then you win the game. Oh, there's nothing that can compare.
I 100% agree with that. Nothing feels better than that. And you just put the GG well played in the, you just use the line and you call it a day. And you don't get commended. You probably get reported, actually.
Ooh, Aeon Disc, Swift Blink, Aeon Disc, huh? I guess he was playing against a lot of like Swap Ravage burst plays.
There's a refresher on Tidehunter as well. So I guess it's let's make sure that I don't get blown up instantly.
It's about
Makes sense.
I think it's a law about identifying your opponent's win condition, right? Because I again, like I mentioned this already, but I really like that way of thinking about the game and itemizing. Like, how can Dire win this game? They can win this game is if they double Ravage the Terrorblade and burst him before he gets to use BKB. And honestly, it looks like that's the only way from this point. The other way, I guess, is if you can take a really long play with sniping or peeping for a full minute.
Now, one of the heroes that at the moment has the highest win rate versus Tidehunter is Doom. And historically, right, he's been
Yeah.
good. You jump in, you Doom him, and then...
And we saw in this game, it was a counter pick, right? Like they take the Snapfire,
Snapfire
and then
Tide,
they pick Doom
and
in
then-
response. It makes a lot of
That
sense.
makes sense now.
Yeah.
We're so stupid. Now I understand.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean though. Like, it actually exposes you. It's the same as like if you watch a replay with your team and you go over to fight in 0.25x, and you're like, okay, what should we have done this team fight? And you're like watching your own players' perspective, like, well, I shouldn't have been doing this. But you learn a lot as long as you have an open mind. Because I don't know, Dota, in my opinion, it's like the most, I don't know, complicated. It's like the most beautiful game. There's just so much going on, and you always have something to learn. Like, it doesn't matter how good you are, how bad you are. You can, if you are able to properly examine what's going on, it's just,
There's always something
it's so
that you
cool.
can improve.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no such thing as a perfect game of Dota.
Except when I play, but yeah.
Oh, okay,
Got him.
okay. Tsunami, one of the things that I saw was that Aeon Disc was like one of the highest purchased items in the game. Do you have? I believe that we saw some stats on that earlier.
Yeah, and do you know when you pulled those stats?
Ooh,
was
I
it from
think it
this group
was.
stage?
I think it was yesterday. No, I think it was yesterday, wasn't it?
Yesterday. Like at this
I
tournament?
think Leah gave us some stats on the items.
I'm curious because yeah, at the Animator it was extremely popular, and back then I would have not been surprised in the slightest to see it on a Terrorblade.
I guess it's still an item that any position can buy, and it's good for you later on in
Yeah.
the game, right?
That does make sense, actually.
It used to be that, well, okay, so
I'd also be a bit surprised, though.
I would be very surprised because I feel like games aren't going late enough. That
This game is about to be done in this
yeah,
fight, I
they're
feel like.
going in. They got the Doom on the
I
Tide.
will say, though, if one person's building Aeon Disc, I feel like there are, like, multiple Aeon Discs in the same game.
Right.
Because, like, the reason you buy Aeon Disc is the same for all the heroes.
But I feel like games aren't going late enough that people are getting like one-shot killed, and that's when you needed the Aeon Disc.
Yeah, I agree.
Where's
All right, I can't find it.
Sniper?
Sorry.
I'll take your word for it.
We believe you.
Oh yeah, you believe me? That's nice. I could say.
He's gone.
Okay,
Yeah, this
okay,
game is
down.
pretty...
In any case,
Rabbit, double Rabbit. They're going to
Double
bring a
Rabbit?
Terrorblade here.
Oh,
He
Oh,
has
he
it.
is it? That
he's
was
not going to
Aegis,
have
huh?
meta when he comes back, unless he took the Scepter. Did he take the Scepter? I don't think he did.
no.
That Aeon Disc just got
Oh, he
swapped.
swapped in. He has a refresher shard on the Terrorblade, so he actually has another BKB meta.
And there we go.
Oh
Sniper
my
is
God.
Sniper
Oh
is
my
damaging.
God.
Look at that.
There you go. There's the power of Sniper that you were talking about earlier.
Was that the buyback on Sniper?
Yeah,
It was,
Sniper
right?
ball back already. Sniper, Venge, Earthshaker, Tidehunter all ball
Ultra
back.
kill with that ultimate.
At this point in the game, once you have the items multiplying each other's damage, like Sniper does do a lot because you're just able to get more hits off.
Are they able to turn this into a push? Because it's very difficult, right? You as Slag screams there.
That is a good
I
line.
know, I heard that.
MSS is not in a good spot right now. Well, ideally they can at least force buybacks, or at least a Doom buyback.
Yeah, because you do have Rapier, right?
Yes.
You don't need both of your cores to stay in the base. One of them can push, and they're strong enough to push alone. So you should be able to convert this into
And I
at
believe
least a buyback.
Terrorblade uses shard and meta, so he will not have meta for his push.
Yep. And
This
now-
might be one of those situations where this is the highest percent
Well,
for
they're
Elephant to
sneaking
all in with.
They're in vision. There's dire wards on their high ground.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, right? You're just forcing them to go back. That's
Here
it.
comes-
You don't have to be pushing. You don't have to take the throne. You're just buying yourself some time.
Roshan's not up,
Yeah.
so I would say they probably had enough time to like sneak in a Roshan, but maybe not enough time to throw. I mean, if
It
more
just died. It
particular-
just died before that.
The Roshan, okay. You're right, actually, Terrorblade had Aegis in the fight, but yeah, I can't. That's not even reading, I just can't see.
Oh god, this
He
dude
looks
is so
Oh my-
slow.
He looks
Yeah,
like a mini nature
Oh, it's
frost.
60-minute
about to
items.
say.
Okay, Ex Machina, easily
Lot
one
of
of the best
armor.
items because
can
it gives
you
you double
explain
BKB.
it? Okay.
It gives you plus 20 armor and it refreshes all your item cooldowns. It only has a 30-second cooldown, so basically you can pop BKB whenever you want.
God.
That's
Did he
the
disappear, maybe?
triple
What happened
Geminate
there?
Rapier.
Yeah, triple Geminate Rapier Daedalus just melted.
The Earthshaker there one
MSS.
moment.
There are some things when you're playing a certain hero, you're playing to get to that stage.
Yeah.
Right? You're secretly wishing for it. You don't have to win as long as you get there, right?
You just want to live out your power fantasy.
Exactly,
All right.
exactly. And Weaver, with that triple Geminate attack, with the Enchanted Quiver,
Double
Daedalus
Rapier.
feels so good.
I do feel like I think they should be hitting more neutral creeps than this.
To get their tier 5s.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They don't have them all, right? Like there's
No.
some really good ones.
I
for
think
their
that's the
teams.
only one that's come out is Ex Machina.
Yeah. All right, Lizard. So tell me, if you are Elephant and you have the chance in TI of either winning the game at 16 minutes or being as powerful as that Weaver, what would you prefer at TI
If I could be as powerful as that Weaver,
as that Weaver?
probably that Weaver.
Whoa.
That's the way to live. Okay, we got a Giant's Ring now on Quincy Crew, which for Doom is amazing.
They picked up both supports and there's no buyback on Earthshaker.
Like 20 years, like in the future, you think about this game and you're like, damn, I owned that Weaver. That damn sniper though.
This DK is actually holding
What's
on to the Giant's
happening?
Ring.
Wait,
Look
what?
at that barracks. Look at that showcase you barracks.
I really like that actually. That was
He's
cool.
trying to. Oh my god, this dragon's gigantic!
That is
Oh my god! Wait, that's like half the screen.
That's a dragon.
He did literally nothing. He just turned huge and then died.
Yes.
You just needed the bloodlust, right?
Yeah, I know,
that was
exactly, that one
actually,
more
that was
size.
terrifying.
Terrorblade is
He's
extremely low. He's gone.
he's dead.
He
He's
didn't have
buyback.
Thunder.
Yeah, but they don't have buyback on Dire.
DR
Okay,
on the
so
floor.
this is
over.
Oh, that's a
That's
GG.
GG.
Yo, honestly, you guys are talking about a Weaver. Getting Giant String DK.
That's
DK
solid.
that is
Yeah,
the
yeah.
dream. I mean, if they had Bloodlust, it's like a mental. It literally covers the entire
Dude,
screen.
you can't even
it's the most
touch the other
ridiculous.
It's one of those things when they add it to the game. It's the first thing that you
Yes,
test out.
I
to the
went to
lobby.
the lobby. I spun in circles.
Every Dota player tests out how big they can get in the lobby.
Yeah, like get WTF mode decay on Undying.
Decay on Undying
Yeah.
until your
But he
game breaks.
didn't do anything.
He didn't do anything.
Yeah,
they
but-
won the game.
I'm pretty sure the mental damage done by saying this that dragon is literally bigger than the ancient. Like these ancients are supposed to like control the universe.
Oh, let's take a look at Stream A. How about that?
There's no giant dragons.
We've already peaked at
I,
TI.
yeah, I only want to
It's
see
all
the giant
downhill
dragon.
from here.
Oh gosh. All right, this is Team Secret versus Future Gaming. We will have no large dragons here. But what do we have? We have
Tiny.
we have Tiny. We've seen a
The
lot of
opposite
tiny.
of what I was hoping for.
That's the question that I have for you. So we're at the end of group stage, and we've seen the teams have been playing each other all week long. So what is the meta looking like right now? Tell me about the meta.
Tiny.
Tiny.
Tiny, a bit,
Tiny,
of, a bit
Tide.
of Tide and Snapfire. Because of the Tide, there's Doom as well that's back in the game.
Some Earthshakers, Outer Titans, Monkey Kings, Weavers.
Io, Rubik.
We're just saying hero names, not really a meta.
You can just go down the list.
It's okay, Sumi.
It's
Stick around
weird.
for day one main event. I might have a little something
It
for you.
feels like
Alright,
teams didn't
perfect.
truly move away from the stacking that some of us expected they might because of the nerfs.
I mean,
Tell me,
it feels,
wait, can
they
you explain the
continue doing
nerfs?
There was what, 15%
so
reduction on
when you
stack?
stack a camp, whoever stacks it, if your team kills it, you get 30% of the gold bounty.
Yep.
And what that did is it was super high value to stack. It was also just like the biggest power spike for your core. What they did is they made it so that the person who kills the camp gets 15% less on the stack count. So it's significant. I think it made it so that stacking is still viable, but it's not required. Because I think previous to that patch, it would just be one team stacking,
Yep.
the other team stacking. You both have stacks, and you kill those stacks. And that
you
was
go
the
butt
gameplay
heads
there.
after that.
That is true.
What's interesting though, heroes that have built-in cleave are still highly contested in the game, right?
I think that's because Battlefield is just so bad.
That's also
too.
true. No one can build it.
Yeah, I think
you're pretty much only taking heroes-
Anti-Mage.
Anti-Mage has supposedly been picked, but I didn't
There
see
was
it.
one game of AM by EG today, and they won with it.
He hit Battlefield, right? I think he's still by
I think he
Battlefield.
did, yeah.
I think PA is okay, but PA is like, he's looking very mediocre. I saw it from, I think, was it Matu? He went like Maelstrom MKB. Like he didn't even want to build Battlefield. And I think it was picked by Tomato. Battlefield was picked up by Tomato versus, was it Team Secret? He was versus Furion, so he thought he needed the Battlefield. But otherwise, like, you really don't want this item. It's no stats, low damage, expensive, and honestly, it doesn't even help you farm as fast as it used to because you don't have as much map space.
But Perseverance feels so good to have in your inventory. I love
Only if you have
that.
6 of them, you can collect Dragon Balls and make wishes.
I think that's something that a lot of newer
Maybe
players
once.
do. Like they collect perseverances in their inventory.
Actually, you made me think of something, Tsunami, because they've actually buffed all the region on heroes.
Yeah.
Mana region, HP region. So that actually probably contributed to Battlefield being a lower value item.
That's true.
Because if you don't need that one component of the item, or it means a bit less, I mean, the item's just worse.
Yeah, it used to be whenever I get that Ring of Health in the offer,
Yeah.
I'm getting a Vanguard. Or
Actually, I
something
used to
like
think that, like, you can't play carry without region.
Yeah.
Like, HP region, mana region, and I'm like, okay, that's why you need Battle Fury. It's not even the fast farm. You have to have the region so you can farm and still come to fights. But people have been doing fine with just like a Falcon Blade Maelstrom.
Yeah, and then Morphlings these days, I mean, they always got a Morbid Mask anyway, so they have their own region. Yeah, you see
They
that
used to
one
build the
little
Battle
bit.
Fury.
Oh, I bet. That was a top tier item.
Only Windrunner. Only
Windrunner.
Windrunner Battle Fury is good.
Actually, they still get Falcon Blade, right, on Morphling. for
Yeah, they
some
do.
mana
You
region.
do want some mana
Yeah,
region.
it's either Falcon Blade Dragonlance build or the Lincolns in
Yeah.
Speed I'm seeing at the
Falcon
moment.
Blade Manta too sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that thing you said about the region part, I like that. It made me think about it.
Thank you, even though you said most of it.
This is like a very
This,
tiny
this is
game.
actually an extended version of Jenkins' argument on why Meteor Hammer is such a, he thinks it's a very timing dependent item. And Insania's like, no, people just like having a Perseverance. They just want to rush the Perseverance. They don't really care about the Meteor Hammer afterwards.
Honestly, even for why Meteor Hammer didn't show up as much here, like it's the same logic, right? Like you
Don't
have
need the
more
regen.
resources in Dota now than you used to. So this resource component, there's just more. It's like you both have more base regen, and there's like efficient items like Falcon Blade. You don't want to have to commit so much for something like Meteor Hammer.
Moving away from the Meteor Hammer, do we have any other games, Sumi, at the moment, or is this the only one going on?
We have a stream on. We have a draft going on in B. It looks like that is Beast Coast and LGD.
Beast Coast and LGD
Yes.
for game 2, right?
Yes, that is their game.
Are we gonna have any tiebreakers?
At the moment, it looks like the answer is no. Production has confirmed. Thank you, production. You're the best.
So is it just guaranteed no tiebreakers?
Production told me the word no, so
Do you
I
trust them?
I trust production.
They can hear you.
They can hear me. I trust them with my life, right now.
There we have the standings.
I'm actually really disappointed we don't have tiebreakers. 'Cause I really want to see some more Dota.
If we had tiebreakers, I would ask for Insania to come back and join us on the couch just on that third spot right there so that he could be present for another one.
Oh yeah, he loves tiebreakers.
He loves tiebreakers.
It's a ritual for
Why
Liquid.
does Insania love tiebreakers?
Oh, because Liquid always plays them.
Oh,
Anytime
okay.
Liquid's in any team, they're like,
That
yeah,
is
why
true,
don't we lose a
actually.
few
Now
more
you say
games just so we can play tiebreakers?
Yeah, it's on purpose. It's just for the bet, right?
He just loves Dota so much. He wants to be playing all the games possible.
Just like you said, they play because they love the game.
The love of the sport.
Somewhere in there, it's true for every Dota player. They might have forgotten it for a bit, but at some point you'll remember.
They'll return. So tell me a little bit about this game. It looks like the kill score is relatively even. The net worth is very much not. Can you explain for the viewers at home why that could possibly be?
3-man hit building die. I think it's a lot because Team Secret as a team, honestly, when they were dominating in 2020, the thing that stood out to me the most watching this team was that they were a very positionally based team, but if you looked at how many neutral camps they killed, I think they were by far the most neutral camp efficient team. Even before making moves, they will clear every single neutral camp and then make a smoke. It was actually a cool concept because if you clear your camps first, make a smoke, your enemy hasn't finished clearing theirs and you know where to hit them with it.
The way they move out of the enemy base as well. If you look at the way they retreat, if they're not chased, they will always make sure that they sweep the map as they retreat to their triangle or round rush. So as you're leaving, let's say a tier 2 push, you farm all the camps around that, and then you go back. As long as you can stick together in that area without being punished for it. So a lot of these things definitely do add up. And it comes down also to their carry just not dying very often, right?
Yeah,
so he spends
to
more
some
time
extent,
farming.
it's just their heroes just farm faster. Like you clear more waves, which means you shove into the enemies, you have more info on them, you can clear more of the neutrals. And so at some point, if you can choke out the opponent, steal their camps, you just build up that network lead.
Interesting. So they're just not fighting at all. They're just basically pushing it out, keeping them in their base, and then taking the entire map.
There's been some fights. It's still like a kill a minute, right?
But now that we've finished praising them, when you're winning, if you're winning all the tournaments, usually and most of the time,
Whatever you do is brilliant.
and you will be farming more, right? Because you're taking control of the map.
That's true.
You'll have more of everything.
But on the other hand, Vici Gaming is kind of getting starved of resources a little bit. What can they do to turn this game around?
They do have the Spectre Necro combo. Right? She can get scary later on, and it is already later on, right? This Basher might help her lock down a Silencer instantly in a fight, but I don't know what his items are. I suppose he has a Ghost, 4-staff, something like that, something to save him.
I'm gonna say, when you have Earthshaker and Necro, with the ET aura, like you should always have some comeback potential because you just have so much instant stun and burst. If they blink, echo, Reaper Scythe one target with enough heroes, they could split Secret apart a bit, then they'll always be able to kill that target. With that said, Secret, they looks like they got a nice pick off, and Vici, they're committing buybacks and chasing pretty far here.
Oh, they're oh
my
god.
Doesn't even kill her.
On a Mirana.
Now Poyo-Yo's on an island.
And look at Puppy. He baited everything out. He was in the pit. They went for him. Actually, he has the Ghost and the 4-staff. Uses both of it. Forces Spectre to go on him.
Buyback from Spectre? He's
They're-
going in.
They feel like they have to win this
Yeah,
fight, I think.
that's true.
Is Roshan up? Is that why? Or like?
I don't think it's
I
up.
don't think it's
not
up.
even
It's
2.5 minutes until it's up.
I'm honestly a bit surprised by that buyback. I feel like committing, buyback is important in Dota, but I'd say Spectre's buyback is the most
super
important of
important.
any hero, just because of how the hero functions. Like, we were talking about the win conditions. One of the ways that they could have won previously is Spectre goes in, he tanks a bunch of damage, does a lot of damage with Dispersion, maybe a bit less because of Silver Edge, and he buys back
And uses
back in.
ulti or Aghanims and
Yeah.
goes back in.
But they don't have that option anymore, and honestly, carry buybacks, like, they're really expensive right now. It's based as, I think it's a 7th or 8th of your net worth. So if you're a carry, it's worth even like more gold. And I mean that's sort of rough for
I
them.
just felt that they were a little bit maybe desperate. That's
They
one of
look
those,
very desperate
Yeah,
there,
that's
yeah.
one of those smokes in which you're really trying to make something happen. If you look at the way the fight started, they were even fighting 4 versus 5. They still tried to go, and it's because they thought, okay, we have them here. They're not truly all composed and together, and even though they're stronger, maybe we can turn this thing into our advantage somehow, which obviously didn't work. They even wasted the Reaper sight. And when you can't even kill a position for Mirana, with the Reaper sights, you know that you're in a really bad spot.
Do you think that the buyback from Poyoyo was just out of like pure frustration? Like
I don't think it's frustration.
the
I just
stakes
think
were so high.
Gold 11 just got shredded.
I think they thought they could turn around when the enemy was going on Necro for so long, but it's hard to judge these. And man, the amped up Spectre, he literally got 4 shot from Tiny.
and he can dispel it. Slardar has the talent.
He has that's actually one of the scariest talents in the game. Like he even has a Witchbane, so normally he would be able to dispel that. I thought there was some hope because he could Witchbane the silencer when he ghost sceptered and force staffed and like turn around, but and Team Secret they just end up looking dominant in that.
Yeah, that's 2-0, right, for Secret? I believe
That
they
is a
took both
2-0.
of the games off of.
That means Secret's upper bracket, right?
Maybe
they're already upper bracket.
I think they're already upper bracket.
Okay.
Yeah, they're basically confirmed for upper bracket.
Is this?
What is happening?
What is going on in this game?
They're high-fiving and
It
using
just
sprays.
started, right? So they're just having fun.
Does this game not matter?
This is the last game of the group stage, I believe,
Yes,
right?
well, all the positions are locked now
Okay.
because there's no way because
that's awesome, man.
Team
They're
Secret with the
high-fiving.
Team
love to
Secret
see
with
that.
the
Yeah,
2-0
that's nice. They're just having some fun together.
confirmed that they're going to be they're the 4th slot for upper bracket.
I see. So yeah, seeding doesn't even matter then.
East Coast will be 5th.
That's adorable. That's awesome.
So
I'm a
wholesome.
big fan.
Just
Yeah.
go down the lane and high-five each
And
other
these
for
aren't even
making
like
it out
teams
to the
that would
groups.
know each other. It's a South American team and a Chinese team or something like that. Yeah, give me the replay. That's right. I want to see this.
Oh my gosh, that's so friendly.
I definitely would have tried to kill one of them.
Oh,
like
yeah,
if I was
for
in the
sure.
cage.
It's
sure.
TI,
I'm like, hey
right?
guys, we're just having fun here, right? Guys,
And then
smoke,
you
smoke,
suddenly
smoke
start just
behind
hitting
me.
him, you know?
It's like, you know, in Dota, sometimes you go, hey, yellow, 1v1 me, and then you tell your team to come smoke, and you free kill, guys, free is free.
You're an
Of
awful
course, he's a
human
techies
being.
player.
That is
yes,
true.
of course.
When you hear these stories,
But yes, the brackets are on the screen for those of you who are interested. Group A, IGVP, OG, and T1 are seeded into the upper bracket, and at the bottom, Undying, EG, Aster, and Alliance, with Thunder Predator unfortunately going home.
Wait, so
that's an offlane snap, by the way.
on this bracket, AUI, if you had to put EG in upper bracket, who would you have taken out? Who do you think would have, in your prediction before the tournament started?
T1.
Okay, Lizard, how about you? Is this what you would have expected?
Maybe I would have expected Aster even in the upper bracket.
Really?
Yeah, they just had some difficulties, right?
Over who?
On day one?
Their mid laner couldn't really play.
Yeah, who would you have put in instead of?
Instead of Aster?
Yeah.
I mean, for Aster slot, I'm not sure.
I would have taken
Maybe
out.
VP actually.
Yeah.
Honestly, this
I-
group,
yeah,
this
I would've-
group looks scary. Like,
Yeah.
it looked like coming in, I think a lot of people did think Thunder Predator looked a little bit weak. But this group I thought looked really hard to get top 4, and the other group looked it looked really tight for the last place spot, in my opinion.
I would have put EG in top 4, and I would have put Virtus Pro in bottom 4.
Yeah. And then where are we at on Group B? That's also fully locked or no?
Also,
Group
that's
B is Group B is locked. That's this group right here. So LGD sitting at the top,
Wow.
14, 10,
Wow,
10,
Team Spirit
10.
really came back.
Oh, by the way,
Yes.
this is the first Enigma, right?
Oh, we got
We
Enigma.
have the
Oh,
first
yeah,
Enigma
you're
on the
right.
tournament as well.
Yo, shout out
Do you
to
think that
Lister,
did they
because
pick
it doesn't matter.
did they pick it because this is the high 5 game?
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah. it just might be that, right? Or you're trying something else out.
They do play Enigma though.
And
like
if
Whisper
you-
has traditionally played a
And,
decent amount.
and if you win with it, maybe you'll force a ban in the future, right?
Yeah,
From some.
it is a scary hero.
true.
Also, I mean, actually, there's a Monkey King in this game.
Yes, there is.
Okay, and they ended up with Clinks versus Enigma in lane, which the lane is probably pretty good for Clinks. I also saw one thing though. At the start of this game, Clockwork managed to pull 2 creeps from one of the waves, and then pull additional 4 creeps from like the second wave. So he's able to pull 6 creeps around, which gives him a lot of the denies. As a result, like you can see, Enigma, he has like 14 CS. He's actually having quite a good lane here. Enigma with a good lane is no joke. Like Clinks has 10 CS. He's actually getting destroyed in lane.
Yeah, especially when you consider that Enigma before, like he didn't even need to creep pull that much. He would be able to do this on his own. But at the moment, it's kind of hard, right? With the cooldown on Eidolons.
I feel like
doing a lot.
it's underutilized, Enigma still. Like when I see, if this is the result of the first 2 waves, or first like few waves, where Enigma's like, he's a mag, so you can't match the equilibrium after the pull, you block some camps. if Enigma is decent in lane, this hero is strong because mid impulse is one of the best spells in Dota right now. Like you have the 15 talent that makes it huge. It's lower cooldown. It doesn't cost a lot of mana.
This is my problem though. This situation right here. So he just lost all his Eidolons.
That is sad.
And he has them on 30-second cooldown. Like, what do you do in the lane? You can't really right click.
But
you can't
he
farm.
lost equilibrium somehow again. I feel like you shouldn't lose all your Eidolons with the wave so far. Yeah.
That's why I was talking about this creep pulls. You don't really want anyone to creep pull when you're in Enigma. Just block the smoke camp, right? Before at least.
Okay.
Because you were able to
Yeah,
keep
just
the
hold the
equilibrium,
equilibrium, right?
on your own. Or you should be at least able
Yeah.
to keep it close to your tower. But you're also playing versus a position 5 Legion commander, which isn't something that you play very often against, especially if you're in Enigma, and then he just nukes your
It actually
Eidolons
sounds pretty
down.
good versus Enigma in lane.
Like you can't pretty much do anything. You can't Malefice, and you can't summon Eidolons because he pretty much one-shots.
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting to me that Nothing to Say has missed a couple of torrents at this point. Like, it makes me feel a lot better. He missed the X torrent in mid earlier, and whenever I see that, it just makes me feel so much better. Pros can do it too. So now
Not
I'm
just pros. Like this guy's what is he rank 2 or 3 MMR right now?
Yep.
In the world.
It's him, GPK.
GPK is 1. Nothing to Say is somewhere up there as
It's
well.
Quit or Nothing to Say, 2 and 3.
Wow.
So you're in good company, Sumi. Anytime you mix an X.
I'm not in good company.
So
I'm not even
people
on
who
the
missed
list.
the X torrent, it's Nothing to Say, Sumi.
Oh, okay, that's the list I'm on.
You're in a
Great.
good-
All right, thanks.
Good collection.
I feel better. I can't believe it. This is the last game of the day, huh?
It is the last game of the group stage.
Last game of
TI10.
group stage, gentlemen.
Wow.
It's been a long path to get here.
It was 150 games, 125 games or something like that. That's a lot of Dota in 4 days.
That is a lot of Dota. 4 streams that went on at all at the same time throughout the day. 4 days of Dota times 4.
It's just so much Dota, it's an overload. I know when you're a viewer, right? Like when you're sitting at home, it's amazing.
Oh my god,
you always
TI time is unmatched.
you just always have something to watch, but when you're trying to analyze the meta in every single game and keep up with what's happening, it's so much.
What is your typical TI viewing experience? What do you do? Do you have like a routine? Do you take off work and set up and pop some popcorn
Work?
and sit there?
I play
This is-
Dota.
You're asking the wrong people. No, previously when I was just a fan, I would usually watch the mainstream. I preferred them handling it for me rather than me having to keep 4 different streams open at the same time. And group stage, I would only tune in to my American hours, which for the first few TIs was great because it was all in Seattle, and I was like, oh, perfect. I wake up and I get to watch, and on the weekends I would watch more, and then for the first few days of main event, I wouldn't really be able to tune in, and then on the weekends, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Yeah, it was full DJing with my friends. We would have like viewing parties, and all my friends who got me into Dota, we would watch it together, and it's almost a little bittersweet being on this side, which I know I don't think they're watching group stage anymore.
Now you're watching with us.
Yeah, that's right.
We are your friends.
The TI10 was actually in a cinema in Sarajevo in Bosnia.
Yeah.
We organized the viewing party, and we watched the semifinals, or the lower bracket, upper bracket, whatever.
Which TI?
8, I think. And then it went kind of late for us, like 12 p.m., midnight, something like that. Not 12 p.m., like midnight, yeah. And they just kicked us out of the cinema. So
Get out, you nerds.
Yeah, we couldn't finish watching it. Someone complained, like, yeah, you can't. Get out.
What about you, AUI? When you're not winning or playing in
watch
TI,
any
did you ever
TI?
just sit and
This is my
watch?
first time watching.
You've never watched a TI as a fan before?
No.
Really?
I didn't watch TI1, and I mean TI2. I was like here at the event, but I wasn't playing or competing.
Okay.
So I guess TI2.
Okay.
That was in like Battle Royale Hall. It was a lot more intimate and close.
That's
but
right, yeah.
This is the first time I haven't been player coaching since then.
Well, how was your Battle Royale Hall experience? Did you go with friends?
I missed Battle Royale Hall. No, I went with my team because we were invited to play
Wildcards?